Hi, I'm Sunny, and I have a curse to live with. I'm too nice, and I can't say no. Whenever I try, I'm hit by a tsunami of guilt. I feel nauseous, my butt starts sweating, and I have to fix the situation. I just can't stand someone being displeased with me. I know what you're thinking. She's a people pleaser, a pushover. And of course, you're right, but it took me some time to realize that. But before I continue, like and subscribe. Sorry, it's not an order, it's just a request. Please, I never disobeyed my mother. I always shared my lunch at school. I always gave up the swing at the park, and I could never turn down a poor person's request. Like this one time in 10th grade, I was running back home after school when the homeless guy around the corner asked me for a favor.
Hey, Sonny, could you hold this shovel for a few minutes? It's really heavy, and I need to run to the soup kitchen before it closes.
Sure, no problem. I kept standing there for 2 hours, and he didn't return. Finally, I left the shovel in the homeless guy's corner with an apology note, but later that night, the police turned up at my door to arrest me. Apparently, they'd found my fingerprints all over a murder weapon, a frickin' shovel. It took a while to get my name cleared. Or this one time, I had to go to the bathroom in the mall when I accidentally went into the disabled people stall. When I came out, I was met by a furious woman in a wheelchair. I've been holding my pee for 10 minutes. People like you are what's wrong with society. What? Oh no, this was a mistake. I'm so sorry. I followed her all over the mall, begging for forgiveness, till she called security and told them I was harassing her. Well, naturally, I followed her home and started showing up at her door every day. Her servants wouldn't let me in, so one day, I broke into her house through a window. Please, please, just say you'll forgive me. I can't live like this anymore. She filed a restraining order that day. I still pay for a plane to go over her house every week and skywrite my apology. In addition to being nice, I'm also a teen model. I know, I'm breaking stereotypes. I've been on the cover of a dozen fashion magazines, and I've walked on many big runways. My career was amazing, till my mom convinced me to fire my agent and hire her instead. Trust me, honey, I'll make you a star. That's nice, Mom, but you have no experience. What does that matter? I'm your mother, and no one will ever have your interests at heart like I do. I was in labor with you for the worst 23 minutes of my life, remember? Right, of course. You can be my agent. I already knew it was a horrible idea. Mom hated people and rubbed everyone the wrong way. She screamed at the photographers and made a makeup artist cry. She even yelled at a famous designer and started mopping the floor with his dress to show him what she really thought of it. Soon, Mom started complaining about our small house in our dingy neighborhood and started making trouble with the loud, ugly neighbors. Her words, not mine. So, I bought a chic new apartment in a posh area. But then, Mom started complaining about her privacy. Sonny, you really are getting in the way. My new boyfriend and I need our space. But you're standing in my room. Maybe you should move. Yeah, I know. It didn't make any sense. I bought the place. I was bringing in the money. I shouldn't be the one to move out. But as always, I gave in. After buying the apartment, money was a bit tight. Luckily, I found a room in a beautiful beach house that I had to share with 3 other models, Sasha, Tracy, and Mika. And I soon discovered that living with models, the drama was always out of control. I mean, what would you expect from girls who eat a cube of cheese, 1 grape, and 2 almonds a day? They're always hangry. That's my seat, you stupid cow. Is your name written on this seat? OMG, are you wearing my shirt? Is your name written on the shirt? Show me where it is. Can you idiots shut up? If I don't get enough sleep, I look like a raccoon, and then I'll bite like one too. I had to break up almost a dozen cat fights. One day, I cooked us all dinner so we could try to get to know each other. Sasha dreamed of being a pop star. Tracy loved to work out, and Mika was insanely pretty and loved rubbing that in everyone's face. I asked Sasha to sing us one of her songs, and I'd never heard something so horrible in my life. Of course, I still clapped for her, but Mika and Tracy fell off their seats laughing. What's so funny? You sound like a constipated pig. I'd rather put my head up a cow's butt than listen to you. Yeah, stick to modeling. As long as you can. I mean, you're already showing signs of aging. Sasha got so mad that she threw her plate of pasta at Tracy. Tracy ducked and the food landed on Mika's dress, and they started shouting and pulling at each other's hair. I tried to break up the fight, but I slipped on some sauce and fell. Then someone tossed a hair extension onto the stove, and the kitchen caught fire. When the landlord found out, he was furious and banned us from the kitchen. I put up an ad online for a chef, and a ridiculous ridiculously good-looking candidate named Lance showed up the next day. So Lance, you can cook, huh?
Yeah, that's why I applied for the job.
Lance, your cologne is to die for.
I'm not wearing any cologne.
Lance, did you just fix our sink? You're such a genius.
It wasn't broken, you just left the faucet on.
Your biceps look like boulders. Can I touch them?
I'd prefer it if you didn't.
Lance was an amazing chef, a handyman, and even a gardener. One day, all of us were drooling at his abs as he pulled out weeds, when suddenly, some crazy paparazzi climbed over our garden wall. Lance ran towards them like Tom Cruise, broke their cameras, kicked their butts, and sent them running. Oh my God. I can't take it anymore. I have to ask him out. No, he's mine. What? I saw him first. I don't think he's interested in dating any of us.
Shut up. Who asked you?
The girls cornered Lance in the hallway to get his attention. Sasha sang Lance an awful love song. Tracy did a cheerleading routine. Then Mika walked up in a bathing suit. Hey, Lance, you want to go for a swim?
No thanks. I gotta get back to work.
But the girls' constant flirting and fawning over Lance got so out of hand that he couldn't do his job properly since he was always trying to hide from them. One of the toilets got clogged, the shower stopped working, and the front yard was starting to look like a jungle. I can't live like this! How are we supposed to share one bathroom? I haven't taken a shower in 2 days. I proposed a solution. Okay then, from here on out, Lance is off limits. No one is dating Lance. They reluctantly agreed, and we made a pact. We all left Lance alone, and soon the house started getting back to normal. A couple of months later, I threw a party and invited a bunch of rich models. Sasha, Tracy, and Mika seemed to forget about their crush on Lance in about 2 minutes. Just then, the doorbell rang and Mom walked in. Hey, honey, did you miss me? Clearly not, or you would have sent me a proper invite. Mom, actually, yes, you're right. I'm sorry, but I'm glad you're here now. Just for 10 minutes. I don't want to overstay where I'm not wanted. I just need to borrow a couple of dresses from you and about, $20,000. But I let you borrow $10,000 last week. Don't be cheap, honey. It's unattractive. Don't you want Mommy to buy something nice for her birthday? Your birthday isn't for another 11 months. But Mom was being pushy, and I knew she'd make a scene. So I gave her my credit card and told her to return it in 2 weeks. Just then, I noticed Lance shaking his head at me, and then he walked away. After the party, the house was a mess, so I asked the girls to help me clean up. Sorry, I have plans with my new boyfriend. I'm allergic to dirt. I twisted my ankle. I'm gonna rest. Okay, no problem. Sleep tight. I was up well into the night still cleaning when Lance joined me and started to help. Why are you still here? You don't need to do this.
I stayed back in case you girls needed me. I don't mind.
As we were cleaning, I kept catching him looking at me strangely. Okay, I can't take it any longer. Why are you staring at me like I have 2 heads?
You're not like the others. You're a misfit.
Well, that's rude.
No, it's a good thing. You're beautiful, but not self-absorbed. You're smart, and you seem like a really kind person.
You think I'm beautiful?
That's all you got from what I said?
Lance gave me that strange look and went back to work. You're doing that thing with your face again. Did I do something to make you mad? Are you disappointed?
Why do you care what I think?
I don't know why. I just do. It's how I'm built.
Want some advice? Just stop caring what others think and stop letting people push you around and use you. You deserve better.
Excuse me? I am not so naive that...
Really? Then how come you're the only one who's cleaning up after the party? And has your mom ever returned the money she keeps borrowing?
That's none of your business. Okay. That was kinda rude. I'm sorry.
Why are you always sorry? Also, would you like to go out with me sometime?
What? After you just insulted me? No. I mean, I'm sorry to crush your feelings, and it feels nice to be asked out by someone like you, but no, sorry. I spent the rest of the night replaying my conversation with Lance, feeling angry. But as I cooled off, I couldn't help thinking that maybe he was right. I did a lot for Mom and the girls, and I couldn't remember the last time they did anything nice for me. The next day, I was watching my favorite MSA videos on the TV when the girls walked in, and Tracy just snatched the remote from me and changed the channel. I want to watch a movie. Sonny, please sit on the other sofa. No, Sonny, don't sit anywhere. You've got to drive me to the nail salon. Sonny, all my clothes are wrinkled. Iron them when you're back. Lance was right. I was a pushover, and I didn't like it. No!
What do you mean, no?
I won't take you to the beauty salon. I won't iron your clothes, and I was watching TV. All you do is use me, and you don't respect me, and that's not cool. Oh, also, I'm gonna go out with Lance, and you all have boyfriends, so I don't care if you're mad. I am breaking the pact. They were shocked, and so was I. I'd never yelled at anyone in my life, and it felt good. Later that day, the girls apologized for treating me badly immediately and promised not to take advantage of me anymore. They even gave me their blessing to date Lance. And of course, I forgave them. Lance and I started dating soon, and we had such a good time together. He helped me stand up for myself more often and gain confidence. I even booked some modeling gigs without involving Mom, and I was doing great. One evening, Mom invited me to dinner at a fancy restaurant, and I decided to introduce Lance to her there. Break up with him, honey. That boy's a waste of time. I'm sitting right here. Mom, Lance is a nice guy, and he makes me happy. He's a loser. By the way, Lance, are you gonna finish that cheesecake? Before I forget, Sonny, I need to borrow your credit card again to book a flight to Hawaii. So just give it to me after you've paid for this meal, okay? I felt a wave of rage sweep through me. No! What's that sound you just made? I've never heard it from your mouth before. Hear it now, loud and clear. No, 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 and sayonara. Oh, one last thing. You're fired. I snapped my credit card in half, grabbed Lance's hand, and stormed out of there. I'm sorry about my mom. She shouldn't have treated you that way. Don't worry about it. I'm so proud of you for standing up to her. Lance was such a supportive boyfriend, but Mom got more conniving by the minute. She started sending me dozens of texts begging me for money, and it got harder to ignore her each day. One night, Lance caught me sneaking out of the house. Where are you going? For a jog? At midnight? Fine, I admit it. I can't help myself. It's a curse. I know my mom's using me, but I can't sleep at night since I refused her money. There's no hope for me. I'm doomed. Leave now and save yourself. I started crying like a baby, and Lance pulled me into a hug. Maybe you should try giving money to a good cause, Sonny, to people who really need your help. I thought that was a great idea. The next day, Lance introduced me to his cousin Nancy, who owned a nonprofit to feed hungry kids. I was so excited to help that I wrote Nancy a big fat check. Sonny, that's a lot of money. Maybe you should think about this. No, I insist. A couple of weeks later, I donated double the amount, and the month after, I tripled it. It felt amazing! But one morning, Lance didn't show up to work and didn't answer any of my calls either. When 2 days passed by, I started getting really worried and filed a missing person report. I even called up Nancy, but her phone was off too. And then I found pictures of Lance and Nancy on social media living their best life on some beach. Lance wasn't even his real name. Their whole charity was a big scam. And duh, Nancy wasn't his cousin. I was so devastated I couldn't get out of bed, take a shower, or comb my hair for days. What is up with you, girl? You smell like a gym sock soaked in spoiled milk. Is there something living in your hair? I burst into tears and told them everything. I knew Lance was trouble with his perfect eyes and hair. He was way too good to be true. Of course he was evil. We'll make him pay. First, we went to the police, who put out a warrant for the pair's arrest, but they were smart and couldn't easily be found. Next, the girls and I went online and told our followers about Nancy and Lance's scam and asked for help to find them. Within minutes, we got a dozen leads. Nancy and Lance were arrested at an airport trying to leave the country. Sasha threw a party at the house to celebrate, but for some reason, I still wasn't happy. I took a walk to get some air, and I saw these kids waiting in line outside a soup kitchen. Suddenly, it turned on a light bulb in my head. Before I knew it was a fraud, it had made me really happy thinking my money was going to needy kids. I could start my own charity. Being nice didn't have to be my weakness. It could be my superpower. And now, 5 years later, I'm running soup kitchens all over the country. My model friends volunteer sometimes too. How about I perform for these kids after they've all eaten? No. You two are just jealous. You like my music, right, Sonny? Sasha, I love you, but I really, really, really hate your music. Sorry, I'm not that nice anymore.
Hello, my name is Charlie. I'm a famous filmmaker and director, but you know me already, don't you? Oh, well, it hasn't always been like this anyway. So sit down, grab some popcorn, and let me tell you my story. But before we start, please hit the like button and subscribe. This is me, Charlie, and this is my best friend, Rose. Me and Rose grew up together since we were only babies. We played together, we went to school together, we did everything together. We were like autumn and colds, unavoidable, like rain and thunder, indivisible. Rose was the sister I never had. I was to her the brother she never... well, you got the point. She was blonde while I was black. She was shy while I was sunny. She had a big brain while I had a big butt. We fit perfectly together. Most of all, we had one dream in common. One day, we would become filmmakers and make movies about witches. Yes, that was our dream at the time, our common goal in life. And we were all ready to get it realized. But what a tragic fate awaited us. Well, I'm being a bit overly dramatic here, but please, let me explain. It was our last year in high school and a few weeks before Halloween. I was reaching my classroom like every morning when Rose came running toward me. Charlie! Charlie! Rose, what? Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Rose! Charlie! Barely breathing, Rose managed to announce to me that the school had opened a cinematographic contest where the winners would be enrolled in the best movie school in the country. We started screaming. At that point, me and Rose already had tins of scripts ready. We simply chose one and brought it in the next morning to our art professor to have it approved. But instead, there stood Mona, high like a giraffe, dressed like a rock star, and loud like a tempest. Who is Mona, you ask? She's the daughter of a famous celebrity couple, a movie producer dad, and a 5-star actress mom. She had the best connections, the best grades, and the best face. A cloud of desperation came upon us when we saw her just talking to the teacher, explaining her project for her script. We felt lost. When our turn came, I spoke for both of us because Rose was too shy to speak, and the sight of Mona shook her too much. Hey, Charlie. Nice job there. What? What? Mona was approaching me, willing to talk. Had I stumbled, hit my head, and fallen into a dream without noticing? Sorry, I couldn't help but listen to your script while you were explaining. It seems like some hot stuff there. Did you come up with it all by yourself? Well, me and Rose, yes. It seems you have a promising future in the business, baby. Would you mind joining me tonight at my party? There will be producers, movie stars, and many important people. I couldn't believe it was happening. It was too much for me, and all at once. Of course. Me and Rose will be there for sure. Rose? I'm sorry. I don't want someone who is barely able to speak in public to be associated with me. You are invited. See you later, baby. She left like the tornado she was, leaving both me and Rose speechless. I tried to console my best friend, convincing her this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that could help us both. Rose nodded her head, but her look told me something else. I pretended not to see it and went straight to the party. This was an occasion I just simply couldn't afford to lose. Mona's house was not exactly a house. It was a castle, a gigantic manor with a park, 4 towers, and 2 pools. All over the place, men in elegant suits and shiny-looking women talked to each other cheerfully.
Oh dear, you've arrived.
Sir, lady, nice to meet you. I'm so glad you invited me. That man and woman were Mona's parents. They look amazing together. A perfect couple in a perfect house. Everything was perfect in Mona's life. Shiny and bright, like herself. Please, enough with the pleasantries. You're part of the family now. Mona told us all about the project you're working on together. The project? Of course. I told Mom and Dad we are working on an amazing movie. We will win the contest for sure. I didn't know what to say. I was totally caught unprepared. So I just smiled and said nothing. Mona's parents left us soon, and I immediately reached after her. Mona, what did you tell them? Well, that we work together. Isn't that true? But I already work with Rose. Didn't you know that? She's my best friend. I can't just leave her like this. Mona just smiled and washed the problem away with a swing of her hand. You create too many problems, baby. Can't you just work with us both? Come on, let's have fun. I'm ashamed to admit, but the truth is that I forgot Rose for some time, and quite easily. I just loved to be asked about my history and my interests by all these interesting people there. The future was winking at me, and I just couldn't resist. Then I saw him. How to describe the finch that came to perch on my branch? He was like a god in a garden on Olympus. He was like a breeze on a hot summer day. He was like a... well... That horse was hot, girls. You can bet about it. That angel had dark eyes like enchantment and such a fine, elegant beard. I was totally captured. He must have noticed my dumb expression because he started smiling at me as if trying to help me retrieve some of my dignity. Too late. And Charlie, let me introduce you to my brother Tom.
So you are the famous Charlie. A handsome lady, that's for sure. Nice to meet you.
Is he really going to kiss my hand? Is he really? Oh, God, I'm fainting. Am I famous? How?
Of course. Mona has talked about you all afternoon. Mona, can I steal this lady from you for some time?
Do as you please, brother, but be a good boy.
I always am. Mona, don't scare our host like this.
The walk with Tom around the garden felt like a dream. He was not only handsome in sight, but also elegant, charming, and kind. His fierce appearance was balanced by such a quiet temper that it made him look like the perfect man in every single way imaginable. Hours passed in a flash, like seconds. Come back soon, baby. We're here for you anytime you want. Couldn't wait to be invited again. The image of Tom was still in my eyes when I woke up, and even if I don't remember it with certainty, I can bet I dreamed about him. How did it go? Rose's soft voice reached me as if coming from far, far away when she met me in the corridors at school. I felt happy to see her, but not so happy as I should have been. I think she noticed, but I kept it a secret. I explained to her all that happened the night before and promised to meet her within a few days in order to complete our script. The plot was there, but so much work had yet to be done. Fine then. See you soon. See ya. Those were busy times for me. In the daytime, I met Mona to work on our script for the contest. At night, I often saw Tom. Mona's script was completely different from mine. Her subject was Barbie. Barbie! Can you believe it? What's wrong with that? Barbie was a paradigm of freedom for girls, don't you know? Mona's fantasy was wild. She had a lot of ideas, but none of them were connected to each other. Her thoughts were as chaotic and impulsive as she was. Without me, she would have been lost. But what about Rose? Without me, she would have been lost too. She was smart and nerdy, but she didn't have the creativity I had. Rose had always been my best friend and sister, and even if Mona's spell and Tom's charm were still upon me like magic crows, I started to feel bad about how easily I abandoned my lifelong friend in order to get a quick ticket to success. The moment of the contest was approximating, and I had to speak with Mona about this. I would have helped her with her project, but I had to participate in a team with Rose, and if Mona didn't want Rose, I would leave the Barbies in order to go back to the witches. I found the courage and spoke to Mona. Roar! Can you imagine a dragon's reaction to someone trying to steal his gold from under his throne? The same was Mona's reaction to my words, if not worse. Out of my house! Never come back again! I will eat you! Do you think I'm being overly dramatic again? You weren't there, my friend. I think I barely saved my own life. I'm lucky to be here to tell the story. Yet I felt happy after arriving home. I felt I had done the right thing. Now there was only Tom to speak to. Even if I liked him, our time had to wait until after the contest was finished. I couldn't subtract any more energy from Rose and our witchy project. I mean, there can be only one Dua Lipa in the world, right? Enough with Barbie.
Hey, Angel.
Tom's words were honey poured all over me. I melted. But hey, not this time. I had serious work to do. Listen, Tom, there's something we must talk about.
Something like what? Did I do something wrong?
No, it's not about you. It's about Mona.
My sister, huh? She always was more like a Shrek than a Barbie.
She's not that bad, but I can't be her teammate for the contest. Rose is my teammate. You and Mona are wonderful. You live in an amazing house. Your life is perfect, but... Tom's eyes went big and sad at those words of mine. Maybe it was the wrong thing to say, but how could I know? From what I had seen up to that moment, their lives were like pink molasses. Disgustingly sugary.
Do you really think our life is wonderful, honey? You know so little about us.
What do you mean? While walking, Tom told me how he and Mona had lived since they were children, how harsh their parents had been on them since their youngest age.
They do that for us. They push us towards obtaining the best grades and the best results in every field. But you know, sometimes the best is not the best. Sometimes you would just like to live a normal life.
This is why Mona loves Barbie so much, maybe?
It's a way for her to remain a child.
Tom's eyes were not lying. I took his hand and kept it between mine for some time.
Still, a wrong behavior remains a wrong behavior. Mona will have to grow up sooner or later. You were a strong girl and made the right choice today. I'm proud of you, Charlie.
At that point, I was melting again. The perfect features of Tom's figure were silhouetted against the moon like a character from some gothic tale. I felt Tom's body pressing against mine while he brought my head gently against his chest. He's going to kiss me finally. He's going to kiss me. Instead, he simply kept my head there for some time, caressing my neck. No more. Nothing more. WTH?
Listen, Charlie. there's something I must say to you two.
Was eager to listen to his confession, but my phone rang at that exact moment. Rose! I totally forgot about our appointment. Rose would be furious. She was. For several days. Every attempt of mine to make peace with her went in vain. The contest was lost at that point. There was no chance to win against Mona and her Barbie-stuffed stuff. The days up to the contest flew by fast and dull. We knew we had lost. Now, you really can't imagine my surprise when Rose and I found that on the notice board of the school, there was a list of the winning projects. And the first one was about witches. As authors, it had 3 names: Rose, Charlie, and Mona. A coincidence? Of course not. It was our project. We won, but we didn't submit it, of course. So who did? The question puzzled us for some time until we received a phone call from a strangely masked voice. Oh dear. She tried hard to excuse herself for her behavior in the most recent times. Her voice didn't disclose her origin, but it wasn't too much of a guess. Mona. We found out with certainty later, when the 3 of us, plus Tom, met together at the back of the school to talk about the matter. Mona looked like a baby. She cried all the time and told us she felt guilty for how she treated Rose after Tom had talked to her. To get her excused, instead of her script, Mona submitted a copy of ours, proposing it as if it had been worked upon by the 3 of us. Of course, it won. It was written by me, after all. But this wasn't the only news of the day. Tom, don't you have something you want to say?
Yes, well, Charlie, I have a confession to make.
Oh, yes, finally! The bomb was going to explode. The moment I expected for days and days finally arrived. After such a tragic story, I was going to have my sweet piece of cake after all. Yes, Tom, tell me, please.
I have a crush on Rose.
Oh, Tom, yes, a crush on... Wait, what?
I really didn't know how to say it, but now I can't keep it a secret anymore. I like you, Rose. Would you like to go out on a date with me sometime?
I couldn't believe it. Rose went red like a tomato, and I was shocked. Mona was laughing hard, and her joy expanded contagiously. So this was the secret? I should have felt offended, but the occasion was so joyful that I felt too happy for Rose to be concerned about myself. All's well that ends well. Mona and I went on in life, becoming best friends, and we went to college together. You know, sometimes things take such an unpredictable turn that the only thing to do is sit back, relax, and watch the events unfold as if they were a movie. And isn't life a long, tear-jerking, and magical movie itself? Oh God, I can't believe what an incredible artist I am. Really.
Hi, I'm Leslie, and this is my story. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. When I was a kid, my parents always fought a lot. Mom got so fed up that she yanked me out of bed one night and snuck me out the door. Mom, I'm sleepy. I want to go to bed. Shh, quiet. The next thing you know, we'd moved to a tiny apartment in a strange town, and I hated it. I screamed and cried for Mom to take us back home. Take me back. This is whack. I tried reaching out to my dad, but he was always too busy. That made me sad, but Mom found ways to cheer me up. Eventually, I got used to our new place, and hanging out with Mom was pretty cool. After a while, Mom met someone new. Soon they were married, and we moved into a new house. My stepdad was nice, but his daughter was a witch. Hey, Dana. Welcome your new mom and stepsister. Welcome them? Ew, Dad, they're poor. Why are we keeping them here and feeding them? They're disgusting and gross. She's just kidding. She's a little shy. She's a sweetheart once you get to know her. Dana was the worst. She threw ketchup in my face, turned the lights off when I was reading, tossed my clothes out the window, and stole all my toys. I tried to tell my mom what was going on. Hey, babe, we're guests here. Dana is a bit spoiled, but we have to learn to accept her. Thank God Dana and I didn't go to the same school. Dana went to an expensive school for brats, and I begged my mom and stepdad to let me stay at my old school. But a few years later, things took a turn. My stepdad's company lost a ton of money, and he couldn't keep up with the bills. Girls, money is tight, so we'll have to enroll both of you in public school. Public school? No! Dana threw the biggest tantrum and refused to eat for a week, though I caught her sneaking cookies from the kitchen at night. On the first day of school, Dana acted like a total spoiled brat. Hey, everyone. You might see this girl talking to me, but that doesn't mean we're related. She's just our maid. No, she's our maid. No, she's our maid. No, she is our maid. No, she is our maid. Dana and I fought all the time. We shouted at each other in the hallway, had a food fight in the cafeteria, and one time during science class, we started shoving each other and accidentally hurt the teacher who was trying to separate us. She ended up with a broken nose. The kids thought we were insane. Neither of us had any friends. I mean, I couldn't blame them. Dana was a crazy witch, and I'm cool, but shy and weird and insecure and invisible, so yeah. After weeks of being outcasts, we grew a bit closer, just a bit, 'cause we were lonely and we only had each other. Then one day in first grade, our parents sat us down to give us some news.
We're gonna have a baby.
Oh, really? That's cool. A baby? Why would you go and do a stupid thing like that? The baby came and my parents were so happy.
A beautiful little boy. Isn't he precious? Let's call him Sam.
I fell in love with Sam immediately, even though he was annoying. He cried a lot and puked and peed all over the place. Dana avoided Sam like the plague. She'd lock herself in her room and only came out to eat. Look at his stupid, dirty face. OMG, why is he throwing food everywhere? I played with Sam every day.
You're so good with him, honey. Could you watch Sam while Dad and I run some errands?
Sure, no problem. As time went on, Mom and Dad started leaving him with me all the time. Eventually, I was Sam's permanent babysitter. When Sam turned 2, he turned into a maniac. He drew on the walls with crayons, smashed an expensive vase, and poured milk in my dad's office drawer. And they blamed me every time.
That vase cost a fortune. I'm taking it out of your allowance.
But it's not my fault. I told you so. Told me what? That the brat was a bad idea. It's only gonna get worse. And Dana was right. One day I had a huge chemistry test and told my parents way in advance that I needed to study, but they still shoved Sam in my face and just left. I'd had enough. I dropped Sam off in Dana's room and headed out the door. Where do you think you're going? I'm done with this family. I'm out of here. You can't just leave me with this thing. Watch me. Look, Sammy, she has cookies. Sam grabbed Dana and I walked out the door. No, get away. Leave me alone. Help. I hopped on the bus and went straight to my dad's. He was out of town when I got there, so his maid let me in. For the first time in a long time, I had peace and quiet. My mom and stepdad freaked out when they found out I'd left, but I refused to come back. In school the next day, Dana ran up to me, looking crazy. I can't take it. Please, come back home. I thought you hated me. I do, but Sam's a demon. He tore up all my clothes and flushed my makeup down the toilet. Sounds like you're getting a taste of your own medicine. I turned to walk away, but then Dana started bawling like a big baby. Please, I'll do anything. Just come back home. Okay, maybe I'll come back, but on one condition. You have to do what I say when I ask. No way. I'm not your maid. You won't be my maid. You'll be my assistant. That's even worse. Take it or leave it. Dana reluctantly agreed, but even if she hadn't, I'd have moved back anyway because I missed my little Sam. The thought of him being ignored by my shallow parents and selfish Dana made me sick to my stomach. I moved back in, and whenever our parents left us with Sam, I'd set up a schedule so Dana and I shared the responsibilities. Things were great for a while, but they took a turn when Sam turned 10. He stole my mom's diamond ring and gave it to his classmate to impress her. A pretty ring for a pretty girl. Are you crazy? I can't take this. Sam got so mad, he punched the girl in the face. Then he sold mom's ring to his friend. I'll give it to you for $50. 40. Deal. One day, Sam's teacher called my parents in for a meeting. Of course, they were too busy to go and sent me and Dana instead. We came because our parents have leukemia. Oh my God. No. She means anemia. No, I think I meant amnesia. They're getting old and crazy. They're just sick, and we came instead of them. Can you tell us what the problem is? Sam gave one of his classmates a black eye. He broke a window, and he's been terrorizing the other students. When we got home, I went straight to Sam's room. We need to talk about what's going going on with you in school. I'm busy. If you keep this up, you might get expelled. Get out! Sam slammed the door in my face. He was very stubborn, but I wanted to help him. When my mom and stepdad came back that night, Dana and I told them everything. It's those mean kids. They hate me, and they're always making fun of me because I don't have nice things.
Oh, darling, we're so sorry. We'll buy you new clothes.
Then Mom took Sam on a shopping spree. I couldn't believe they fell for his act. Later that night, my parents went out of town for a business dinner, and Dana and I were watching MSA videos in my room when Sam appeared out of nowhere. Hey, stupid witches, you're gonna pay for telling on me. Get out of the way, psycho. We're trying to watch TV. Sam pulled out a huge jar of crickets from behind his back and smashed it onto the floor. The crickets landed in our hair and all over our clothes. Get them, my pretties. A couple of months later, Mom and Stepdad called us into the living room to tell us we were moving into a brand new fancy house. So, wait, we're rich again?
Yes, we have twice as much money as we had before.
Thank God. I hated being poor. Now I can go to a fancy college.
Only the best for my daughter.
A month later, Dana left for college in another city. I could have gone away too, but I was too worried about Sam, so I got enrolled in a college close to home. But soon after, my stepdad enrolled Sam in an expensive private school, and he started hanging out with these spoiled rich kids. I had to make sure that he didn't get into some big trouble. In my sophomore year, I was reading in the park one day when suddenly I spotted a big dog running at crazy speed with a guy my age trying to grab his leash. His name was Alex, and he was a senior in my university. I gave him my hoodie, and we ended up talking for a while. I hadn't even realized 2 hours had gone by. Oh, shoot. I gotta go. I gotta check in on my little brother.
So, how do I get your hoodie back to you? Maybe I could take you out for dinner tomorrow?
Oh, I'm sorry, but with the university and some things at home, I really don't have time to date.
Gotcha. Well, here's my number. Just let me know where I can drop it then.
He started walking away, and so did I, but a part of me felt like I was doing the wrong thing. Hey, wait! How about a coffee tomorrow?
Sounds like a good place to start.
Alex and I started dating, and being with him just made me happy. For the first time, it felt like someone was noticing what I needed and was taking care of me. But things at home with Sam just kept getting worse. He was skipping classes and getting detention all the time. And then some creepy guys started coming around the house looking for Sam when my parents weren't home. When I asked him who they were, he just told me to mind my business. Then one night, Sam came home with a bruised face. Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm fine, sis. I can take care of myself.
Sam, I can't be your babysitter forever. I have a life of my own. And one day, I'll just leave.
Then leave. My life, my choices. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Then he just hugged me and cried. The next morning, I tried to talk to him, but he was already gone. I'm worried about Sam. I think something's going on with him. You worry too much, honey. Sam's fine. Have you seen his face?
He said he got hurt during football practice.
Ugh. Soon after I graduated, Alex proposed, and I was over the moon. I'd have to move out, but I would only be 10 minutes away from Sam. Not that he seemed to care much either way. And on my wedding day, Sam was nowhere to be found. I kept calling him, but I couldn't get through, and we couldn't postpone the ceremony any longer. I felt so upset that he had missed this. But 2 hours later, I finally got a panicked call from Sam, asking me to pick him up from some bad neighborhood. You're not a baby anymore. You just ruined one of the most important days of my life. I've always been there for you, and you couldn't even be there for me even today? I started to give up hope of fixing him. I was fighting a battle alone, a battle that wasn't mine. And my parents just made things worse. Sam failed high school, but my stepdad paid the school board to give him passing grades. It made me so mad, but I had no say in the matter. Then one day, the company I worked for gave me an amazing job promotion if I moved to California. It was a great opportunity, but I felt unsure. Alex supported me either way, but I tossed and turned all night thinking about what to do, and finally called Dana. You've got one life, Les. You can either live it for Sam or live it for yourself. Sam had started interning at his dad's firm, but I observed him for some weeks and saw that he still had the same kind of friends and was still blowing money and partying the same way. And I finally made my decision.
What? You're going to California? That's across the country. I need you here, Les.
No, not really. You only need me around to clean up your messes, but I'm done doing that, Sam. You were right. You can't change someone who doesn't want to change.
Leslie, please. You're all I have.
You've got Mom and Dad, and they'll take care of you in their own way. You're their kid. I just can't be your parent anymore. But you're my big sister, and I'll always be there for you as that. So when you decide to fix your ways, come and see me, okay? I love you, Sam, but I'm leaving. It's time. Hey friends, so my name might not be Madison, but for the sake of simplicity, we'll just call me that. I'm a world-famous music influencer, so if you're into music and MSA, you know what to do. Hit that like and subscribe button. Growing up, my dad and I would listen to tons of music. Rock, jazz, hip-hop, rap, everything. Dad worked at a concert arena and told me tons of stories about the shows. One day, I insisted on seeing one, so he took me with him.
I'm telling you, Madison, you'll love it. They'll blow your mind.
Yay! I'm so excited. I watched the entire concert from my dad's tiny office window and was mesmerized by the sound and energy of the crowd. After that, it became routine for Dad to sneak me into his office every other weekend to watch the shows. In 9th grade, I decided I wanted to share my passion for music with the world and dreamed of being a music influencer. So I created an Instagram account and started posting reviews and videos from the concerts I went to. My content quickly gained attention, and soon I had a steady stream of followers. Then one day, a local band contacted me on my Insta and offered me free tickets to their concert if I posted about them. It was then I knew I was well on my way to my dream of being a professional music reviewer. It all felt like a dream. I mean, I went from watching concerts through small windows to getting free tickets. Over the summer after high school, I was obsessed with a rising music superstar who had just left a huge boy band to start his own solo career. His name was, let's call him Barry Skies. I had a crush on him, and I was dying to see him perform live. Dad suggested I reach out to him for free tickets, but I wasn't too sure. He's one of the most famous upcoming artists under 20 in the world. I really want to, but I'm not sure they'd think I'm worth it.
Sweetheart, people won't know what you want if you don't ask for it. I say try it.
It was worth a shot. So I sent Barry a message on his Instagram, not really expecting a response. Little did I know that this single action would change my life forever. 'Cause not only did I score front row tickets, but I also got a meet and greet with him. At the concert, the arena went dark and everyone started screaming. Barry stepped out of the smoke and walked up to me, and before I knew it, he took my phone. Whoa, I was about to get the best live stream of the night. Do you think he's just gonna keep it? Who cares? I'm live on Insta. My followers must be going gaga right now. Eventually, he did give me my phone back, along with a wink, making all the girls in the arena scream. Was he flirting with me? After the concert, I went backstage and was greeted by Barry's manager. Thank you so much for the tickets.
You certainly are an impressive young lady. As soon as you went live earlier, the sales for Barry's new record skyrocketed.
I was honestly flattered. Right then, I remembered my dad's words and had the most awesome idea ever. So, I have like 5 million followers on Instagram and TikTok combined. I can give Barry's fans a behind-the-scene look at life on the road. He's not active on social media, so I can really help him out.
It's certainly an interesting idea. We've never done anything like that before. I'll talk with the team.
As she walked away, I was excited that she was even considering it, but I never knew that this moment would create a domino effect that would lead me to where I am today. Stay tuned to find out how my dad's advice changed the course of my life. While I waited, I spotted candy on the snack table and grabbed a handful. Right then, this dude wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses came up to me.
The food is for the band only, and I don't remember you on stage. Who are you?
I'm Madison.
Ugh, security just lets anyone in here.
Hey, I was invited back here by Barry's manager.
Wait, you're that girl from the front row. The influencer?
The one and only.
Well, I hope you got the numbers you were desperate for.
Hope Barry got the numbers he was desperate for. My fans drove up his record sales, so if you work for him or something, you're welcome. My heart pounded as I faced the jerk. Right then, Barry's guitarist did a slow clap.
Tell him, influencer girl. Stay out of it, Leilani.
No way. I gotta shout out anyone who can take on Barry Skies' massive ego and win. What? He was Barry? Barry Skies? OMG, I didn't recognize him with the glasses and baseball cap. I was horrified. I guess that's why they say never meet your idols. Right at that moment, Barry's manager returned and told how the team wanted me to join them on the tour. Actually, I'm not so sure now. And this is what we'll be paying you. When I saw the contract, I had to take it. I could use the money to buy tickets to a music festival, fly first class, get a whole new wardrobe, buy a car. Okay, not buy a car. Maybe rent an awesome car. I'm all yours. No way. She's not on my tour. Yes way. You need to engage your fans and she'll help you do that. See you tomorrow. Saying that, she walked away, taking Barry with her. At home, I begged my parents to let me go, and once I promised to call every day, they agreed. I packed my bags and was off on my first ever tour with a band. My first night backstage was nerve-wracking. Barry was giving me the stink eye, but then Leilani came over and put her arm around me, making me feel better. Hey, it's nice to have another girl my age here. Yeah, if I can survive Mr. Ego over there. Barry's not so bad once you get to know him. You should watch out for Mrs. Skies, the momager, though. Oh. She's his mom? Mrs. Skies had everybody under her thumb. It was obvious why Barry was so grumpy. Even the sound techs, Leilani, and the lighting guy were all scared of her. I was relieved I didn't have to deal with her. My job was to post videos of Barry performing with great captions, go live on Instagram, and keep everyone updated about what was happening backstage. The tour was going great, and I was getting tons and tons of new followers, and they all had one request. Give us an interview with Barry. Take pics with Barry. But how? I was so frustrated with the guy. He was always in a bad mood. Leilani, you're playing the tune wrong. Start it again. Barry, I am not feeling well today. I am trying. Give me 5 minutes. Fine. Everyone take 5. I don't know how you do it. He's such a baby. Well, we've known each other since we were kids. Barry used to be more easygoing. I think he's just overworked. He just needs a little more fun in his life. A little fun, huh? I'd give him fun. That night when Barry opened the dressing room door, fake spiders dropped on him. The guy totally freaked out. Hey, who did this? Leilani and I cracked up watching Mrs. Skies trying to pick up the fake spiders. But when he realized they weren't real, he started laughing. Everyone else looked at him like he was crazy, but then they started laughing too. After that day, whenever Barry had a bad day, I'd pull a prank to make him laugh. I'd put a fake snake in a suitcase, fill his dressing room with balloons, have his favorite caramel apples delivered, but with onions instead of apples. Everyone loved hearing Barry's laughter, and it felt like Barry was finally being himself. He was more relaxed, and everyone had a blast on stage. Whilst everyone was having fun, in the background, his momager would be tapping her foot, reminding Barry that he's the star and this is work. I could see why he was so tense all the time. One night, I went to listen to Barry and his bandmates rehearse. As soon as I sat down on a chair, there was a loud fart noise. I was so embarrassed, but Barry just laughed like crazy. Someone had put a whoopee cushion there. Gotcha. What? You thought I wouldn't get back at you? I realized then that he knew I was the one behind the pranks. From then on, Barry and I started a prank war. We kept trying to make each other laugh. We had fun being silly together. His glares turned into smiles, and I felt the butterflies again. His mom, on the other hand, was so mad, always trying to find out who was behind the pranks, but Barry never told her anything. If only she knew, I'd be out of a job. One time after the show, I snuck onto the stage to record a live session at Barry's piano, but stopped the moment I heard Barry's voice. I didn't know you played so well. It was nothing. I'll just go. No, please, play a little more. As I played, Barry hopped on the piano and joined in. We finished the song, and he smiled at me. I suddenly realized I was live to millions of people. And there you have it. Barry Skies live and unfiltered. See you tomorrow on the road. So sorry. I forgot I was live. It's okay. Much better than a bunch of spiders falling on my face. I won't say I'm sorry for that. You needed some fun. I know. It was good to laugh like that. It's just that Mom pushes you really hard. Yeah. I know she wants me to succeed, but sometimes it's too much. I wish I could tell her to just ease up. Give me some time to bond with my band. Give me time to breathe. Why don't you tell her then? My dad told me once, people won't know what you want if you don't tell them. Tell me what, Madison? Before Barry could reply, Mrs. Skies appeared. She must have heard it all. Oh, we're paying you, so hurry up, Madison. In the van. Barry, you in the limo. Mom, I'm taking the van with the rest of the band. Barry, honey, you're the lead singer. I don't think it's a good idea.
Mom, I wasn't asking. Come on, Madison.
This wasn't going to end well, but from there on out, Barry and I got along much better and realized we had a lot in common, like our favorite movies, books, and so much more. We became really good friends. One night, Leilani told me how it was Barry's birthday, but with all the concerts and touring, even he had forgotten about it. We decided to do something special, so we invited Barry to join us for a night of pizza, cake, and our favorite MSA videos.
Wow, thanks a lot. I totally forgot.
But we remembered. Come on, blow out the candles and make a wish.
I so want to party with you guys, but I've got an early interview with MTV.
Barry, you deserve to have some fun.
Okay, just one slice. Maybe 2 or 3.
We laughed, danced, and enjoyed the evening. Before we knew it, we had fallen asleep until the next morning when a loud phone ringing woke us up.
Oh no, I'm late.
Your interview! We rushed Barry to the TV station in his limo, and his momager was waiting, tapping her foot.
Just what are you thinking, Barry? This interview is very important. I'm here, aren't I? Chill, Mom.
Wow.
Chill? This is all you're doing. You think I don't know? Ever since you got here, Barry is unfocused, undisciplined. You're a distraction.
I never meant to get in the way.
You're fired.
Leilani and Barry both looked shocked. I couldn't believe it. My first job and I was getting fired, but I couldn't just stay silent. Fine, I'll leave. But if you think trying to control Barry's laugh is more important than letting him be himself, then you don't deserve to be his manager. With that, I walked away. Once back at the hotel, as I was packing my things, I heard a knock. It was Barry.
I've never had anybody stand up for me like that.
Well, it should be your mom, but you know I'm happy to be here for you.
Don't go.
I just got fired, Barry.
It's my tour, and I want you on it.
I don't know. All I've done is mess things up for you.
The interview today was great. Everything has been lately. It's like I remember how to be a person now instead of just my job, and that's because of you.
Well, you're a great person.
So are you. Shall we?
Barry and I walked into the rehearsal room. His mom saw us, and her face was full of rage.
What are you still doing here? I just fired you. You can't do that.
Excuse me?
Mom, enough is enough. You keep trying to tell everyone how to do their jobs, and it's not okay. Madison's work has been great press for us, and I want her to stay. So I'm done. You're fired. It's my tour, so I'm in charge. I appreciate everything you've done for me, but it's time to go.
How could you cut me out of your life like this, Barry?
I'm not cutting you out. Maybe you're not my manager anymore, but you're always my mom. Can't that be enough?
Wow. Fine. If that's what you want, no matter the differences. Remember, I love you, son.
I love you too, Mom.
Later that night, as I was filming Barry's concert, suddenly I heard him call my name. He was calling me on stage. Oh no.
Hey everyone, give it up for my friend Madison. She's the one who taught me to stay true to myself and follow my heart. Believe in yourself, and you can achieve anything.
I waved, then sat down with Barry at the piano and went live. As we played, the audience sang along, danced. It was such a rush, but better than that was playing my favorite song in the world with one of my favorite people in the world. When we were finished, the crowd roared. That was something. So, Barry, would you ever consider
going out with you? I thought you'd never ask.
Later when I went backstage, suddenly my phone started buzzing in my hand. Hello?
Madison, I'm a producer for MTV. I've been watching your channel and just caught your live duet with Barry. What would you say about hosting your own travel and music show with us?
I'd say that sounds great. Today, I'm not just a music influencer, but a top name on MTV. And I am glad I followed my dad's advice to follow my dreams. And you should too.
Hi guys, my name is Melanie, but call me Mel. Please like and subscribe to MSA. I used to live with my older brother Mark and my parents, who usually kept super busy with their work. With them gone for hours, Mark'd be responsible for the house and me. But that didn't come easy for him because I was a mess. As a kid, I was really wild and clumsy. I'd run around the house causing trouble, and he'd had to chase after me to keep me in check. No more chocolates, Mel. They ain't good for your teeth. But they're falling out anyways, brother, so let me have my fun. Even the kids at school would make fun of me for being weird and clumsy. But it all changed as I stepped into adolescence and the gorgeous genes in the family started to kick in. By the time I was 15, the same boys who'd teased me in my childhood now started asking me out.
These are for you. Happy birthday, beautiful.
Same to you. Little did they know I was still the same weird me on the inside, and Mark's protectiveness was all the more reason why I'd never gone on a single date. No doubt I loved him to bits, but he'd influence all the things I did at home and school, and it'd drive me crazy. Why did you throw away my party invitations? Why did you delete my Insta account? Why'd you sign me up for a geography class? Because that'll help you in your future. You should be thankful you have a brother like me, Mel, or else how are you going to survive in this world? Happily. Saying that, I stormed out of his room, but later that night he came to me. Are you still mad at me, Mel? Okay, listen, I've always wanted the best for you since you were a kid. Yeah, but I'm not a kid anymore, and you gotta stop controlling my life. Fine, you're gonna have it that ways anyways, because I'm moving out for college next week. What? I didn't know how to react, because I was both happy and sad about him leaving. But after Mark left, I had this feeling that I could take complete control over my life, especially when Mom and Dad were moving to a new city for their work and I was shifting with them. Our new house was like a giant mansion, and my room had these big windows and a tall mirror that took up most of the north wall. But more than anything, I was excited about getting a fresh start at school because Mark wasn't here to hijack my life. So, on the very first day, I wore a gorgeous new dress to school. But just as I was making my way through the hallways, I stumbled and bumped into a girl who was holding giant paint buckets in her hands, and all of them came flying onto my dress. Holy jeez! I ended up on the floor, but the girl reached out her hand towards me. Are you okay? I took it and quickly got off my butt, but I couldn't believe my eyes. She had gorgeous blonde hair and the sweetest smile. It was like I had an instant crush. I'm so sorry about the paint. Oh gosh, I ruined your dress. Come with me. She grabbed my hand and took me to the changing room, and there she handed me a fresh pair of clothes. Try this. It's not that great, but it'll help you make a good impression on your first day. How did you know it was my first day? A word gets around here fast, especially about cute girls. Okay, thank you. If that was a compliment, I mean. Was it? Oh, never mind. I'm just blabbering. Wow, you're adorable. Saying that, she went away. But indeed, I did make an impression, because that dress was all torn from behind. And all the kids were laughing at me as I walked the hallways, except for the one girl that helped me out. Can't believe Jenny would prank you like this. But then again, she is Jenny. What do you mean? And who are you? Well, I'm Lauren, and I'm definitely not like her. But she is evil. She's got these weird family issues with a mute mom and a mute stepdad who's a complete jerk. And she's turning out to be just like them. Yeah, I could tell that by now. Lauren stuck by my side for the rest of the day, and we bonded pretty well. She was fun and notorious, just like me, and had this YouTube channel where she'd make entertaining vlogs. She even introduced me to this music club that she was a part of, and I was loving her so much that I wanted to be just like her now. Within a week, it was like we were besties, with no one to ruin our adventures. Or at least that's what I thought. Because there was someone whom I felt kept a constant eye on us and followed us everywhere at school. Jenny. One time I was in the swimming class, but just as I popped out of the water, I was shocked to see Jenny right in front of me. Jeez, you scared me. What the heck? You should stay away from Lauren. She's not nice, and she's just spoiling you. Really? Who are you? My mom? And why do you care? Especially after what you did to me on the very first day. That wasn't me. I don't believe you. Just leave me alone. Yeah, okay, I'm leaving. But this is the last time I'm warning you about Lauren. Don't be stupid. I don't like stupid people. Excuse me? With that, she took my towel and left. What a psycho. But luckily, after that day, I didn't see much of Jenny, and I got busy with my music club rehearsals. The school had its very own band, with Lauren as the lead singer, and I wanted to audition to be a part of it too. So I practiced really hard and nailed my auditions. And as a treat, Lauren took me out to dinner. You were great today. I'm sure you're going to get selected. So, what can I get you? Jenny? I didn't know you worked here. That's okay. She ain't Jennifer Lopez that we should be remembering small details about you. Lauren? After that, she took my order and went away, and Lauren turned towards me. You don't have to be so nice to her. I told you, she's a psycho. Yeah, I get that. But what you said also wasn't nice, man. She keeps following you everywhere. And the other day, I saw her chasing away some guys who were coming to talk to you. God knows what she's up to. Suddenly, Jenny came back with our order, but she seemed off. That's your order. And here's something those guys sent for you. I don't like their vibe. If you want, I can make them leave. Make them leave? Are you nuts? Send them over to us. They're cute. But they seem bad. No one asked for your opinion. Now get out of here. And before I could even say anything, Lauren called them over and Jenny walked away angrily. I also felt awkward because I was still a noob when it came to dating and chatting with guys. So I rushed towards the restroom, but one of the guys followed me there. God, you're pretty. It's like I'm drawn to you. To the washroom? I need to pee. Go away. But he came closer and tried to kiss me. What are you doing, jerk? Get away! I slapped him hard in the face, but just then Jenny came from behind and dumped an entire tray of food over his head. You moron! How dare you touch her? I'm gonna kill you! She kicked him behind his knee and climbed onto his shoulders and started pulling his hair. Suddenly, there were loud screams across the restaurant and the managers came running. They fired Jenny on the spot for misbehaving with her customers, and I had to butt in. No, she didn't do anything wrong. She was just trying to help. Shh, let her be. I told you she was nuts. Let's just go from here. Lauren pulled me out of there, and we both went home. But later that night, I couldn't stop thinking about Jenny. She tried to help me, but got fired. I was feeling terrible. But then suddenly, I heard a loud thud in my room. I got up and checked and saw the big mirror in my room was open, and it had a secret room behind it. Holy freaks! I grabbed the side lamp and was ready for action, but then the unthinkable happened. Jenny, did you follow me all the way home? God, she was really a psycho. I started backing away because I was frightened. Melanie? Tell me what you're doing here or I'm gonna call the cops. No, don't do that. Don't call anyone. I'll tell you everything. This was my home. Before my mom married my stepdad, we used to live here happily. I looked around and saw toys and Jenny's pictures with her family all over the walls. She wasn't lying about this. But then my dad left and Mom married that jerk, and he sold everything because of his gambling habits. Mom's head over heels for him, so we won't leave him. And today, when they learned that I got fired from the restaurant, they got mad at me and I just ran away. Oh, God, I'm so sorry, Jenny. I had no idea. I thought you were stalking me. What? Why'd you think that? 'Cause Lauren told me you kept following me and that you'd chase away all the guys who tried to come near me. I'm not a stalker, Mel. I didn't know you lived here. And I did all that 'cause I was just trying to protect you after what happened on your first day of school. But if that's what you think of me, then fine. I'm gonna leave. It made me feel bad that she was just trying to be protective, and that reminded me of my brother. Jenny, it's all right. You don't have to leave. If you want, you can stay with me. No, Mel. You think of me as someone bad. You're not bad. The guy who tried to kiss me was bad, and I want to thank you for saving me from him. And I'm sorry that you got fired because of me, so please stay. Her face lit up, and she came and hugged me, and for some reason, my heart started racing. This was crazy. The next 2 days, it was the weekend. Mom and Dad weren't home, and Jenny stayed with me. And surprisingly, it was fun. We shared so many interests together, including MSA being our favorite YouTube channel. And she baked me the most delicious cookies in the world. Later at night, I was even having trouble working on my homework when she came and helped me. Come on, Mel. I know you have it in you. I'm not really on the smart side, but you can be on the hard-working side. Come on, it's just to pass a few grades. Okay, I'll try harder. But instead of that, I ended up sleeping like a log. And when I woke up, I saw she was sleeping right next to me. And for some reason, I couldn't help but stare at her beautiful face. Hey, what are you looking at? Oh, I fell in love with you from the very first moment, Mel. And that's why I was super protective about you, though I may have shooed away some stupid boys out of jealousy, too. Gosh, she was so adorable, and I liked her all the more for this. Then she got up and played some music and pulled me in for a dance. We danced and played games all night long, and I was super excited to go and break this news to Lauren the next day. But instead, she gave me a shock. Watch this. I'm gonna upload this video on my channel. Psycho Witch Gone Nuts. What? No, you know that's not true. Jenny's a good person, Lauren. She tried to help me. Who cares? We'll get millions of views if we post crazy videos like this. And she's a loner. Nobody cares about her. I do. What? I told her everything, but instead of being happy about me, she looked grossed out. Ew! I can't believe you'd go for someone like her. She ain't even rich like us anymore. How does that matter, Lauren? I like her, and she likes me, and you should drop that low-leveled thinking of yours. Low level? OMG, how dare you? Do you have any idea whom you're talking to? I'm the queen of this school, and you're nothing without me. If it wasn't for the misfired prank I tried to pull on Jenny, I'd have never even talked to you. What do you mean? You were the one who tore her clothes? Yeah, I did it to get more subscribers for my channel, but then I saw you wearing those clothes and the kids making fun of you. I felt bad, so I thought I could be nice to you for a while, but it looks like I pitied the wrong person. Saying that, she pushed me, but I couldn't let her do this to Jenny, so I snatched her phone and smashed it into pieces. You witch! Suddenly she jumped onto me and we both broke into a wild fight. The teachers came running and pulled us apart. I'm not gonna spare you now. I rule this place. I'm a diva with thousands of subscribers watching me and following me. And that little music band you want to get into? I run it. I know everything you do, and I've always admired you for it. So much that I always wanted to be just like you, but not anymore. 'Cause now I know that you're a bad person, and you use people to get famous, and I'd never want to be like you. She's right. Lauren is just so evil. Yeah, she's not even that good of a singer. They have her in the band because of her popularity. She's so egotistical. Suddenly, the color on Lauren's face faded, listening to all the comments and seeing the cameras around her. And then we were taken to the principal's office, where we waited for a few hours until I saw my brother walk out of there. Mark, what are you doing here? I came to give you guys a surprise visit, but Mom and Dad weren't home, and I got a call from your school. And seems like you couldn't stay out of trouble without me, huh? I didn't do anything wrong. I know, and I'm proud of that. Mom and Dad told me how well you've been doing on your own. I ran and hugged him, and he told me I was being put into detention for a week, while Lauren was being expelled from school because of several complaints against her for pranking and ill-treating kids. I felt bad for her, but then I felt a gentle tap on my shoulder. Are you okay? I heard what happened, and I got so worried. Why did you fight with her? 'Cause you would have done the same for me.
Hi, my name's Lucy, and I really don't like to be the center of attention. Until I decided to make myself the center of the whole world's attention, and now my life is totally destroyed. As far back as I can remember, I've loved taking photos, the hidden stories they tell, the raw honesty in a single frame, and, most importantly, it keeps me behind the lens and never in front of it. Achoo! Now, I know what you're thinking. Fancy rich girl gets a fancy camera and can coast through life while spending her time taking photos of fancy things. But that's not really the case. Sure, my dad is one of the wealthiest people in town, but you'd never know it from the way he treats me. He's never bought me any branded clothes, never spoiled me at a 5-star restaurant. He's never even given me a birthday present, come to think of it. He'd rather use his money on his fat cat clients so they can keep making each other richer and richer. In fact, he didn't even buy me this camera. That was a gift from my best friend Taylor's mom, Miss Margolis. Wow! Thanks, Miss Margolis!
Are you kidding? Thank you for coloring our lives with such wonderful photography. And please, call me Regina.
Miss Margolis? Regina, was like the mother I never had. My mom left us when I was 4. I don't remember much, but I know for sure that that's when my dad's heart started freezing over, until the man I once knew had become a full-grown yeti with a glacier for a chest.
When are you going to stop with this photography nonsense? How are you going to ever make any money with that stupid stuff?
Needless to say, I spent all my time at Taylor and Regina's. It didn't bother me that they could only afford an air mattress to sleep on, or that we ate microwavable meals every night. It was the one place that felt like home. And then, when I was in the 10th grade, everything changed. Regina got sick, couldn't work anymore and could barely keep up with household expenses, let alone afford the surgery that would make her healthy again. I tried asking my dad for help, but that went as well as you'd expect it to go.
What am I, a walking ATM? You need money, you earn it. Just like I had to.
I began to feel guilty that I'd been practically living there without contributing so much as a single dime. I even offered to sell my camera.
Absolutely not. You don't owe us anything, Lucy. You've already given me plenty by spending all these years with us.
I didn't know what to do. But just when all hope seemed lost, Taylor found an advertisement from the billion-dollar brand Floriful saying they were looking for photography submissions for their Be Real campaign. The chosen winner would win a huge cash prize. I knew it was a long shot, but being real is kinda my thing. If you ever want to see the realness of how messy life is behind the glitz and glamour, my dad is a masterclass in how not to live your life. I walked around for hours combing the town, capturing life in its rawest form. Candid smiles of couples in love, faded graffiti on old brick walls, anything that told a real story. Then I submitted them to Floriful, and after 3 agonizing days of waiting, my heart exploded with excitement. I won! Or at least, I must have won. Those were my photos, front and center on Floriful's website homepage. But why hadn't I been notified? As I clicked on the article and looked closer, what I saw nearly crushed me to pieces. Someone else had taken credit for my work.
I'm so humbled to know that my vision, my passion, my soul touched Floriful so deeply, they just had to pick me and didn't just settle for something amateurish.
As I looked deeper, I found out that Fiona was the niece of Floriful's CEO. What a scam! I couldn't bear to tell Regina the news. I went to school the next day, hopelessly depressed. That's when I saw Eli walking in my direction. Now, normally, we would do our typical routine. Me, cowering beneath the shadows of his beautiful hair and massive brain. Him walking by like I was a particularly uninteresting ficus. But this time was different. This time, he was walking straight towards me.
Hey, you're Lucy, right?
Well, I can be a Lucy if you want me to be.
But your name's Lucy, right? Like Lucy with a C?
Yeah, Lucy with a C. How smart. Some people think it's with an S. One guy thought it was a Q, but he was an exchange student, so I guess that doesn't count.
Okay, Lucy. My name's Eli. I'm the editor for the school paper, and I saw some of your photos. They're brilliant. We're looking for a photographer for our next big story. Only problem is, we don't exactly have a story yet. Well, there was a fish that went missing from a classroom, but that's not exactly Pulitzer material.
And then, under the weight of the pressure and sadness and indignation of losing what was rightfully mine, my shyness evaporated. I burst out and told him everything. I told him about Taylor and Regina, and the Be Real competition and Fiona. And I watched as I saw a side of Eli that I had never seen in all those years of pretending not to gaze at him from afar. He was mad, like fuming mad.
How could they do that to you? After all the great work you put in? That's outrageous!
I couldn't believe it. The smartest kid in school, and third most handsome by gossip's consensus, was angry on my behalf. Eli vowed to go forward with the story in the school paper. But first, we had to find Fiona.
As an investigative journalist, I know a lot more than I probably should.
Like what?
Like Fiona's address, for example.
We got into Eli's car and sped to Fiona's house. I felt more alive and more assertive than I have in years.
Don't be nervous. When she answers, just...
Thanks. But when it comes to defending my work, I don't need a pep talk. Who was this person I was becoming? Or was I finally rediscovering my old self? Was the Be Real campaign uncovering a real me I'd forgotten years ago? I rang the doorbell, and Fiona herself answered. But to my surprise, she looked different, more tired than she did online, and maybe almost nice. At that moment, all my previous confidence shriveled up like an overexposed photo left out in the sun.
Hey, can I help you?
Fiona. It is Fiona, right? Of course it's Fiona. After all, this is Fiona's house. What were we here for again?
I'm Eli Bellinger. I'm with the Northwood Times. We're here to ask you some questions.
Oh, right. Okay, well.
Fiona, don't slouch and fix your hair. You look tired. What have I told you about answering the door like some intern?
And suddenly, everything about her changed. She began to morph into every it girl that ever terrorized me at school, like a werewolf at full moon.
I don't have time for this. But Eli, here's my number. Call me if you want to interview someone who doesn't need a pep talk to ring a doorbell. No offense.
This witch! First she takes my work, now she tries to take my friend, I guess? I couldn't contain myself anymore. My name is Lucy, and you stole my photos to win the Florful competition.
Excuse me? Your photos? Please. In case you weren't aware, I graduated as the top portfolio pick at the Willow Ridge Visual Arts Academy, won 2 regional youth photography awards, and got featured on the front page of Shutterscene's Next Gen Visionaries issue. But sure, let's pretend I needed to steal your pictures. Now, why don't you make it like the Florful campaign says and get real? Call me Eli.
I didn't know what was worse, having my hard work plundered or being brutally embarrassed in front of Eli. The drive home started off silent, but just as I was wondering what could possibly be going through Eli's mind, he said the perfect thing.
We should get pizza.
He took me to my favorite pizza joint, the same spot I would go to with Regina and Taylor every Tuesday. And as we started having our first real conversation, I realized we actually had a lot in common. All these years, I had been avoiding him out of fear, when in reality, he was one of the easiest people to talk to. He also had problems with his father, who got scammed by a rich con man when Eli was little. Now his dad only showed up to his house every couple of years to ask his mom for money. 2 broken homes, and a basket of garlic knots holding us together.
That's why I can't stand people like Fiona. Just another snobby rich kid feeding off of people like us who really need the money. You know what I mean?
Yep. Unlike her, just 2 humble peasants. Gotta go harvest some potatoes after algebra.
Makes me mad just thinking of her.
Yeah, she's like a squirrel with a credit card.
What?
I don't know. It made sense in my head. And he even found me funny. After Eli dropped me off at Regina and Taylor's, the weight of my reality crashed back down on me. I barely slept through the night. I just kept refreshing Florful's homepage over and over again. I even began to doubt whether those photos really were mine. The next morning, I sulked into the kitchen, totally dejected. But that's when I saw Regina cheerily making us her special secret pancake recipe. And I remembered, this wasn't about me or Fiona at all. This was about Regina and her health. And if she could put together a smile and trudge forward every day, so could I. So later that day, I marched right up to Eli. I didn't even care that other people were looking at me. That weird feeling was back again. You know, confidence. We need to write this article, and we need to write it now.
Now that's the girl who took those photos.
We spent the entire day secretly messaging each other bits and pieces of the article back and forth while pretending to pay attention in class. I scribbled a note to Eli as fast as I could. We need a stronger ending. Fiona's gonna wriggle out if we're too polite. Eli read it, and then, like the true nerd he is, pulled out a pen. First, he actually corrected my grammar. Then, just for extra spice, he scribbled a note above the word polite.
Polite? Weak sauce. We're going full spicy.
I blinked at it. This boy had literally proofread my panic scribble in the middle of algebra. And he was proud of it, too. I bit my lip to keep from laughing, grabbed my pen, and drew the dumbest, soggiest-looking noodle you've ever seen, right next to his weak sauce edit. The teacher noticed the note passing.
Lucy, is there something you'd like to share with the class?
Just gratitude, Mr. Barnes, for algebra. Eli barely held back a snort. The teacher gave us the side eye, but moved on. Sure, it was just the school newspaper, but Eli was good. Some of his articles had gone viral in the past. He even served as a TV correspondent once on the news. Later that week, I found Dad in his office, buried in spreadsheets as usual. Hey, Dad, do you have a minute?
I have 30 seconds. I got a meeting.
I hesitated, then held out one of my photos, the one Regina said looked like hope. Maybe, just maybe, my photographs could help sway him. I thought this one turned out well. He gave it a glance for maybe a second.
Still wasting time with that camera, I see.
It's not a waste. I actually won. Well, I almost won this contest, but...
You want to play artist? Fine, but don't come crying when the real world eats you alive.
I swallowed hard. But Regina's really sick, and I was wondering if maybe...
Still not my problem.
But she's practically family.
All heart, no sense. Just like your mother.
The doorbell rang for my dad's meeting, and at first I was relieved to get out of this conversation, until I saw who it was.
You must be Eli.
OMG, is that Eli?
You're a lot younger than I expected. Let's just get this over with.
My dad went into the conservatory, and just as I tried to hide behind one of the statues in our foyer...
Lucy?
Eli! Hey! What are you doing here?
What are you doing here?
I work here. May I take your jacket, by the way?
Oh, man. You have to work for this guy? I'm sorry to hear that. But don't worry. I'm about to write the most scathing expose on him.
I forced a laugh and led him to the conservatory, my heart pounding so hard I thought it might echo off the marble. Would you like a refreshment before your meeting, sir?
Sure. Orange juice?
I darted toward the kitchen, which I'm usually not even allowed to go into, and grabbed a tray of orange juice, much to the horror of our housekeepers. I balanced the tray for dear life, and just as I arrived in the conservatory, the housekeeper burst through the door.
Ma'am, please don't. Your dad would kill me if he saw you doing this.
My dad, the cook? Why would he care? She looked at me like I'd lost my mind. And then I did exactly what I was trying so hard not to do. I tripped and spilled the juice all over my dad's favorite antique rug. To my dad, this was a nightmare. To Eli, it was a bright, sticky confession.
I'm a journalist, Lucy. I know a lie when I see one.
I couldn't say anything. I just stood there, frozen, orange juice pooling at my feet. The next day just so happened to be the day our article about Floraful was supposed to come out. I checked the school newspaper, but the front page was just a dumb story about our school mascot's favorite rock and roll bands. In fact, the whole entire paper and its corresponding website didn't have a single story from Eli anywhere, which almost never happens. I looked for him all over the place, but he was nowhere to be found. That night at Taylor and Regina's, I felt both embarrassed and abandoned. And just when I thought things couldn't get worse, I received an email with a subject that said, "One more photo to add," from a sender that made my stomach drop to the floor. Fiona. I clicked on it, and there, enlarged on my computer screen, was a horrifying picture of Fiona and Eli? And she had her arm around him? I couldn't make up my mind about whether to throw up on the screen or smash my computer to pieces. But instead, I sprung from my chair and marched all the way down to Eli's front door. No more Miss Shy Girl! I got there just as he arrived in his rickety old car. Care to explain where you were?
I had an interview.
An interview. Then what's this?
So what? I can't interview someone anymore? She apologized for the way she acted. She said she gets defensive when it comes to her work and explained she was out of line.
Her work? Eli, she's lying.
And what about you? Do you really need this contest money after all?
Look, I'm sorry I lied about my dad, but you don't understand.
Save it, Lucy. I just don't know what to believe anymore. You're just another spoiled rich kid, too.
Wow. You know what? I'm gonna go storm off home. And you know why? Because I don't have my dad's car to drive off in, or my dad's money to call a cab home, or my dad's love to come pick me up. But yeah, I'm real spoiled. For the next couple of weeks, I redirected my efforts. I'd spent so much energy fighting Fiona that I'd forgotten how great it was to spend quality time with Taylor and Regina. We settled back into our routines. And truth be told, I settled back into my shyness. Being behind the scenes started to feel comfortable again. But I could tell Regina was still in pain, and she really needed surgery. Even worse, Floraful had the nerve to advertise an upcoming Q&A with the special winner of their Be Real campaign. Not me, Fiona. A couple of days later, I found a note stuffed in my locker. Meet me behind the library. Yeah, no thanks. I threw it straight in the trash. The next day, there was another one. Please, it's important. Trash. Third day. I'm sorry, at least hear me out. Trash. Hey, I was perfectly happy never speaking to him again. Mostly. A few days later, I was just minding my own business, walking home, backpack slung over one shoulder, dreaming about microwavable mac and cheese. When suddenly, a bag slipped over my head. I knew high school would kill me! Then someone shoved me into a car. 20 minutes later, they plopped me onto a chair. I thrashed around like a feral raccoon until the bag was finally lifted. And standing there, looking way too proud of himself, was Eli.
Relax, it's just me.
You kidnapped me?
You left me no choice.
I glared at him, panting like a cornered cat. And then he pulled out his secret weapon. A sad, crumpled bag of garlic knots.
Truce?
I stared at the bag, then at him, then back at the bag. Some battles aren't worth fighting. You're lucky I'm weak for carbs.
I'm so sorry. I know it'll be impossible to make up for what I said to you, but I have a surprise that might help.
I braced myself for, I don't know, a heartfelt speech. Instead, he pulled out his laptop, and front and center was that same disgusting photo of him cuddling up with Fiona. Eli, if this is some sort of twisted joke, it is not funny.
No, Lucy, seriously. Look closer.
I was about 2 seconds away from hurling his laptop into the sun, but then he zoomed in, and there it was, hiding in the background of that gross photo, Fiona's email inbox. A whole page of messages, including one that said, "Like and subscribe to MSA, or I steal your work." Just kidding. But seriously, you should. Anyway, there, between all the junk mail and regrets, was a message from her uncle, the CEO of Floraful, with a subject line that read, "Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth," dated 2 whole days before Fiona was announced as the winner. As much as I tried to stay mad, a tiny, smug grin betrayed me. Well, this doesn't excuse how you treated me, but I'll admit, that's a good catch. However, you're writing the article this time.
I think we're gonna need more than just a photo. Otherwise, she'll be able to say it's fake. We need to catch her off guard.
Well, lucky for you. Your bestie Fiona is making a public appearance soon at the Floraful Q&A.
She's not my bestie.
Oh? Could have fooled me. You two looked very cozy.
I was investigating undercover.
Sure. Real deep cover operation there, Agent Bellinger.
Focus, Roth. This Q&A might be our shot.
Perfect. Let's blow her cover live. Eli used his journalism connections to get 2 press passes to the event, which was being held at the fanciest hotel in town.
Seeing as how this is your plan and your work, I think it's best if you do the talking.
What? Me? But there's so many people here, and so many cameras. I'm more of a behind-the-lens kind of girl.
That's all in your head. You got this. I believe in you.
But as the event started, and Fiona started lying her face off on the stage, it became harder and harder to stop myself from bursting.
And for this next photo, I really wanted to capture the feeling of solitude, of inner peace.
People were eating up her fake work like it was the second coming of Picasso. I had enough. I shot my hand up so fast and nearly dislocated my shoulder. I have a question. The whole crowd turned. Fiona spotted me, and for a half a second, she flinched. Then she slapped on that fake smile of hers.
Oh, sure. You there with the confidence.
You talk a lot about solitude, but honestly, your photos just look lonely, not real. You ever think maybe it's because real friends can spot a faker from a mile away? I guess friendship's not really your thing.
Oh, please. I have loads of friends. In fact, some of us are practically family. Right, Eli?
I stood up fully, striding toward the front, feeling a fire I hadn't felt in, well, maybe ever. The rest? All mine. Lucy Roth. Hi. Nice to meet you. Gasp. Somewhere, someone actually dropped a wine glass.
That's a lie! She's obsessed with me. She's like my biggest fan. Probably has a shrine to me in her closet made out of my Instagram stories.
People started snickering. Fiona straightened up like someone had just pulled her strings.
You know what? Maybe I did inspire her. Maybe if she spent more time working on her talent instead of obsessing over me, she wouldn't be crying in public like a little crybaby.
And without missing a beat, I turned to Eli. Was that an inspirational quote? Should I embroider that on a pillow? The crowd cracked up. Fiona's face went purple, like an eggplant wearing mascara. And then it happened. Eli gave the secret nod. For our plan, it was go time. Suddenly, the big screen behind Fiona flickered, and boom, there it was. A blown-up screenshot of the email from Floraful's CEO, clear as day. Be Real contest winner, Lucy Roth. The whole room gasped like someone had let out a massive fart in church. Fiona didn't notice at first. She just kept talking, acting like the queen of authenticity. But when she finally turned around and saw it, it was like watching a Jenga tower collapse in slow motion. She froze, then let out this tiny, pitiful little squeak.
Oh, fudge.
And that's when things got really chaotic. Her dad practically launched himself onto the stage, flailing like a businessman who had just lost a deal.
That's a fake! Security! Remove her!
I barely had time to panic before a squad of security guards came barreling toward me like I was some kind of criminal mastermind. I braced myself to get dragged out by my hair. But then, Fiona absolutely lost it.
Stop!
And when I say the whole room froze, I mean like a Disney movie where time just stops. Fiona stood there, shaking like a soda bottle about to explode, and croaked out.
She's right. I stole the photos, okay? I stole them because I just wanted my dad to finally look at me the way he looks at his stupid golf trophies.
I swear you could hear a pin drop. Even the security guards looked awkward. Then, and I'm not making this up, Fiona grabbed the Be Real trophy off the podium and shoved it into my hands like it was a hot potato.
You're more real than I'll ever be.
And then she ran off stage, sobbing into her overpriced designer scarf, with her dad stumbling behind her, yelling something about lawsuits and PR disasters. Meanwhile, I just stood there, on stage, holding the trophy. And for once, I didn't feel like hiding behind a lens. I stood tall. Cameras flashed. People clapped. And somehow, in the middle of all that chaos, I finally felt seen. By the next day, the story wasn't just in our school newspaper. It was everywhere. Suddenly, I wasn't the girl behind the lens anymore. Floraful's CEO scrambled to fix the mess, even doubling the cash prize. It was enough to pay for Regina's surgery, and maybe open a few new doors for me too.
I got a scholarship to the Bernbart Journalism Institute. I was thinking you could, maybe you could apply too? Because, every writer needs a good photographer, right?
When I got home, the last thing I expected to see was the school newspaper framed on my dad's desk, next to a cup of cold coffee and a spreadsheet, like it had always belonged there.
That one, that's your photo, right?
Yeah. He nodded, like he didn't trust his own voice. Then he added,
I didn't know you had that kind of eye. Your mom, she used to see the world like that too.
He didn't say, I'm sorry. He didn't say, I'm proud. But he left the frame right there, and that was enough, for now.
I'm not sure how you noticed all that.
I don't know, Dad. I guess it's just called being real. Hi, I'm Summer, and I'm a famous blogger. Please like and subscribe. I was born to a rich, single mother who owned a successful chain of hotels. Growing up, we were constantly knocking heads. She wanted me to eventually take over the family business, but I was obsessed with fashion. I launched my YouTube channel at 15, and in 3 years, I became a popular fashion influencer with over 500,000 subscribers. But Mom still wasn't convinced. One night, as I was getting ready for a yacht party, Mom came into my room with my acceptance letter to a top fashion college in France. What's this? Not now, Mom. I don't care, Summer. Quit playing around and focus on a real career instead of some foolish dream. I'm not paying for this. I don't need your money. I need you to start taking me seriously and understand that I want to do this. Why couldn't she just support my dreams? I was so relieved to see my boyfriend Charlie at the party. But 5 minutes into the event, he dragged me into a corner. Listen, babe, I don't think it's working out between us anymore. What? You're breaking up with me? Yep. You're too, basic for me. I just don't feel the sparks anymore. I was basic? He promised me the world just yesterday, and now he was dumping me? I got so furious, I grabbed a tray next to me and shoved it in his face before leaving. That should show him all the sparks he was missing. I'd only gone a few steps when I crashed into a waiter, and the next thing, I was dripping with spaghetti sauce. Are you blind? You ruined my dress. You ran into me, Miss Button Eyes. Now about that dress, go to a dry cleaner. The guy shoved some money into my hands and walked away. What an A-class jerk. Luckily, the yacht hadn't left the dock yet. So before things could get worse, I called my driver and went home. The next morning when I entered school, everyone looked at me with pitying eyes. Great, just what I needed. I felt a little better when my best friend/manager Dove showed up with my favorite coffee. OMG, girl, this must be such a shock. How are you feeling? I've been better. Poor baby. I can't imagine. Dumping you for Harriet? That's harsh. Harriet? As in my arch nemesis, Harriet? She and I never got along, and when she copied my ideas for her YouTube channel, I knew she was a good-for-nothing witch. I spotted her minutes later, ready to give her a piece of my mind. First my ideas, and now my boyfriend? Is anything about you original? It's not my fault that Charlie would rather be with me. And it's only a matter of time before I take your sponsors too. And then, all your followers. Dream on. Charlie's an idiot, so you kinda did me a favor. And my sponsors won't leave me. I have them wrapped around my fingers, and my followers practically kiss the ground I walk on. Of course, I didn't mean a word I said. It was only to piss off Harriet. Besides, I was focused on building my college fund since Mom refused to pay for it. I had my savings, and soon I'd have enough to put me through with my new sponsorship. But the very next morning, my world exploded. Someone had hacked into my account and posted my conversation with Harriet. I quickly deleted it, but the damage was done. I was getting hate comments, and my followers were dropping by the second. Just then, Dove rushed in. I just got a call from 3 sponsors saying they're canceling their contracts with you. Told you this fashion stuff is stupid. Now, if you're done goofing around, can we decide seriously about college? No way. I'm gonna turn this around. You better, or you'll do as I say. This is your last chance. That's not fair. But Mom was already headed out the door. What a mess. I was pretty sure Harriet was behind this, so I rushed to the school to confront her, But just as I crossed the school field, I tripped and someone caught me just in time.
We meet again.
He was the waiter from that night. You! Ever since I met you, my life's been a mess.
Don't blame me for your troubles, princess. Now, if you're done being blind for the day, could you move? You're spoiling the view.
I looked over to see that he was busy painting a trash can? That dumpster is your view? He rolled his eyes and put on his headphones, completely ignoring me. Ugh, such a bozo. I continued on my way, and minutes later, I spotted Harriet in the cafeteria with Charlie. Tell me you had nothing to do with that stupid video. Oh, but I did. Besides being a fashion icon, I also happen to be a genius hacker. Why would you stoop this low? You called my baby an idiot. I had to do something. I wasn't kidding when I said that. I made Charlie popular. Strip all that attitude away, and he's nothing but a guy with an IQ of a tree. I can easily get another boyfriend anytime I want. Fine, prove it. Prom's in 2 weeks. If you find a date before that, I'll eat my words, take responsibility for the video, and say I made it all up. That should get your sponsors back. Deal? And why would I trust you when all you've done is lie and steal? Suddenly, Harriet climbed onto the table. Everyone, I have a confession. I went behind her back to steal her ideas. I'm sorry. Summer, you're the fashion queen. What the heck was that? Proof that I'll keep my word. I didn't want any bet with Harriet, but doing this was the only way to get her off my back and get my sponsors. Deal. The next guy who walks into that door will be my new boyfriend. I prayed someone hot would come through the door, but I almost fainted when I saw who it was. Oh, God, no. The weird painter-waiter guy. I've already won. We'll see. I went to find Dove and told her everything. Even though she thought I was crazy, she agreed to help me. Dove was the student body president, so she could get me all the information I needed on him. His name is Martin. He transferred to our school last year and runs the school's art club. Perfect. That's where I'll start. But you know nothing about art. Of course I do. Makeup's art too. I decided to put my plan into motion by visiting Martin's art club. It was just him and 2 other guys staring at me like I was a piece of cake.
Lost your way, princess?
Call me Summer, and I'm here for my art class. Wow, did you paint that? It's amazing.
It's a dot.
It's the prettiest dot I've ever seen.
Why are you really here?
Fine. I was looking for you.
Why?
I want you to go out on a date with me. The boys in the room fell silent.
I know you think we're all pathetic, so please go and bug someone else with your jokes. I'm not interested.
Before I could say anything, he just packed his stuff and stormed off. So rude. I'm available. Ugh, as if. Later that day, Dove and I spent hours planning my next move. Just follow him around. You'll find something that you could use. I took her advice, and later when I saw him leaving the school, I followed him. I saw him park his bike near a cafe. I got down and peeked from the window to see him hugging a girl my age. Was he already dating someone? This could ruin my whole plan. I saw her leave for the bathroom and went in.
You know, stalking is illegal in all 50 states.
What? I'm just here for some coffee. That's not illegal, right? I'll have a latte, please. Martin made a face and left me to get my order. Just then, the same girl he was hugging approached me. She said she was a huge fan and wanted to say hi. Her name was Jane, and she was Martin's younger sister. Oh, thank God. As we chatted, I realized how different the 2 siblings were. She was so sweet and nothing like her sour brother. Their father was a sailor and was often away, so they lived with their grandmother and helped her run the coffee shop.
Don't you have work to do, Jane? And you, here's your order. Take it and go, won't you?
Slow down, tough guy. We're having a conversation. I'll pay for her time.
Unlike you, some of us have to work to get money.
I work hard too, you know. It's not easy to follow your dreams when... forget it. I just turned and left. I wasn't going to allow him to talk down to me. I'd only taken a few steps when I remembered I had to make him date me to win that stupid bet. Ugh. Just then, Martin caught up with me.
Hey, I'm sorry. That was uncalled for.
So does that mean you'll go out with me?
Why? You haven't noticed me in a year. So why now?
Because I find you interesting. Think of this as an apology for not noticing you.
Since you won't leave me alone, fine, but I'll pick the place.
Deal. We exchanged numbers, and I left feeling proud of myself. Soon after, Martin texted me the address and asked me to come there at 6 a.m. sharp. Who wakes up that early on the weekend? But I had no choice, so I arrived 5 minutes early at some random dock. Suddenly, I spotted him working on one of the boats, shirtless, with the abs of a Greek god. Yummy crackerjackers.
You're early.
Yeah, so what's the plan? He reached his arm out to help me into the boat. As soon as I took one step, I stumbled, and Martin pulled me close to keep me from falling.
You wanted a date, right? So let's take you on one.
On a boat? They're kinda unlucky for me.
So you're backing out, scaredy cat?
Scaredy cat my butt. Let's do this, sailor boy. Martin smirked at me as we untied the boat and set out onto the water. So you're a painter, sailor, waiter, anything else I should know?
You ask too many questions.
You never ask any.
What do you want to know?
You paint all the time, but no one has ever seen any of your finished stuff. Why's that?
I paint to escape the world, but I don't think I'm ready for people to see it. It's my passion, not my career.
Why not? If you're good at it, it should be your career too.
Not everyone has your confidence, fashion queen.
So, you've seen my videos, huh?
I have a sister, remember?
We laughed and talked more before he dropped me back. That entire night, I couldn't wait to go to school and see him again. He was nothing like I'd imagined. Soon after, Martin and I were always together. We would talk for hours, and once, he even agreed to paint me for one of my videos. My followers couldn't get enough of him. Is he your new boyfriend? He's so much cuter than Charlie. I didn't confirm the rumors, but my numbers were rising, and Harriet was not looking happy. A few days later, we had an art exhibition in our hotel, and I invited Martin. I was over the moon when he agreed, but when I saw him, I was blown away. Wow, you clean up well?
Even nerds can look good. And you?
I know. I showed him around, and we were having a great time, till Mom interrupted. The Dean of Yale is here. Go meet him and be nice. Can't, Mom. I'm in the middle of a conversation. Mom gave me a stern look, but I took Martin's hand and walked into the garden.
What was that about?
Nothing. Just Mom being Mom. She wants me to take over the family business, but I have no interest in it. My YouTube channel means everything to me. It's what I'm good at. I'm not giving up.
I think you're brave.
Suddenly, I felt Martin's hand in mine, and my heart started racing.
Let's get out of here.
Where are we going?
You'll see.
In a couple of minutes, we were parked outside his cafe. He closed my eyes and led me inside. Are you planning on kidnapping me? Another side passion?
Just wait for it. You're the first person who's ever come down here, after my mom.
I opened my eyes to a room full of phenomenal paintings. You did these? They're amazing. People should know how talented you are. You should do an exhibition. I'll talk to my mom.
Right now, all I wanted was for you to see them. I never thought I'd say this, but Summer, I like you.
I felt my stomach doing wild spins as Martin bent down to kiss me. But just then, I snapped out of it and pulled away. I gotta go.
Wait, did I say something wrong?
No, you didn't. It's just late. I'll see you in school. Bye. I ran as fast as I could to get away from him. I was head over heels in love with this guy, and he was perfect. But I was lying to him, and that was wrong. I told Dove about what had happened the next day. You have to talk to him and explain the situation. I'm sure he'll understand that you made a bet to save your channel. What if he doesn't? It'll break his heart. He needs to know the truth, Summer. Dove was right, and I had to do it right away. As I walked into the cafeteria later looking for him, I found Martin on his knees with a banner, asking me out to prom. Martin, there's something I need to... Oh my God, Summer, that's so cute. I turned around to see Harriet walking in our direction. Go away, Harriet. What's your name? Sharton? No. Farton? Oh, I remember. Martin, right? Congratulations, dude. Your girlfriend just won a bet. Shut up, moron.
Am I missing something?
You don't know. Your girlfriend here just placed a bet that she could make anyone her boyfriend. And well, you just ended up being the random dude she picked. Don't you feel special? Don't listen to her. She's just an idiot. Oh, but I'm smarter than you think. Harriet pulled out her phone and played an audio clip of me and Dove talking about how I'd made a bet to save the channel.
So, I was a bet? I thought you actually liked me. I should have known. This was too good to be true.
Wait, I can explain. I felt my heart crush as he stormed off furiously. I tried to call out to him, but he ignored me completely. Well, that was embarrassing. But a bet's a bet, and I'm a lady of my word. I'll tell everyone I'm a genius hacker and I was behind the video. I felt like I didn't even care. All I cared about was losing Martin. Harriet actually kept her side of the bet and I got almost all of my sponsors back, but nothing made me happy anymore. I even planned on skipping prom, but Dove forced me to get dressed. Just then, Mom walked in.
So, guess you got your sponsors back, but
Not the right time, Mom.
I just came here to tell you I'll pay for your fashion school. You've worked hard and you deserve a shot. Let's see how good you are.
I couldn't believe my ears, and I realized that if I could change her mind, I could do the same for Martin. All I needed was a chance to make him hear my side of the story. I hugged Mom tight and rushed to his cafe, but it was closed. I called his house, and his grandmother told me that his father had shown up and they were leaving for a sailing trip for a year. It'd be too late by then. I rushed to the docks and was just in time. Wait, you can't take that. That's my portrait.
I made it, so it's mine. What are you even doing here? Don't you have a prom to get to?
Not without my date.
Too bad. You should have thought about that before lying to me.
I know, but I was afraid to lose you. I thought it mattered what people said, but after meeting you, I only cared about how you felt. I'm sorry, I was stupid, but I love you, Martin.
You really mean it?
Of course. I love you, you weird waiter painter guy.
Then I guess I'll stay.
He pulled me in for a kiss, and it was worth the wait. Hi, I'm Evelyn from Florida. Please like and subscribe. 12 years into their marriage, my parents had given up hope of having a kid when suddenly I came along. I was their picture-perfect miracle baby with Mom's auburn hair and Dad's green eyes. People fawned over my looks, and my parents marveled over my brains as I crossed milestones faster than other kids my age. Except as I was growing older, my parents started noticing that I wasn't really like other kids. I didn't want to play with them and preferred to be alone. I was obsessed with taking apart machines and building Legos and puzzles. I couldn't move until I was done with something I'd started. Well, you could try to move me and then live to regret it. Once when I was 5, my parents and I flew over to Paris for a holiday. On our first night, as Mom unpacked my clothes, I noticed something was missing. Where are my purple socks? The ones with the dinosaurs?
At home, I guess. But I packed other socks, sweetie.
But they're not the purple ones. I want the purple socks with the dinosaurs. I drove my parents bonkers the whole night and the next day. I want my purple socks. I want my purple socks. Why are you looking at this ugly lady? I want my purple socks with the dinosaurs. I threw myself on the floor and screamed as everyone in the museum stared at us, and my parents carried me out. And that evening, we took a flight back to Florida, and I slept like a baby with my purple socks on. My parents thought I'd get better in school, but things just got worse. I didn't like sharing my things or having anyone touch them, and when other kids realized that, they only teased me more. But once in 2nd grade, the teacher announced we were going to the zoo, and I lost it. It's not on the timetable. See? Where does it say trip to the zoo? We're supposed to have a math lesson. I'm not going. Everyone will stay here and we'll study math. I refused to move from my seat as everyone laughed. Why are you such a big baby? Go back to kindergarten. Grow up, weirdo. But my teacher said I didn't have to go to the zoo and called my parents in. Later that day, they took me to the doctor, and after a series of tests, I was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome.
What does that mean? It means that Evelyn processes information differently than other people, and changes are especially hard for her. But I can teach her ways to manage her emotions better.
I wasn't entirely sure what the doctor meant, but I knew one thing. I wasn't like everybody else, and I just didn't fit in. Once in 6th grade, I was having lunch at my usual spot outside when I noticed an older boy bugging this new girl in my class, Alyssa. It looked like he was stealing her lunch money, and I couldn't just sit and watch. Hello, can you stop bothering Alyssa, please? Otherwise, I'll have to report you to the principal, and you'll get detention.
Oh, I'm scared. I'm shaking in my boots.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you that much. Wait, is that a mole on your hand?
Yeah? What's it to you?
I recently read about moles in a medical journal, and you should get that checked out by a doctor. Let me take a closer look.
No, back off, loser.
Please, I need to look at it. You could be really sick or dying. I'm just trying to help. Let me see it. I'm trying to save your life.
Oh my God, you're mental.
The boy ran off looking freaked out, and Alyssa was laughing like crazy. That was hilarious. You're funny. What's your name? Evelyn? And I wasn't trying to be funny. Well, I think you're a hoot, Evelyn. And thanks for scaring my idiot brother off. Actually, I stole his lunch money, and he was just trying to get it back. Let's go get some donuts, shall we? And that's how I made my first friend ever. And Alyssa was soon one of the popular kids. She was pretty and outgoing, and for some reason, she'd taken a liking to me. And when she invited me over to her birthday slumber party, I was over the moon. I picked out a model train set for her, and I couldn't wait to assemble it. Sweetie, maybe Alyssa will want to eat cake and play games first, so you'll have to be patient. Take a few deep breaths and count to 10 to calm down. Okay, fine. I'm just really excited.
And that's okay, but it's Alyssa's party, so you have to let things go her way.
I was able to keep my excitement in check and focus on having fun with Alyssa and the other kids, and it felt nice. Alyssa was my entry into any kind of social circle, and even though I knew other people still found me weird, she always had my back. In 9th grade, I got selected for a spot at a science summer camp for young geniuses. I was away learning all sorts of cool new things and came back home a week after school had started. I'd missed Alyssa, and I was so excited to see her. Except the next day, I couldn't find her anywhere. I stopped a girl from class to ask where she was, when suddenly I heard Alyssa laugh. You dummy, you've walked right past me, twice. I just hadn't recognized her. She'd dyed her hair and was wearing bright red lipstick, and her clothes were weird. What happened to you? You don't look good. You know how we've talked about you being too blunt at times? You still need to work on that. But I have to be honest, you don't look like yourself. I know you don't like change, but it's good sometimes. Come on, I want you to meet some new friends. It turned out that 2 famous boy band singers, Jamie and Lyle, had joined our school, and Alyssa was suddenly BFFs with them. And now I had to hang out with these pop stars, and all the girls were dying to get close to them. Lyle joined the football team and got busy with practice, but Alyssa started inviting Jamie everywhere with us, and I didn't like it. He was always bragging about his tours and his fans and his bestseller albums. It was so annoying. Wow, that's so cool. Don't you think so, Evelyn? Not really. I think their music kind of sucks.
Well, I think your mom's cooking kind of sucks.
What? You've tasted my mom's cooking? When?
It was a joke.
Oh, Evelyn doesn't get jokes. I get jokes. That just wasn't a joke. The definition of a joke is a funny statement, like this joke I made up. Why is it bad to trust atoms? Because they make up everything. I giggled so hard I nearly fell off my chair, and Jamie looked amused.
Funny girl. Back to me now. No one's ever told me they don't like my music, especially teenage girls. Why don't you like it?
You have a good voice, but you don't really talk about real deep stuff. It's all about parties and dancing and silly nonsense. If I had the power to reach as many people as you do, I'd say something more meaningful. Jamie looked a bit taken aback, but then he smiled.
Thanks for being honest, Evelyn.
It took me some time getting used to Jamie, but weirdly enough, I did. He wasn't as dumb as he sounded in his songs. He was even curious about the project I was working on for the National Science Fair, which Alyssa hadn't asked about once. My dad's a smoker, and I hate it. So I decided to make this machine which converts the hydrogen cyanide in cigarette smoke to hydrogen sulfide, which stinks like really bad farts. The smell immediately disappears once the cigarette is put out. I'll make smaller versions of the machine which you can hide in every room, and the smoker can't find them. They'll just have to put out their cigarettes to stop the smell.
I never thought I'd find a girl talking about farts so fascinating. That's a clever invention. And you're pretty cool, Evelyn.
I couldn't help feeling pleased. No one ever called me cool before. But Lyle was a pain in the butt. Whenever he hung out with us, he made robot impressions while talking to me, which he found hilarious. And he was so bossy with Jamie and dismissed all his ideas about their songs or videos. Once when the 4 of us were getting smoothies, Jamie gave Lyle a song he wrote that was different from their usual style. Lyle read it, crumpled the paper, and threw it away.
Save this lame saving the world poetry for your philosophy class, Jamie. We sell pop music and no one will listen to this trash.
I hated seeing Jamie look so hurt. Jamie, I think you should release a solo album. you're a much more talented songwriter than Lyle, and even your voice is 100 times better. He's just holding you back.
Excuse me? You have no idea what you're talking about, so butt out.
Evelyn, I'm sure Jamie doesn't need career advice from you, and you were super rude to Lyle. Jamie wouldn't look up from the ground, and I felt angry. Alyssa grabbed my hand and we left. When we were far enough, she turned to me. You don't always have to say exactly what you're thinking. What are you trying to do? Break up their band? Jamie and Lyle are famous. Their music is popular, and being friends with them makes us popular. Also, I'm kinda dating Lyle, so can't you just be normal for once? You always made me feel like I was normal, but you've changed now, Alyssa. Well, I've always been different, and that's okay with me, especially if it means I don't have to like stupid pop music just because everyone else does. I was so angry I wanted to scream, but I took deep breaths and counted to 10. By the time I got home, I felt a bit better, but when Mom asked me how my day was, I told her everything.
Oh, honey, I'm so sorry, but you guys will make it up, I'm sure of it.
Except that we didn't. It stung that neither Jamie and Alyssa tried talking to me, and I didn't either. I kept myself busy with my project, and a month later, Jamie and Lyle released their new single. It hurt my ears listening to it, but all the girls at school went crazy for them, and they'd even perform the song in the cafeteria at lunch. One afternoon, I was putting the finishing touches to my machine in the science lab when I felt tired and took a short nap. Suddenly, I heard something next to my ear and woke up startled, knocking my head straight into someone's face. Ow! Gosh, I'm so sorry. Oh, it's just you. It's all right then.
I think you broke my nose.
Why was your nose so close to my head?
I was just checking if you were alive.
Well, I'm alive. Thank you very much. You can leave now.
My nose is bleeding. Can you help me here?
I gave Jamie some tissues and held an ice pack on his nose.
So, what do you think of the new song?
I already told you. Your music stinks. You sound like an auto-tuned robot, and your words are still shallow.
Well, the whole world disagrees with you. We're #1 on the charts, and we're going on tour in a few months.
Then why do you care what I think?
I don't know. I just care. Look, I'm really sorry that I've been ignoring you because of Lyle, but the truth is, I've missed you, and the things you say matter to me, and your eyes are really green up close.
I had no idea why, but my stomach was doing something really weird. Then why don't you just take my advice and become a solo artist?
It's not that easy. I know I'm more talented, but recording songs takes money, which Lyle has. That's why he makes all the decisions. But I have been thinking about quitting the band.
Just then Lyle barged in with Alyssa behind him.
I knew I'd find you here. And I am so sick of you putting stupid ideas in his head, Evelyn. You don't know anything about the music industry or the real world.
And suddenly, he took a swipe at my model and sent it crashing to the floor. No!
What the heck, man? Are you crazy? Why don't you just worry about fixing your dumb machine and leave the music to us, Wally?
I felt rage bubbling inside, and I just leapt forward and punched Lyle's face. Then I ran off as fast as I could. I cried for hours over my project. The science fair was next week. My parents were fuming at Lyle and trying to console me when the doorbell rang. It was Alyssa and Jamie with my broken machine. Evelyn, I am so sorry. I knew Lyle wasn't nice to you, and I should have stood up for you earlier. I got so caught up with being popular, and I've been a horrible friend. Please, forgive me. I was just so glad to have her back that I hugged her tight. She and Jamie promised to work day and night by my side to help me fix my machine, and I felt together we could really do it. The next morning, my parents and I were called into the principal's office. Lyle's parents kicked up a huge fuss and wanted me to apologize, which made my parents even madder.
He broke our daughter's project. Do you have any idea how important that is?
She broke our son's face. That's the source of his livelihood. We want this girl expelled. You know who we are, right?
Why don't both parties apologize and we end this?
I can't apologize to Lyle because I'm not sorry at all. My entire life, people have mocked me one way or the other. They think I don't understand their jokes or the looks and whispers they exchange, and I always act like I don't. But punching Lyle was the first time I really stood up for myself, and I'm never gonna take that back. The principal checked the CCTV footage in the science lab, and it was clear that Lyle had wrecked my project first for no reason, and he was expelled. And a week later, Jamie and Alyssa were cheering for me the loudest when I won first prize at the science fair.
I'm so proud of you, Evelyn. And you were not kidding about how bad that fart smell is.
It definitely got my dad to quit smoking.
That's amazing. Also, I quit the band, obviously. I can't work with that jerk anymore. Time to go solo. But you'll help me with my songs, right?
Of course. What are you going to write about first?
A girl who's gonna save the world. One crazy idea at a time.
You're talking about me, right? Hey guys, Casey here again. Today, I'll give you a glimpse into my past and show you why my feelings toward my birth mom and stepmom are the way they are. Don't forget to like and subscribe. My parents got divorced when I was just 5, and I've always lived with my stepmom Polly and my dad in a huge mansion. Since Polly was a successful fashion designer, she had an elegant taste. And my mom, well, let's just say she has a flair for the dramatic. Once when I was 6, I was at the school talent show and Polly was putting some final touches onto my costume.
You look fantastic. Oh, this is gonna be so much fun.
Oh, thanks. I hope so. I love our teamwork. Just then, Mom burst in wearing a ridiculous peacock dress with a colorful tail that kept getting in her way and knocking over objects.
Oh, hi there. Your outfit is, noticeable. Oh, yes, I know. I'm going to sing opera, but I'm afraid people might faint because they might not be able to handle how amazing my voice is. The judges won't be able to resist my stunning outfit.
It's not a competition, Mom, but Mom just walked off onto the stage and started singing. She was an opera singer before her marriage, and she did have an incredible voice, but 5 seconds into her performance, she did a ridiculous dance move, tripped over her costume, and ripped it apart, revealing her polka-dotted underwear. Polly rushed over to help Mom.
Oh dear, that's really unfortunate, but it could happen to anyone. Here, let me help you fix that. Oh, you think this can be fixed? If this happened to you, you'd be crying like a baby. Get your hands off me, you stupid woman.
Everyone in the crowd was laughing at Mom, and I felt humiliated, and the incident really affected me, because just 2 days later, I ended up picking a fight with some kids and landed in the principal's office.
Casey, I'm really disappointed about the fight today, which is why I've called your mom and stepmom to discuss this.
That's it? So kids fight all the time. Why are we wasting our time here?
He's the principal. Let him talk. We take any form of aggression very seriously in this school. Can you tell us what happened, Casey?
I got angry at a few kids for making fun of my mom, so I hid their lunches.
Atta girl. Serves them right for mocking me in my gorgeous outfit. In fact, let me teach them a lesson.
With that, Mom left the office and went running to the cafeteria and started screaming.
You think my costume is funny? Have you seen the way you guys dress up? I should be laughing at you, because your sense of fashion is a joke.
The kids stared in shock, and some of them even started crying.
You'd be so lucky if you got to wear outfits as magnificent as mine. If I hear you've mocked me again, I'll make sure you're only allowed to wear polka dot socks for the rest of the year.
Well, that's one way to handle it.
The principal called security, who took Mom out, while Polly apologized on her behalf. Honestly, I was getting tired of Mom's behavior. She was crazy and embarrassing. I even started making excuses to visit her less often. I loved hanging out with Polly because she was so much more intelligent and sophisticated. Once in 7th grade, I was supposed to visit Mom, but I lied that I was busy working on a school project. Polly and Dad had to go somewhere and they couldn't find a babysitter. I knew Polly would never invite Mom to stay with me, so I had the place to myself, and I loved it. But an hour after they left, I got hungry and decided to cook something. I had no idea what I was doing and ended up spilling boiling water all over myself. I cried till I passed out.
What kind of circus are you running here? You were supposed to be watching her. Unbelievable.
We didn't know she'd be cooking while we were out. It was an accident.
Let's focus on Casey's well-being now.
You two couldn't take care of a cactus, let alone a child. I'm going to tell everyone about this.
Casey is doing fine. The burn is major, though. Her arms and legs are really hurt, and she'll need some weeks to recover.
Great. Can we see her now?
Of course.
Not you. You've done enough, you dumb witch.
Mom burst into my room, threw herself on my bed, and started crying like a hyena. That entire week as I recovered, Mom constantly fought with Polly until Dad decided it was better for Polly not to visit me at all. But that wasn't half as scary as the day I found out that Mom had filed a custody case over the burning episode, and worse, she'd won it. Suddenly, I had to live with Mom instead of Dad and Polly. and it was really tough on all of us. Especially me, because now I had to deal with her constant craziness. So when they invited me over to dinner one day, I was over the moon. It was their anniversary, and I wanted to look my best, but my scars were still fresh. So even though it was pretty hot, I chose a long-sleeved outfit. Just as I was ready to leave, Mom walked into my room.
You're wearing that in this heat? You must be boiling.
I feel fine in it, don't worry.
Fine, suit yourself. But don't blame me if you're uncomfortable all night.
Feeling fairly confident, I arrived at Dad's place and Polly immediately pulled me into a hug. And she didn't comment on my outfit even once. I won't lie, it was uncomfortable to wear full sleeves. And even kids at school gave me crazy looks for dressing up like that. But some of them were nice. I even made some new friends, but there was no one I was really close to. I think God heard me whining because one day after school, I walked into Mom's apartment to find a boy on the couch playing with some toys. Mom, who's this?
Oh, right. I forgot to tell you. This is your half-brother, Ethan. His dad had custody, but he's been really sick lately. He's asked me to take care of Ethan for a while.
My what? You're my sister? I'm so happy to see you. He hugged me, but I just stood there dumbfounded. I had a half-brother, and Mom kept it from me all this time? Mom, how could you not tell me about this before? Does Dad know? Mom, I'm talking to you. Get off your freaking phone.
Oh my God. Do I have to tell you everything? You know now. Anyway, I'm tired. You two get to know each other.
After the initial shock subsided, I realized it wasn't Ethan's fault that Mom had kept him a secret from me. Having him around actually brought some unexpected joy into our home. One day, Ethan and I were in the living room playing a game where we had to act out random scenarios. All right, let's see your best chicken moves. He got up and started doing the most awkward, hilarious chicken dance I had ever seen. I couldn't stop laughing. We were having a great time, and then Mom walked in.
What is all that noise?
Just a little chicken action, Mom. Want to join? Mom was hesitant for a moment, then decided to give it a try. She started flapping her arms and attempted a few clumsy dance moves, but suddenly she lost her balance and fell, hitting her head on the coffee table. Mom, are you okay? We rushed to help her up, and after a visit to the doctor, it turned out she had a mild concussion and needed to rest for a week. Ethan and I spent the week bonding over board games, movies, and even more silly dance sessions. Living with Dad was kinda tough. He's always busy, and I've had to move schools a lot. That sounds hard, Ethan. Yeah, but I've always admired you. I wished I could be part of your life. Dad once told me about you, actually, and I made a secret account on Instagram and started following you. Aw, I wish I'd known about you earlier, but I'm so glad you're here now. From then, our bond grew stronger, and it really felt like we were becoming a family. That is, till one day, Mom decided we needed family bonding time, so she planned a trip to the beach. Despite the heat, I was wearing long pants and a light jacket. I could feel stares from other people at the beach, but I didn't care. My scars were my business, and no one else's. But when Dad and Polly showed up, Mom lost it.
Who invited you? What are you doing here?
I did. They're part of my life too, and I want them here.
This is unbelievable. You always find a way to ruin everything.
No, Mom. You're the one who's always causing drama. For once, can't we all just enjoy a day at the beach? Despite my best efforts, Mom refused and continued to throw a tantrum. Eventually, Dad, Polly, and Ethan and I decided to leave her on the beach and enjoy the day on our own. A few hours later, when Ethan and I got home, we found the apartment turned into a weird tribute to Mom's opera career. Everything was covered with her performance posters, reviews, costumes, and props, and Mom was sitting there in another ridiculous outfit. Why was she always so attention-seeking?
Ah, you're back. I hope you had a great day at the beach with your little family.
What's all this, Mom?
It's a reminder of who I am, who the real star of this family is. You think you can just live your life without recognizing my greatness? Think again.
Just then, I caught Ethan's eye, and we both burst out laughing at the absurdity at the scene. But Mom wasn't the least bit amused. She started singing and wouldn't stop for hours. And finally, Ethan called Dad to come and take us, and we both left with him. We stayed at Dad's for a few weeks, and Mom tried contacting me several times, but I never responded. I was done with her craziness. As months went by, life seemed to get back to normal with Polly and Dad, and I was happy. Then one day, I received a mysterious Instagram message from an account with no profile picture asking me to meet them. The person was claiming claiming to be some long-lost sibling of mine. I thought it was a prank, but the person kept sending messages and begging for a chance to talk. So, after talking it over with Polly and Dad, I decided to give it a shot. What did I have to lose, right? I arranged to meet the anonymous person at the cafe, and even Polly and Ethan came along. We were nervous, but curious. When I finally saw who it was, my mind went blank. It was a girl, and she looked so much like me and Ethan. Hi, I'm Alex. I know this sounds crazy, but I think we're siblings. You too? How are we just hearing about you? Our mom didn't want me to have any contact with you. I've been living with my dad and stepmom, and I only recently did some digging and found out about you guys. I've been looking for you two for a while now. My dad told me too that it's Mom who didn't want me to know about you, Casey. You know what, guys? We're gonna talk to her right now. Come with me. With that, we took off for Mom's place to confront her. When we got there, she was shocked to see all her kids in one place, and then she started crying like a banshee. I tried to make her calm and sat her down. Mom, just tell us why.
You already know why, Casey. I clearly have some issues and can't take care of 3 children. I'm getting therapy, I swear, and it's not even the first time. I just didn't want my kids growing up with some weird, embarrassing psycho mom, and I knew they had nice families. Ethan lived with his dad, and Alex too. I wasn't around, but I always knew how my kids were doing.
But you clearly chose to raise Casey and be a part of her life. She had a better life knowing who her real mom is.
Oh, honey, what better life? She's the miserable one dealing with a crazy mom like me. She's my oldest, and it was hard to be away from her. But with you two, I had more courage and more people to support my decision. What I did is unforgivable, and I hope you understand me.
We were all speechless, and Ethan was crying. Alex looked like she would burst into tears any moment too, but Mom looked worse. You should have just told us, Mom. It would have been nice to know my siblings.
I'm so sorry, but I'll try to make it up to you all. Speaking of which, I found a really good skin doctor, Casey, and he said he can fix your arms and legs so you can finally wear some decent clothes. Polly can help you. We all burst into laughter while still in tears. That was Mom for us. We decided to put everything behind us and give Mom a chance. It was a hard decision, but with our parents' love and support, we had hope for a better future. Finally, I had the beach house all to myself for an entire month. A summer of sunbathing, parties with friends, and bonfires on the beach was headed my way. I couldn't wait, and the best part, a break from my dad's annoying rules. Hi everyone, I'm Taylor, the girl who has it all. Everyone knows my name, teachers love me, and I live in the sweetest oceanside mansion on this side of the panhandle. Everything was falling into place. I'd just finished my senior year. I got accepted into my dream college, and I had a killer party planned at the end of the week. Life was great, but my summer dreams shattered like a mirror when I saw a familiar face jump out of a moving truck next door. Before I continue, please like and subscribe. What is she doing here? I ducked behind the railing and peered over at a preppy-looking girl walking toward the neighboring house. Her hair clip stuck out like a sore thumb.
Whoa, that's Heather Lanigan. I haven't seen her since...
Shut up, Troy. She'll hear us. My annoying little brother almost gave us away. Thankfully, I pulled him out of sight just in time.
Weren't you guys like best friends or something? Why are you being so sketchy?
I glared at my brother and crept inside as fast as I could, watching from the tilted blinds. Heather and I went way back, but she moved away when we were 12 and took all her insane drama with her. We used to be friends until she started making my life a living nightmare. More on that later. All week, I was forced to sneak around from room to room to stay out of sight, like I was a burglar in my own house. This was not how I wanted to start my summer vacation. Before I knew it, it was the day of my party. I didn't even realize the DJ had arrived to set up his equipment until the doorbell shocked me out of my trance. The guests started showing up, and I wasn't even dressed yet. I threw on the cutest dress in my closet and raced downstairs. Oof, straight into my boyfriend, James.
Careful, babe. What's the rush?
Sorry, I'm just a little on edge. My arch nemesis moved in next door a few days ago, and I'm pretty sure she's plotting my demise.
You mean the tiny little girl on the swing over there?
Sure enough, Heather was outside swinging innocently with a lollipop in her mouth like Lord Voldemort with pigtails. I didn't buy her act for a second. Don't let her size fool you.
Okay. Should we go dance?
Yeah. The music kicked on, and I finally let my guard down. We danced and sang karaoke all night long, having an absolute blast. At one point, I looked out the window again and saw Heather, still alone on the swing set. Maybe I'd been too judgy. I was almost tempted to invite her to the party, when suddenly I heard gasps behind me.
Watch out!
I spun around and stared just as a light snapped off the railing above. James dove and pushed me out of the way just in time. When I looked back out the window, Heather was gone. I tried to act like it was no big deal. Just a little accident, moment, everyone. No need to stop dancing. But the truth is, I was shaken up. Did Heather do this? Even if she did, I knew there was no way anyone would believe me. After all, no one did the first time she tried to ruin my life. So, about that. Growing up, Heather and I were best friends. We loved all the same things. Fashion, parties, the beach, obviously the beach. But we were also straight-A students and in all the school clubs. My dad wouldn't let me do anything without adult supervision, so I used to always drag my mom to our hang sessions because she was less strict. And Heather would bring her dad since he'd recently sold his company for like $1 billion and suddenly had a bunch of free time. Then one day, Heather's dad left. Not long after, my parents got divorced too. Heather's dad moved to Europe to start a new business, and my mom moved to the rainforest to find herself. Guessing all she found was bug bites and poor cell service. It was one more thing Heather and I had in common, except not fun like the others. But instead of bringing us closer together, Heather changed. She stopped answering my calls, started playing cruel pranks on me, and even spread a rumor at school that I peed myself. Pro tip, do not drink lemonade with white pants. Learn from my mistakes, people. One day, she started telling everyone I'd ruined her life. And when I stuck up for myself, Heather turned on the waterworks and no one believed me. I understood her being sad. I was sad too, but I couldn't understand why Heather suddenly hated me. Eventually, Heather and her mom moved away. By then, I was honestly relieved to see her go. At least I'd be safe from her pranks. And I was, for a while. But now, she's back. Over the next few weeks, my brand new car broke down. I lost my entire makeup bag in a thunderstorm, and James even started ditching me. This wasn't a coincidence. Heather was ruining my life all over again. I knew I needed proof this time, so I watched Heather like a hawk. One day, James came over to pick me up for a date and found me doing surveillance.
Babe, she hasn't said a word to you. You're being paranoid.
That's what she wants you to think.
Ooh, scary. Watch out for the big bad she-wolf.
I considered dumping my mocha latte on James's head, but decided to be mature and punch him in the arm instead. Also, this latte was way too good to waste. Mocha. I headed out, not waiting for James. I took one step off my porch when suddenly a tidal wave of bright blue paint rained down from above, covering me from head to toe. Still think I'm paranoid?
Didn't your dad have the house repainted before he left? The painters probably forgot the cans.
You live in a dream world of lies and unicorns. I quickly rinsed off and changed so we could make our reservation on time. I wasn't about to miss out on a meal at the most exclusive restaurant in town just because of the Wicked Witch of the Panhandle. When we arrived, I was so excited. But before we could even walk into the restaurant, the hostess came out and stopped us. I'm sorry, miss, but the entire restaurant has been rented out for the evening. What? We had reservations. Someone came and offered to buy out all of the tables. It's out of my hands. I had a sneaking suspicion I knew who that someone was. Before the hostess could stop me, I barged inside and glared at the center table. There she was, seated and sipping her lemonade with that stupid, innocent smile. Oh, hey, Taylor. My uncle bought the place out for me tonight. Who knew you could do that? It was our first time being face-to-face in 6 years, and I was speechless. You know, I didn't expect to see you here. You seem more like a fast food kind of girl. But you, James, a pretty boy like you can do better than this trash. At least this so-called trash could get a date eating all by yourself. That wiped the smirk right off her face. For a moment, I felt satisfied until Heather flung a mound of mashed potatoes right at me. This is the second dress of mine you've ruined tonight, you little...
Okay, time to go.
Before I could slap that snarky grin off her face, James picked me up and carried me out while I screamed and kicked like a toddler. When I got home, I broke down in tears. All I wanted was to have a fun summer, and Heather had ruined everything. What had I ever done to deserve this? There was a knock at my door, and my little brother Troy came in.
Hey, you okay?
No, Heather was ruining my life again.
Have you tried talking to her? Seems like a better plan than avoiding her forever.
That gave me an idea. You're right. How can I get revenge if I'm always hiding?
I didn't say anything about revenge.
Thanks, Troy. You're a genius. Troy was right. It was time to turn the tables. The next morning, I got up bright and early and headed to Heather's favorite cafe. I had a hunch she'd show up eventually. Sure enough, soon she came in to order. I slipped a note to the barista and hid behind some rando's laptop. Shortly after, the barista put her drink on the counter. Double espresso macchiato for horseface Heather. The entire coffee shop started laughing. Heather turned beet red and then looked right at... Uh-oh. Before I could hide, Heather marched right over and dumped her iced coffee on my head. Did you really think you could hide? I could see the tacky dye job from space. I'll have you know that I'm a natural strawberry blonde. Seriously, my hair got lighter from spending so much time in the sun. It's not a dye job. Okay, so that didn't go quite the way I'd planned. I was seriously gonna have to get a new wardrobe with all the clothes Heather was ruining. Next time, I would be more stealthy. Sadly, summer was coming to an end. end. But the good news is, my university campus was gorgeous. I fell in love in an instant. Even the presence of my arch nemesis couldn't break the spell. On the first day of classes, I had my textbooks, my planner, and a pencil with an adorable pink floofy thing at the end. I was prepared for everything. I noticed a girl was about to sit next to me. Don't even think about it. Sorry, I'm saving it for a friend. Why was I yelling at random students? I'm glad you asked. About an hour ago, I'd paid the janitor to delay Heather on her way to the classroom. That way, when she arrived to class, there would only be one seat left. Earlier that day, I'd gone to a hardware store to buy the strongest glue I could find. See where I'm going with this? Unfortunately, Heather did too. When she came in, I tried to play it cool, but I kept glancing at the chair, and Heather noticed. Then she did something truly evil. Hey, your name's Kiki, right? Would you mind taking this seat? I'm nearsighted, so I like to sit close to the front. As that girl Kiki came over to take the seat, I panicked. Pranking Heather was one thing, but embarrassing this random girl was another. She was about to sit when suddenly I shoved her out of the way and sat there myself. Sorry, I just realized my great-grandmother sat in this seat when she was my age. It's kind of a sentimental thing. You get it. She didn't get it. But whatever. At least I'd saved her from humiliation. Unfortunately, I couldn't say the same for myself. When it was time to leave class, I tried to stand carefully, yet the glue stuck to my jeans and ripped a hole right in my butt. What's wrong? Did you pee your pants again? If I did, this would be the first time. It's hard to come up with a good comeback when there's a giant hole in your pants. All of my pranks were backfiring. Clearly, I needed to make better plans. So this time, I did. I spent all week preparing for the most epic prank ever. I gathered 6 chickens, 25 jars of honey, glitter, and a human-sized net. Don't ask. Then I hid in a bush with my binoculars and waited for Heather to get home.
I see you decided to be mature and talk things out.
Exactly. Thanks, Troy. I am mature. Troy rolled his eyes and went inside. A little while later, I saw headlights approaching, and Heather pulled into the driveway. Everything was ready. Heather was finally going to get a taste of her own medicine. But when she got out of the car, she was on the phone, and I noticed she was crying. You obviously don't care at all. You would have come back by now if you did. Forget it. My hand hesitated on the rope. Heather was in position. All I had to do was pull, and she'd be coughing feathers and glitter for a week. Instead, I approached her. Are you okay? Why do you care? Well, I don't know if you remember, but we used to be friends. Before you ruined my life, you mean? Oh my God, Heather. I have no idea what your problem is with me. We were besties, and then one day you decided to turn me into a boogeyman for no reason. Whatever it is, get over it. I'll never get over it. I'll follow you to the ends of the earth. You'll never know a moment's peace until I have my revenge. Wow, she really was insane. Stripes and polka dots? Also, the whole evil villain speech, that was weird too. Good luck with world domination or whatever, crazy pants. I started to walk away when suddenly I tripped and pulled on the rope to catch my fall. In an instant, I was hit with a cascade of feathers, honey, and glitter. Heather laughed when suddenly the net fell and snatched her up into the air. We both looked totally ridiculous, but at least the prank was a partial success. Was it just me, or was that a smile on Heather's face? Smile or not, Heather had told me she wasn't gonna let this go. I needed to be ready. A few weeks went by with nothing happening. I knew Heather was trying to lure me into a false sense of security. She must be planning something big. There was a big fall festival coming up. Even though I was a total summer girl, I loved the changing leaves, crisp autumn air, and pumpkin candles. I couldn't wait for the festival, and that's why I knew Heather would make her move there to ruin it for me. The day of the festival, I was on high alert.
Babe, why do you keep checking your makeup? You look great.
I'm not checking my makeup. I'm watching my 6. Then I saw her hiding behind the donut stand.
That's it. I've put up with your stupid little games all summer, and clearly you're not growing up anytime soon. I'm breaking up with you. Also, I lied. Your makeup doesn't look great.
You take that back.
Have fun being at the festival all alone, loser.
Hey, pretty boy. James and I turned at the same time. Suddenly, Heather dumped her pumpkin spice latte on his head. He was about to scream when I took my candy apple and jammed it into his mouth. There, definitely an improvement. Agreed. James stalked off furiously, and Heather and I laughed. You stuck up for me. Well, we did used to be friends. Heather, I'm not lying. I really don't know why you started hating me. You really don't? You set your mom up with my dad. He left my mom and moved to the rainforest with your mom. I was shocked. Heather, I didn't even know they were together. I thought your dad was in Europe. And why would you think I set them up? You used to always bring your mom to our play dates and then leave her alone with my dad because she was less strict than my dad. I wasn't playing matchmaker. I was 11. To my surprise, Heather hugged me. I'm sorry. Listen, your brother came to me last night with tears in his eyes. He begged me to stopped. I enjoyed it, but yeah, he was sad. He what? Listen, he's right. I never should have blamed you. It was so hard, and I guess focusing all my sadness and anger on you was easier than dealing with my broken family. I know you had your own struggles too, and I'm sorry if I made things worse. I missed you. I missed you too. I have to go and kill my brother, so come here. What do you say we focus on a couple of those cinnamon donuts?
Hi, I'm Kiara from Norway. Please like and subscribe. From the moment I was born, my dad decided I'd be the future of our small country. He was the head of the government and was loved and respected by everyone. Dad always wanted me to be like him, so my training started pretty young. You must have seen kids running after butterflies in the park or jumping on couches. Well, I never did any of that. Instead, I had to attend special etiquette classes as soon as I was old enough to sit at the table. I never spoke loudly, and there were certain words I wasn't allowed to use, like poop or pee. Always say, I want to drop the browns in the bowl, or I want to put gravity to good use. Well, that did get me some strange looks in kindergarten, but I didn't care. One time when I was 7, I went with Mom to my friend's birthday party. I was having an amazing time stuffing my mouth with cake, but when I wanted a 5th helping, Mom refused. You know the sugar rush makes you hyperactive, Kiara. No more cake. But when Mom wasn't looking, I sneaked to the table quietly and cut myself a huge slice. Just then, Mom saw me and tried to snatch it from my hand when my classmate Naomi bumped into me and the cake went flying onto Mom's face.
What have you done? I wanted that cake. It's so yummy and sugary. Not like all those awful salads I have to eat at home. Here, have mine. This one's even more sugary since I added strawberry syrup on top. And here's a secret. Salads taste much better when you put chocolate sauce on it.
That was genius. I tried her recipe that night, and the sugar rush made me go wild. I transformed into a little tornado bouncing off the walls, destroying everything in sight. And Dad was not amused. He gave me the biggest lecture on how I needed to behave responsibly and grounded me for a week with no gadgets, no storybooks, and no desserts. This should teach you how to live a disciplined life. I sulked for hours, but knew better than to argue with Dad. The next day at school, Naomi asked me if I tried her recipe, and I told her the truth.
But that's so lame! If kids won't eat sugar, then who will? We can't have the sugar factories go bankrupt, right?
After that day, Naomi brought sweet treats for me every day, and soon, we became best friends. Meanwhile at school, I studied my butt off to ensure I topped my grades. I knew it was always expected of me, and I loved studying anyway, so I wasn't complaining. But studying wasn't the only thing I was good at. By the time I was in high school, I was the president of the student council, a national-level chess player, and the best actress in the school's drama club. And I absolutely loved the drama club. It was the only time in my life when I could forget who I was and slip into the life of another character. One time, I got chosen to play Juliet for an inter-school drama competition, but the guy playing Romeo broke his ankle and got replaced by the biggest jerk in our school, Justin. And he was so annoying. Ever since I'd made fun of his gigantic glasses in first grade, he'd held a grudge against me and was such a pain in the butt. Romeo, oh Romeo, where art thou, oh Romeo? Kiara, oh Kiara, I'll make you a tiara of spiders and flies all dead to put it on your ugly head.
That's not what you're supposed to say!
No? Sorry, I forgot my lines. But you're such a piece of art that poetry just flows out of me whenever I see you.
God, why was he such a moron?
Other than this minor glitch called Justin, my life was perfect. Hey, Naomi, I won the Spanish debate competition. Again.
Could it be that no one else participated?
Well, it's not my fault everyone's scared to compete against me.
Girl, why don't you just slow down and enjoy life? You know, you don't have to be perfect at everything.
I know, but that's just how I am.
No, it's just how you've made yourself to be. Tell me, when's the last time you went to a party?
I don't know, but that reminds me. Dad's hosting a dinner for his politician friends tonight, and your dad's invited too, so you better come along. That night at the dinner, all the adults were mingling with each other while Naomi and I sat in a corner sipping orange juice.
What a bore fest.
Catch me if I fall asleep. What's wrong with this party? The music's nice, the people are classy, and the food is good.
How dare you call this food? Cows eat this stuff. Burgers, cupcakes, extra cheese pizzas. That's real food. As for the people, I bet they secretly hate each other. Can't you see all the fake smiles? That's called being polite. Polite my butt. After putting me through this torture, you've got to accompany me to the school's camping trip this weekend. I don't think Dad would. Just then, Dad walked over and said he wanted to introduce me to someone.
Kiara, meet Ted. His dad's a media mogul in the U.S. And my dear friend, we keep joking about you two getting married. Why don't you two get to know each other?
Ted took me out for a stroll in the garden, and it was so awkward. He cracked the lamest jokes, kept bragging about how rich and famous his family was, and even tried holding my hand once. I avoid holding hands since it's the flu season, and I can't risk catching an infection.
I like it. A girl who knows how to take care of herself will take good care of my babies too.
What the freaking fudge? Thankfully, at that moment, someone came looking for him and he left. I thought of escaping to my room when I saw Naomi at our mansion's gate talking to someone. It was Justin, and he was dressed as a pizza boy. What are you doing here?
Belly dancing. Can't you see I'm delivering pizzas?
Sorry, Kiara, but I was starving and the food at your party is, terrible. But Naomi, it's healthy and it's good to eat healthy food. Good luck trying to convince yourself, hun, but I'd rather eat unhealthy food and go to heaven sooner. Yum.
I have a spare pizza if you want some.
I can't eat junk food and take risks with my health.
Holy potatoes. I always thought you were a snob, but you're actually a nutcase. I guess it's no fun being you.
Can you stop being a jerk? It's easy for you to judge when you don't know a thing about me or my life. Feeling angry, I turned and stormed off. But deep inside, I knew no matter how much I tried to deny it, Justin was right. It was no fun being me. Feeling a bit frustrated, I went to Dad's study later that night to have a heart-to-heart conversation with him. I had to tell him about that self-absorbed dimwit Ted and that there was no way I could have a future with him.
What do you mean Ted's not your type? You don't even know him yet. Besides, I've decided this marriage will be great for your political career.
Marriage is not a deal, and I'm still a teenager.
So where's the rush? You two can start dating and then eventually get married.
I couldn't believe my ears. Dad had decided my future, and I had no say in it? I was so mad at Dad that the next day at school, I told Naomi I'd accompany her to the camping trip. Your dad agreed? I hope you told him you can't take security along. Dad doesn't need to know. Whoa, who are you, girl, and what did you do to my perfect friend? I'm just letting her take a back seat for a while. Later that day, I was going to the library to return some books when suddenly a hand grabbed my arm and pulled me into an empty classroom.
Listen, I'm sorry for last night, but it seems tragic that you've never eaten a pizza before. So, I got this for you. Take a bite. I promise you won't die.
Justin looked straight into my eyes, and for some reason, it made my heart skip a beat. It's amazing.
Not as amazing as you, though. I mean, you amaze me.
And why's that?
You're the only girl I know who looks like a goat eating a pizza.
What an absolute jerk! That weekend, when I snuck out of my house early in the morning for the camping trip, Naomi's car was already waiting for me. We drove for hours and reached a huge house by the lake in the middle of nowhere. Where are we? And where are the camp people? Kiara, don't be mad, but I lied to you. This isn't a camping trip. Justin and I decided to organize an overnight party, and I thought Dad's lake house would be perfect for it. What? You've got to be mad. You know I hate parties. That's 'cause you've never been to one. Come on, Kiara, it's just one night. Even though I was super mad at Naomi, I agreed since I had no other option. Her driver had already left after dropping us off. As we went inside the lake house, I discovered Naomi had invited tons of people, including some of our classmates, and everyone seemed to be enjoying themselves. I stood like an outcast for a while until Naomi forced me to join everyone. And I must admit, I had a lot of fun. That night, we played Spin the Bottle, and I got partnered with none other than Justin. Our task was to spend an hour in the woods. Oh, come on, you can't be serious about this. It's just a stupid game.
Guys, I think Kiara's too chicken to do this. She's a scaredy cat.
Me? Scared? You've got to be kidding. I marched ahead of Justin, and in a matter of minutes, we were out in the woods. Justin asked me to stop, but I was determined to prove my bravery. So I kept going, and soon we were lost.
You idiot. How are we going to go back?
No one's ever called me an idiot. And why don't you open Google Maps or something?
Because there's no signal here.
We tried finding our way back, but when we couldn't, we fell asleep under a tree. When I woke up the next morning, I found myself lying awkwardly over Justin, drooling on his jacket. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Ugh, you're heavy. I'm going to have a sore back for a month.
You could have woken me up.
And risked your anger? No thank you. Besides, I understand you're used to sleeping on soft mattresses.
I wanted to tell him his abs were anything but soft, but I knew better. Justin, I want to drop the browns in the bowl.
You want to what?
Oh, gosh. I need to use the washroom.
And where will your highness find it in the middle of this jungle?
No need to be so snarky. I'll go find one myself.
Where do you think you're going? Don't even think of wandering alone unless you want to end up in some bear's browns.
He then pointed towards a big rock and asked me to finish my business behind it. We spent that day wandering through the woods. Thankfully, Justin knew how to climb trees and he plucked lots of fruit that kept us going. We talked about random things and I found myself getting attracted to him with each passing second. He was funny, smart, and incredibly handsome. And for some reason, I felt totally at ease with him. I told him everything about my life. My love for theater and Dad's expectations of me. He told me about his younger sister who was sick and that he was working 2 jobs after school to earn money for her treatment.
That's why I was at your home that night delivering pizzas.
You aren't who I thought you'd be. You pretend you don't care, but deep down, you're actually a good person.
And you're trying so hard to earn your dad's approval that you've forgotten to have your own life to live.
You don't get it. It's not that easy.
It isn't so complicated either. Okay, close your eyes and see yourself as a politician giving a speech. Do you like it?
Yeah, kinda.
Now, picture yourself on stage, giving the best performance of your life.
In that moment, I imagined myself as Juliet, delivering my lines with such confidence that the audience cheered loudly. It felt so surreal that my eyes flew open.
So, which scenario did you like better?
I don't know.
Don't lie to yourself. You have one life, Kiara. Live it the way you want to.
Suddenly, Justin's face was so close to mine that I forgot to breathe. Then he gently lifted my chin and kissed me. It was the most magical moment of my life. Just then, we heard the sound of helicopters and we started shouting and waving like maniacs to catch their attention. Soon, a team of paramedics rescued us, and when I finally reached home, I thought Dad would be relieved to see me. But to my surprise, he looked furious.
I can't believe you would be so reckless, Kiara. Do you have any idea how much negative publicity we've got?
Dad, I was lost in the woods for hours, and all you care about is negative publicity? I stormed off to my room, wishing I'd never been rescued. That night, I was about to go to sleep when I got a call from Naomi that left me stunned. I wish I'd never invited you to my party. Your dad is literally ruining my life. He got my college application canceled by telling the dean stories about my reckless attitude. And he even got Justin fired. You knew how the guy was working so hard to save money for his sister's treatment. But Naomi, I didn't save it, Kiara. I wish you had a spine. Saying that, she hung up on me. But I felt my blood boil. How could Dad do such things? I ran to Dad's study and confronted him, and he didn't even bother denying it.
They got what they deserved.
That was it. Something in me snapped that day. Dad, how could you? That college was Naomi's dream, and Justin's working 2 jobs so he can afford his sister's treatment.
I don't care. Those kids were distracting you from your goal.
My goal? Says who? Did you even consider for a second that I may not want to be a politician? All my life, I worked so hard to make you happy, but I just can't do it anymore. For the first time in my life, I shouted at Dad, and he looked stunned. The next 2 days, I refused to eat anything until Justin got his jobs back and Naomi's admission was restored. Ultimately, Dad had to listen to me. Then, when I told Dad a few days later that I planned to join an acting school in the US after I finished high school, he threw a massive fit. But I was no longer the Kiara he could dominate. I knew Dad had bribed the college dean into kicking Naomi out, so I threatened to tell the press about it. I'll create a massive media frenzy, one you'll never come out of. I knew Dad's reputation meant everything to him, so he had to agree. I moved to the US, and over the next few years, I worked my butt off and became a popular actress. One day, I was backstage after a performance when I heard a familiar voice.
Autograph, please.
Yeah, for me too. Justin? Naomi? I was so happy to see them both that I jumped and hugged them. We sat and talked for hours. I told Naomi how I felt so ashamed of what Dad did that I never contacted them. I thought they hated me. Naomi told me she'd graduated from an even better college and apologized for her bad temper that day. And Justin told me how he'd saved up enough money for his sister's surgery and had even started his own pizza chain back in Norway. I am just so happy for you guys.
Can you maybe make me even happier by going to dinner with me? How does this weekend sound?
Oh, really? And what if I say no?
I'll try again and again and again.
I shut him up with a kiss as Naomi cheered us on. Hi, I'm Ramen Lee Min-ho from a place so boring you don't need to know the name. Trust me. And yeah, that's my pen name. You know, just 'cause pen names are fun and add an air of mystery. So I put together my love for K-dramas and my favorite noodles. But if you ever tell my mom that, I will deny it repeatedly. Now, before I continue, you have to like and subscribe to MSA. Sorry, but they make us say that. My mom is Italian, and she raised me and my sisters on her own in a very small town in the US. But we might as well have been living in Italy. Pretty much everyone we knew was Italian. Now, my mom has two talents. One, she's an amazing seamstress. She could make a stunning dress out of a potato sack. My sister and I used to wear all sorts of garbage when we were younger. Old curtains, bed sheets, towels, you name it. On a side note, do you know that cotton lasts for like 100 freaking years? That's longer than the seasons of Grey's Anatomy, man. And I thought nothing could compete with that. Sorry, what was I saying? I always lose track. Pardon me. Yeah, so two, my mom knows and remembers everything and everyone in town. And she likes to talk about it a lot. Like her mouth runs as fast as her hands. You know the Bartoli family, right? Their daughter ran away with the homeless-looking boy from the Rossi family. Now, after just a week, the boy sent her back home because she doesn't know how to make a pasta. What kind of girl doesn't know how to make a pasta? So now, man, she could just go on and on about these people, and I didn't give a rat's butt about it. But I indulged Mom and heard all her gossip because I was her favorite, which is what makes me really unique. I'm the middle child, and I'm the favorite. Yeah, you heard me, an unheard of phenomenon, but you'll see why. My sister Bella is 2 years older than me, and it's not hard to see why she isn't the favorite. She's like the opposite of everything a firstborn is supposed to be. Lazy, whiny, irresponsible, and dumb as a button. Actually, buttons are quite useful, but you get the point. Like on her 9th birthday, she got a $50 note from her aunt, and I convinced her to exchange it with me for $21 notes. She was so happy she had so much money, and I was $30 richer. Also, I often got compliments on my rosy skin, which really bothered her, so one day, I let her in on my secret. Mom's been doing something special with me for years, and now I'll share it with you. You have to make a paste of baby powder, milk, crushed daisies, and a few tablespoons of mud, so you don't get pale like a ghost. And then you put it on your face for an hour, but you have to sit really still while it dries, otherwise you'll get wrinkles. And you can only do this between 4 to 5 in the afternoon because it's the golden hour. Works like magic. Worked out great because we were only allowed to watch TV for an hour between 4 and 5 p.m. And now I had it all to myself. This went on for a month till Bella ended up with acne and Mom found out what she'd been doing. My younger sister June came 2 years after me. And well, she's just a sweetheart. She could have been the favorite, but our jerk dad left right after she was born, and I think it just wasn't a good time for Mom to bond with the baby. But I adore June. She's just easy to love, and she worships me. Like, I think she'd kiss my feet if I asked her to. I mean, I would never do that, of course. Only the occasional foot rub. That's not an abuse of older sibling power, right? I guess I'm the smartest of my sisters, and it's not me saying it. My teachers say it, Mom says it, everyone says it. Look, this is a picture I colored when I was just 5. No, wait, 7? Okay, fine, 10. Just focus on the colors and not on my amazing nails, okay? But since you're wondering, June did the nail art. But what really got to Bella was when anyone said I was the prettiest. Like in 7th grade, Mom had come to our school for our parent-teacher meeting, and she met with my class teacher last, who couldn't stop gushing about me. What a blessing to have a child like beep. Oh, the year I had Bella in my class, it was so hard. That's when I started my blood pressure medication. But this one, she's such a marvel. And a beauty on top of that. Now, I'm not saying the other 2 are ugly, but they look more like you. And beep is more on her dad's side of the family with those delicate features. A bit like Cinderella and her stepsisters. That made me so uncomfortable. Like, you know how the truth can sometimes do that. But why say it, man? And Bella just lost it. She flung a bottle of ink at my teacher. Oh my God, I ruined your clothes. Now, I'm not saying they were pretty to begin with, and you'd look like a sack of turnips no matter what, but I'm still sorry. Actually, they look less tacky now. Here's some more. Oh man, I laughed so hard, I peed a little. That was my fondest Bella memory ever. And yeah, there aren't many to choose from, but that one's pretty cool. Mom was really embarrassed though, and Bella got a reputation in town for being a little cray-cray. I honestly never cared that much about looks. But I understand why people are obsessed with being pretty. You get doors opened for you, someone will give you their place in a long line, offer to carry your stuff, or give up their umbrella for you and get soaked themselves. And sometimes you try to refuse, but people won't take no for an answer. Also, pretty people are almost seen as superhumans. I mean, think of some beautiful person, and then think about them burping or farting or pooping. You can't imagine it, right? Because how could someone that pretty do something so nasty and basic? No, they must poop glitter. Like this one time in 9th grade, I was in an elevator in the bank when I felt this really big urge to fart. There was no stopping it, and I let it out quietly. But man, I stank the place up, and everyone glared at this poor big guy in the lift. No one even thought for a second that it could be me. I kind of felt bad, but how could I own up to that? So yeah, life was good in my little town, but my dreams were bigger than that. I wanted to see the world and maybe become a famous singer. Oh, did I mention yet that I have a great voice? Really won the genetic lottery, huh? Please don't hate me, y'all. I'd sing at every school event and even participate in local talent shows or sing at some restaurants. And any money I made, I put away in my piggy bank. I was saving up to go to LA one day to be a star. But things took a wild turn in 11th grade. One day at breakfast, Mom was going through the mail when she nearly choked. Oh, Lord, my prayers have been answered. Which ones? You pray a lot, Mom. Like, seriously, God must be tired of you asking for so many things all the time. Will you just listen? You know our distant family friends, the Ricci family. Those really rich people? They once came to town 10 years ago and we went on a picnic with them. And that Mrs. Ricci kept trying to get my mother's lasagna recipe from me. But I told her it was going to me with my grave. And then she tried to get to the point, Mom. All right. Anyway, they have a son who's a year older than Bella. And she wrote to me saying that she wants to come and see my girls. And hopefully choose one to get married to him. Isn't that amazing? Mom, this is America, and it's 2022. No teenager gets married. Oh my God, it's all I ever wanted. I've always wanted to be Mrs. Richie Rich. Yes, 100 times yes. Oh, it's like I'm Cinderella. I'll never have to work a day in my life again. You already never worked a day in your life, Bella. Look, Bella is almost 20. She barely passed school, she's useless around the house, and she'll never get a job. Also, people in town still think she's, unstable. Getting her married off to someone who isn't from around here is the best we can do. For us. Hear. Now listen, the only problem in this plan is you. I don't want to have you around when they come over. They might choose you instead, and I don't want to ruin this chance for us. I mean, for Bella. Fine by me. The Ritchie family was coming over that weekend, so Mom sent me off to my aunt a day in advance, right to the other end of town. I was in for a relaxing weekend. Aunt's house was close to a lake, so the next afternoon, I was sitting by the water practicing my singing when I spotted a boy swimming. And oh, mother may I, his blonde hair shone in the sunlight and the water rippled smoothly over his strong arms. Wow. Now, don't think I'm boy crazy. I find most guys annoying, actually. And who knew? Maybe this one was annoying too. But who minds a little eye candy? It's the only candy that's good for you. But suddenly, he let out a sound I've only ever heard a cow make in labor. A jellyfish bit me! He passed out and started sinking. I swam like a graceful mermaid towards him. Man, he weighed a ton. I managed to drag him to the shore and checked his heartbeat. Yeah, he was gonna live. And up close, he did look kind of annoying. You know, those boys who are too pretty and think the universe revolves around them. Yeah, he was definitely giving off those vibes. I thought I'd wait around till he came out of his beauty nap, so I started singing one of my original songs. You wanna hear about this girl who makes jealous witches hurl? She had beauty, she had brains, there was talent in her veins. Not that everyone was dumb, but the town made her numb. What? Stay here forever? That made her feel bummed. She knew that there was more, so much more to her life than the gossip and the small talk, being a dumb man's dumb wife. It's not hard to see, the girl I'm talking about is me, so if you wanna hear the rest, pay up now, it's not for free. Suddenly, I felt something touch my foot. I'd almost forgotten the boy who was staring right up at me.
Wow, you're a goddess, an angel. That voice? And you saved me, right?
Yeah, but anyone would have done the same in my place. It's not special.
Of course it's special. You saved my life. I think I'm in love with you.
Aw, man. This boy was dumber than I'd thought. That's so sweet. You know what? You still look pale. You should lie back down, and I'm gonna go make a mixture of herbs for your jellyfish bite.
Oh, I've forgotten all of my pain, except that ache in my heart.
Yes, we'll deal with that too. Just close your eyes and I'll be back before you know it. I skipped off all the way to my aunt's house. I'd be gone in 2 days from here and I'd never bump into him. When I returned home, I went through the back door into the kitchen. Just as I popped a muffin in my mouth, Mom walked in. What are you doing here? Hello, I live here? I'm your favorite child, remember? Shh, keep your voice low. The Ricci family came for a second visit today, and they're in the house right now. You better not come out. Okay, I'll just stay here. Just leave the cakes, woman.
Oh, sorry, I was looking for the bath. Oh my God, it's you, the rapping angel.
What the freaking fruitcake? The Ricci boy was the guy I'd saved from the lake? Apparently, he'd stopped for a swim on their way here. His name was Luca, and he told his parents he was in love with me, and he'd marry me, or marry no one. Such a drama queen. He cried, Bella cried, his parents begged, Mom panicked, and she sent them away saying, we need time to think. You really went out of your way for these guests, Mom. You never make pasta for me. And yum, I haven't had this pastry in ages. Will you please get serious for a minute? What are we going to do? About what, Mom? I'm not getting married, duh. You don't have to get married. It could just be an engagement till you know him better. Okay, fine. Just be his girlfriend. It's too good a proposal to pass. And I wanted it for Bella, but if it's not happening for her, you have to accept it. Before I could reply, Bella came flying at me. You stupid witch! I'm not letting you get away with this. Gosh, Bella, have you gained weight? Get off, you baby cow. I was so close to getting everything I've ever wanted, and you ruined it. I didn't do anything, and Luca is an idiot. Don't say that. He and I are perfect for each other. You're actually just reinforcing my point. Ow! Just stop it, both of you. I'll never forgive you. Beep! And I'll curse you every single day for the rest of my life. I wish that you gained stubborn fat on your thighs that never leaves you. Well, I won't bore you with the details of what happened after. You know those annoying people who say, long story short, and then tell you every detail and all the bonus scenes? Yeah, I hate that. Anyway, I turned down the proposal, the Ricci family left, but Luca sent letters non-stop. Bella stopped talking to me, which was amazing, but Mom stopped talking to me too. And then a month later, she got really sick. I ended up using all my savings for her treatment, and somehow, she emotionally blackmailed me into agreeing to date Luca. See, with great favoritism comes great responsibility. Mom favored me all her life, and as her perfect child, I felt the responsibility to make her happy now. Really, it's not easy being me. Of course, Bella was furious. And after she gave all my clothes to the neighborhood dogs, she started muttering things under her breath whenever she saw me. Gosh, so immature. Thankfully, Luca lived very far away and we just talked on the phone. But he called so much that eventually I made June take his calls and say, every other minute. He never knew it wasn't me, but he was supportive of all my singing dreams and said we could move anywhere I wanted to pursue them. Maybe sometimes your dreams come true in a way you didn't expect? Then one morning, I woke up with a really sore throat. I tried calling out to June for water, but my voice was gone. It turned out that I had laryngitis and I was mute. The doctor said they couldn't say if my voice would come back. This was the first time in my life I was truly depressed. I could see all my dreams slipping away. Mom announced excitedly that Luca was coming, like that was supposed to cheer me up, and Bella's smug face made everything 10 times worse. One day at dinner, she turned to me. See, I told you I'd curse you. You've lost your precious voice because of my curses. Or maybe it's just karma. For the first time in your life, you get what you deserve. For once, you lose. And something inside me just snapped. I threw my pasta at her face and then jumped on her. It took June and Mom some serious effort to save her miserable butt. Later that night, I was crying angry tears in my room when June slipped in. You know it's not Bella's curses, right? Of course I know. She's just unbearable. Why is she like this? Maybe because it's not easy to live in your shadow? She's always been told she's not as good as you. She's never even tried. Maybe because there isn't any point. You're pretty much perfect. How come you turned out so nice? It doesn't bother me that you're better. Also, being nice is easy. Being mean is hard. And it doesn't even feel good. Why are you writing things down? I have no idea. June had given me some food for thought. I guess it wasn't fun to always be compared to someone. And I guess I never made it easier for Bella either. Maybe I could start now. So when Luca arrived a few days later, I told him I was breaking up with him. He held my hands and looked really sad. Ha! See? I see a smirk! Animator, please go back a little bit. Okay, Animator, you can continue.
It's not that I don't care for you, babe, but yeah, I totally get it. You need your space. Maybe if you get your voice back, give me a call?
I won't be doing that, but I think you should ask out Bella. Trust me, you guys are made for each other. Looks like he listened because when I went down later, Bella sprung on me like a python. Oh, thank you, my amazing, lovely sister. I'll start a prayer circle for you tomorrow and you'll get your voice back in no time. You'll see. Now let's kiss and make up, but only in the air because I don't want to ruin my lipstick. Bella and Luca got married a month later and she left. And that is my favorite Bella memory, watching her leave. One evening, it was just me and June, and I was sipping tea when I spilled some on myself. Ow! June and I looked at each other in shock. I tried speaking a bit more, and I could. My voice wasn't totally normal yet, but it was coming back. We both started crying and dancing around for joy. My voice did recover completely, and I was able to sing again. But I felt a bit different. I felt more appreciative of the things I'd taken for granted. And June was wrong. Being nice was freaking hard. Much easier to be selfish. But I wanted to be nicer, and I really tried. A few months later on my birthday, Mom and June surprised me with a ticket to LA. The American Idol auditions are happening there next week, and you deserve this chance, love. I'd always waited for an opportunity like this, and now it was here. I was excited and scared. Good scared, though. Here I come, world.
Also, in case you're wondering, this is not my real voice, obviously. They hired a professional voice actress to do the job. I can't do it.
You know you can't be perfect at everything. Also, if you want a part 2 of me telling you what happened in LA, please comment Ramen Lehman Ho, our amazing MSA character. Okay, thanks, bye! Hi, I'm Layla. And yep, that's me in the front row of a gala. Seconds before, I betrayed my best friend and almost ruined his life. But before we get to all that, please make sure to like and subscribe. Ever since I was little, I've been a lot to handle. Or at least that's what I've been told. By my mom, Layla. By my dad,
Layla!
by, well, any adult really. But really, I'm just always trying to do the right thing. And sometimes that gets me in trouble. That's why my parents sent me to Woodmere Academy to begin with. That and other reasons.
It's only the 5th-ranked preparatory school in the country, but heavens, no one else will take you, no matter how much money we throw their way.
Good grief, Leela. How will you replace your father as CEO of Dreamy Tech if you keep up with these morality plays?
Woodmere was supposedly elite, but to me, it was just like every other rich kid cesspool my parents plopped me into, complete with snobby, entitled lookalikes who wore the same navy blazer and walked the halls like the world owed them a standing ovation just for showing up.
You think you belong here? You're just a poor, worthless...
Funny you think he doesn't belong here when your dad basically had to donate a wing to get your sorry butt in here. The scholarship kid ran, but Milo's ego didn't.
You're gonna regret that. My family basically runs this school. I'm untouchable.
Cool. But are you waterproof?
Huh?
I bent down and turned the knob on a nearby sprinkler, which aimed straight at Milo and sprayed water all over him. Some other kids watching us laughed. 15 minutes later, I found myself in a familiar place, the headmaster's office.
Do you think drenching a student with irrigation equipment is leadership material, Miss Idrisi?
I don't think threatening a kid with a lacrosse stick is exactly student of the month behavior either.
That student of the month is my grandson.
Of course he is.
Which is why you're not just suspended. You're expelled.
Wait, no, please. If I get expelled, my parents will actually disown me. You don't understand. I'm supposed to be the next CEO of Dreamy Tech. As the school doors slammed shut behind me, along with, my future, I did the only thing a girl with no options and rapidly shrinking inheritance could do. I walked home. Every step was basically a countdown to whatever fresh nightmare my parents had waiting for me. Mom? Dad?
Pack your bags.
Immediately. Wait, you already know?
You bet we do. You got accepted to Advena Academy!
I am so sorry, Wait, what? It's the #1 school in the country. Looks like they changed their mind. Wow! So you're not mad about the sprinkler?
The what?
Nothing. When do we leave? Apparently, we were leaving that night. No time to overthink it, no time to sabotage it. Just a suitcase and a second chance that, let's face it, I totally deserved. And when we got there, my jaw almost dropped. Advena made every other fancy school I'd ever been kicked out of look like a daycare run by raccoons. I waved goodbye to Mom and Dad and approached the doors with a fresh start in mind and a promise in my heart. But as soon as I walked through the doors...
Layla Idrisi to the headmaster's office immediately.
Oh, what now? I hadn't so much as eye-rolled at anyone, and I was already in trouble? I braced myself as I entered the headmaster's office. But something felt different this time. For one, the headmaster was smiling.
Ah, Miss Idrisi. Welcome to Advena. I'm Headmaster Quinlan.
Hi?
Don't worry, you're not in trouble. Not yet, anyway. We brought you here for a very specific reason. Let's call it an assignment.
What kind of assignment?
One that requires your particular talents. Quick thinking, initiative, a healthy disregard for rules.
Wow. Most schools just call that detention.
Here, we call it useful. But if you mess this up, we will expel you. So, no pressure.
He kept going on about some top-secret mission, about how the only reason I was at Advena was to follow someone with as little contact as possible and await instructions for my next steps. Then, he slid a manila envelope across the desk like we were in some low-budget spy movie. I expected a photo of a criminal mastermind, maybe a hacker, a ninja, at the very least someone with a scar or an eye patch. But nope, it was Louis Block, a kid so aggressively average he practically faded into the folder. Brown hair, brown eyes, scrawny. You could lose him in a crowd of two. And yet, that was my mission. Follow Louis. So I did. And at first, everything about him was even more ordinary than I'd expected. He was the quietest kid in class. He didn't eat with anyone. Even his locker code was 1, 2, 3, 4. But because he was allergic to attention, he actually turned out to be weirdly hard to follow. After all, We couldn't both sit in the back row and pretend to be invisible, and there's only so much space between the vending machine and the science wing. But in all that solo stealth mode, there was exactly one group activity where he appeared to be somewhat comfortable. The chess club. A place so mind-numbingly dull that it made math class feel like a rock concert. And, thanks to this seemingly pointless mission, I guess that's how I'm going to be spending my afternoon.
Pawn to b4.
Before what, though? I watched as Lewis moved a pawn, then another pawn, then the horse one, whatever it's called. Riveting stuff. But then, his opponent leaned back, grinning like he just solved world hunger.
Checkmate again. Wow, Lewis, do you just come here to be reminded about what a loser you are?
Man, even in chess club he was an easy target. My brain was screaming, stay out of it, observe, don't blow your cover. But my instincts, they'd already stood up. Do you just come here to forget that your mom cut your hair with a weed whacker? And out of the corner of my eye, I saw Lewis do something I hadn't seen him do all week. He smiled. After the 3-hour chess club that felt like 3 years, I felt a tap on my shoulder. And when I turned around, it was him.
Hey, thanks.
You can talk? Yeah, no sweat. And just like that, we started chatting. Nothing dramatic, nothing spy-worthy. But for the first time since I got here, it didn't feel like an assignment. It felt normal. Actually, it turns out we had a lot in common.
My parents put so much pressure on me. I figure it's better for my future to keep a low profile. You probably wouldn't understand.
Oh, trust me, I do. Maybe he was just a regular guy after all. But as we talked more often, I started noticing something unique about Lewis. He had a knack for expressing himself in a way that was poetic. So you always eat alone?
Mostly, but sometimes the birds show up. They all swoop down for the crumbs, pecking at them like it's their last meal on Earth. Yet, somehow, they always leave enough for each other. And I think that's kind of beautiful.
Yeah, it kind of is. Even his voice had this magnetic pull. Like there was something musical about him. And over the next few days, my whole just observe and report strategy kind of crumbled. I told myself I was keeping things professional, that staying close to Lewis was just part of the mission. But the truth? We were becoming friends. Real ones. He was also weirdly funny, in that dry blink-and-you-miss-it way. And he could quote MSA videos like they were Shakespeare, which, let's be honest, is a wildly underrated skill.
Why don't they teach those videos in school?
I know, right? Then one afternoon, I saw him slip into a place I didn't even know students were allowed into. The old theater backstage loft. I waited for a moment, then crept in after him. And that's when I saw it. Lewis, alone, tucked into the shadows with a battered violin under his chin. Playing. But not just playing. Humming, too. A soft, steady note that floated above the strings like it was made of air and magic. It was beautiful. Like, make your heart hurt kind of beautiful. And then, before I even knew what was happening, I was crying. At music. Me. Who knew I could even do that? Unfortunately, he heard my sniffles and looked directly at me.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
What? No, don't apologize.
No, I'm so sorry.
And before I could say anything else, he bolted, like he'd accidentally set the building on fire with a G major chord, and I ran after him. I didn't know you could do that.
No one does. I mean, they used to. But after what happened with my brother, I stopped, mostly.
What do you mean? What happened?
I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's like, when I play, it messes with people. Their emotions. Their insides. I don't try to do it, it just happens. He was going through something really hard. And I thought I was helping. I thought if I could just play the right notes, he'd feel better. But he didn't feel better, it just got worse. And then My parents sent me here after that. Said I needed a break from too much feeling, whatever that means.
Suddenly, everything made sense. The quiet, the staring out of windows, the assignment in general. I wasn't just following a weird boy with a sad vibe and a violin. This was something else. Something powerful and broken. Later that week, I got called into the headmaster's office again.
Miss Idrisi, how are things progressing?
With what? Oh, Louis? Yep. He's just a totally normal guy. Nothing to see here. Definitely not emotionally gifted to the point of concern, if that's what you're wondering.
I understand the two of you have become quite close.
What? No,
I'm the headmaster, Layla. I know exactly what happens around here. You do know about the incident involving his brother, right?
I tensed up. This was going deeper than I ever could have thought.
He blames himself. He hasn't spoken about it to anyone. His parents tried everything to help him out, got him the best therapists in the world. Nothing worked. But we believe his silence is part of the problem. When he plays, he connects. He releases what he's been holding in. Now, suppressing a gift like his is not healthy, especially when it's tied to guilt. Now, that's where you come in. You need to help him heal, Layla. There's a gala next month. Nothing flashy, just a showcase of student work, a safe space. If Louis were to play again, even just one song, it might be the first step back to himself.
Convincing the quietest kid in the universe to sing at a fancy fundraiser? No pressure or anything. I found Louis in his usual spot, tucked behind the music building, sitting on a chipped concrete ledge that overlooked the soccer field.
Want one? The cafeteria throws them out a day before they expire. Still perfectly fine, just no longer worth the shelf space.
Wait, what? That's like a criminal amount of food waste. Someone needs to stage a protest.
You know what you should join? The Social Activism Club. They'd love you.
Yeah, well, not sure I have time for that given my assignment.
Assignment?
Assignments. Like school assignments, homework, tests. Never mind. Anyway, you know what you should join? The roster of performers at the annual gala.
Oh, no,
Come on. I heard you play yesterday. It was...
I said no, Layla. Sorry, it's just not my thing. I should go.
But for a while, I kept trying. Subtly. Isn't it weird how the word gala rhymes with voila, like a big performance reveal?
Sure.
But it was hopeless. I could feel my future as CEO of a Dreamy Tech slipping through my fingers. I'd already burned through every other school worth mentioning, and the headmaster had made it clear, screw this up, and I was done for good. And if that happened, my parents would never forgive me, so I felt like I had no choice but to do the ultimate betrayal. I signed him up for the gala anyway. And then I told the headmaster that Louis had agreed to play. Next thing I knew, Louis wasn't just on the schedule. He was the centerpiece. They printed his name on the flyers and announced it in assembly. Was it manipulative? Yes. Did I feel bad? Also yes. But it was for his own good, right? I mean, he had to break out of his shell eventually, right? Unfortunately, he didn't see it that way.
How could you do this to me?
Do what?
Oh, please. You think just because I don't talk much means I'm stupid? I know it was you who signed me up for the gala. Thanks for reminding me why I don't trust anyone.
I'd done the opposite of what I was trying to do. He wasn't coming out of his shell. He was burrowing deeper in. Thanks to me. So I went to the headmaster's office, rehearsing my confession in my head. How I'd pushed Louis too far, and how I'd betrayed his trust. That maybe I wasn't the right person to help him overcome his dark past. But when I reached the door, it was already cracked open. And what I heard made me freeze.
Everything's right on schedule. The boy plays his little melancholy solo. The audience tears up and boom, 50s, no hundreds, no thousands of dollars fall into our laps. Easy peasy. And yes, you'll get your 50% as agreed.
I couldn't believe my ears. He didn't want to help Louis. He was using him for profit. And I was just a pawn in his scheme. But I'm not a pawn, or one of those horse thingies. I was going to show him who he was really messing with. A queen. Chess club stuff. I sprinted to find Louis, who was sitting alone, as expected. Louis!
What do you want?
Well, first off, to apologize. I never should have signed you up for the gala. But honestly, I swear to you, I only wanted to help.
I didn't ask for help. Why does everyone keep trying to fix me? What if I'm not broken? What if I just want to be left alone?
You have every right to feel that way.
Then why are you here?
Because something's not right. I overheard Headmaster Quinlan on the phone. He's not trying to help you. He's using you. The gala is just a cash grab, and your solo's the tearjerker. That's the plan. You suffer, and they get paid. I expected him to explode the way I was about to, but to my surprise, he didn't get angry. I guess he was too broken to even react.
Of course, that tracks.
I thought I was pushing you towards something good, but I got so caught up in juggling my own problems and trying to do the right thing that I guess I never asked what you wanted.
Yeah, no one ever does.
I'm so sorry, Lewis.
You know, when I first met you, something clicked in me, and I played something different.
What do you mean? Can I hear it? He didn't say a word, but the way he looked at me hit me harder than any note ever could. No audience, no gala, just me, I promise. To my surprise, he picked up his violin. I braced myself for another emotional gut punch, but what came out wasn't heavy or sad. It was light, and suddenly, so was I. I was grinning like an idiot, flooded with the kind of hope I hadn't felt since before I got kicked out of my first fancy school, back when I still believed the world could change. And then, through my joy, I blurted, "Lois."
Oh, you hated it, huh?
Hated it? I've never felt so amazing in my life. Look, I know I can't get you out of performing anymore, but that doesn't mean you have to fall into their trap. If you played like that, you'll be making people feel good, including yourself. He gave me the smallest smile and left without a word, but I could tell something was shifting in him. On the night of the gala, I had no clue what to expect. Either the one person in my life I truly cared about gets exploited and traumatized even further, or he goes off script and reclaims his story, which meant I was probably getting expelled again. And then, just when I thought my bundle of nerves couldn't get more twisted, I spotted them in the audience. My parents. Guys, what are you doing here?
Layla, look at you. Still enrolled. How nice.
Come sit. We saved you a seat. We hear you're close with tonight's little prodigy.
If getting expelled was my worst-case scenario, then watching my parents' live reaction to it was the apocalypse. But as Lewis made his way onto the stage, he looked unchanged in a way that made me sad. It was like the spotlight was too hot and had shriveled him back into the broken boy they all expected. And sure enough, a sad melody followed suit. As I looked around, I could see the audience tearing up, dabbing eyes, sniffles everywhere. And right on cue, Headmaster Quinlan started slinking between rows, smiling and collecting checks like it was church. As I watched Lewis crumble, I expected, as always, for my body to move before my mind had a chance to think. But for once, I paused. It was my decision now. I could sit there and be the good girl everyone wanted me to be, or I could stand up and be me. You're amazing, Lewis! I believe in you! Lewis froze mid-note. As the wealthiest people in the country stared me down, I still stood firm. And then, like he just remembered who he was, Lewis's lips twitched into a smile. And suddenly, the music changed. It became lighter, happier, and the audience, they forgot all about me. In fact, they actually started dancing. Headmaster Quinlan's donations became an afterthought. And just as I was ready to start joining the dancing...
Layla, what have you done?
Huh? What do you mean?
The donations are stopping. Do you know what that means for the company? This was supposed to be a proof of concept for investors for our latest tech. Emotional music activation. You've ruined it. Make it stop.
And it dawned on me. The person on the other side of the phone call with the headmaster was my father. How do you think you got into the school in the first place? You had one task. Now we'll never be able to convince the board to make you CEO. No, wait, But I couldn't finish the sentence. I looked up at Lewis and saw something I almost never saw in myself. True joy. And then I remembered what he'd said to me. No one ever asks what I want. Did I even want to be the CEO of some big tech company? I realized the answer was no. If Louis could find his voice, then maybe I could too. You know what? Fine. Find another CEO.
Layla, you don't mean that.
Stop telling me what I mean. I don't want to be the CEO of Idrizi Tech. I want to work on something that helps people, not manipulate them. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some dancing to do. I walked toward the front of the stage, feeling more alive than I ever had. For a second, Louis looked up mid-note, and our eyes locked. I didn't know what the future held, but I knew one thing. Unlike so much in our lives, we'd earned this moment. The next morning, I was called into the headmaster's office, and I was rehearsing my speech to talk my way out of expulsion. But I walked in to find Headmaster Quinlan looking weirdly ashamed.
You're not being expelled.
I blinked.
But your parents said if you wanted to transfer to any school of your choice, they'd support it.
I didn't know what shocked me anymore, that I was still enrolled, or that they actually cared about what I wanted. Maybe, for once, they were trying. Thanks, but I think I'll stay here. I hear there's a social activism club that may need some help. I walked out of the office towards Louis, who was waiting for me down the hallway.
Still enrolled?
Shocking, I know.
You were kind of amazing last night.
Kind of? Wow. Stop. I'm blushing. He suddenly stopped walking and looked at me, more sure of himself than ever before.
I'm really glad you followed me.
Yeah, me too. Turns out, I didn't need a mission to save someone. I just needed to stop chasing who I was supposed to be and finally start choosing who I wanted to be. And maybe, for the first time in forever, that was enough. True friends are those who care without hesitation, who remember without limitation, who forgive without explanation, and who trust without communication. The woman had a baby in her arms and ran as fast as she could, never looking back. At last, we are safe, my love. We are going to America, the land of opportunities. Our future will be different now. That's what Robin's mom had hoped for when she ran away from her husband in Brazil and moved to the USA. But making a living in the USA wasn't as easy as she thought it would be. At age 4, Robin and her mom were living in a shelter home and had trouble making ends meet. On the day of Robin's 5th birthday, her mom saved enough money to take her to a playland, a place Robin had wanted to go to for a long time. Well, the playland rides were super fun until the card was exhausted. Just when Robin's mom was about to take her off the ride, the woman came and swiped her card. No, you didn't have to. We were done. Please, let me. Hey, kid, take as many rides as you want. I need to finish this card today, or else my daughter, Summer, will have me stay here for the rest of my life. Seeing the lady's daughter jump up and down like a kangaroo on a sugar high, Robin knew what she meant. Soon the girl went running towards the jungle gym, and her mom got Robin in there too. As Robin was having fun, she heard a scream and instantly ran towards the sound to find the other girl stuck in one of the tunnels.
Are you all right? Please help! Oh, thank God you're here. I was so scared. It was so dark, but also colorful. Oddly like the witch's house from Hansel and Gretel.
Robin pushed, and in no time the girl was able to get out of the tunnel. Both became good friends, and seeing how much both girls liked each other, Summer's mom soon offered Robin's mom a job at her home. She had to work as the cleaning lady, but she also got to have a room in the big mansion. As time passed, both girls became inseparable. Soon they started going to the same school and were like two peas in a pod. But the kids there always had something to say about how different Robin and Summer looked, especially Anya, who was mean as a snake.
Together, you both make the number 10. Does Summer eat all of your food, Robin?
Jerk, her weight is a temporary caloric imbalance, but your stupidity is a permanent genetic malfunction. If you say something to my friend again, I'll...
Let it go, Robin. It's not worth it.
Such mean comments didn't affect their friendship until they joined ballet classes together in the 8th grade. Come on, Summer. There are just 5 ballet positions we did this year, and you can't even get one of them right.
Look at Robin. Her posture is like a delicate swan. But no buts. Come on, you can do it. Let's try it again. Seeing how hard Summer was pushing herself, Robin couldn't just sit by, so she started doing ballet and ended up landing straight into her teacher, on purpose.
Oops, I am so sorry. I guess lesson's over now, right? Come on, Summer.
But Summer wouldn't budge. She remained standing in that awful position until there were tears in her eyes, and that's when Robin had had enough.
I swear, if you don't stop, I'll never talk to you again. Then don't. I guess it would be better that way.
Saying that, Summer kept on repeating the ballet steps till she was out of breath. That was the day something between the girls changed, and Summer started to spend less and less time with Robin. Worse, she got into all kinds of diets and started to hang out with Anya, the same girl who used to make fun of her. Once during lunchtime, as Robin started to enjoy her chocolate muffin, she could see how badly Summer wanted it, so she offered it to her.
Oh, no. Don't tell me you're gonna eat that.
And why can't she eat that? She doesn't have to starve herself.
How can she eat that? You touched it. Aren't you her maid or something? Or her mom, like they clean your toilets? Summer, that's so unhygienic.
Yeah, gross. Her mom does scrub our toilets. What was I even thinking? Thanks for rescuing me, girl. Come on, let's go have some detox water. As Summer left with her new friends, Robin was left in shock. That was the day Robin promised herself to turn her life around, so she focused hard on her studies and soon started acing her exams. By the time the girls reached high school, Summer was the official queen bee of the school. She had it all: a hot body, designer clothes, designer bags. She even had followers carrying her bag for her. But there was one thing Summer didn't have: Calix. Summer had a huge crush on the school's heartthrob. The guy was the perfect combination of beauty and brains, a jock and a straight-A student, and Robin had a crush on him too. Even though Calix might have smiled at her once or twice, Robin never spoke to him, knowing how much Summer liked him. One time, Robin was running late for school and was rushing when suddenly a car zoomed by and someone threw juice on Robin.
Hey, jerk, watch where you're going.
Oh, it's you, of course.
Ugh. I didn't do it on purpose. Hey, come on, we're running late.
And Robin, don't worry. You look the same trashy as usual. Robin hoped that Summer would say something in her defense, but she just avoided her gaze and drove off. When Robin reached the school, she caught her reflection in a window and saw her hair was a mess. As she fixed herself, she spotted a smiling face. It was Calix behind her. Hey, what happened to you?
Nothing. Just started the day on the wrong foot, I guess.
Well, you still look amazing. Even, never mind. Saying that, Calix walked away, leaving Robin stunned. Whoa, did the Greek god-looking hunk tell her she looked amazing? He sure did. After that day, Calix and Robin's paths started to cross almost every day. One time, Robin ended up accidentally stepping on Calix's heels in the crowded lunchroom. Another time, they were paired together in the science lab. And once in the cafe, Robin was buying a donut when she realized she'd forgotten her wallet, and Calix came to the rescue.
Oh, you didn't need to. This is so embarrassing. I forgot my wallet.
Come on, it's 50 cents. You need to loosen up a bit. So I'm throwing this party, and I would love if you could come, please.
She isn't gonna come. She's always too busy studying, but I'll come. Would you like that, Calix?
Of course. Robin, do try to come, and, I'll see you guys later. Just as Calix left, Summer's sweet smile faded, and she glared at Robin.
You know I like him. That's why you're running after him. You are pathetic, Robin.
Robin felt like slapping Summer, but controlled herself. Later that night, she was all dressed for Calix's party. She wasn't doing it to make Summer jealous, but because for the first time, someone from school had invited her over. Just as Robin reached Calix's place, she spotted him and was swept away when the boy came running and took her hand. Whoa, and I thought you looked pretty in glasses. You look mesmerizing in this dress.
Thank you.
Calix then took Robin to the dance floor, and as she was having the time of her life, Robin spotted the look of hatred on Summer's face. But once the song ended and Calix leaned in and kissed her on the cheek, it looked like Summer would explode. Oh no, Robin needed to explain to Summer that she wasn't after her crush.
Calix, I need to go.
Wait, Robin, I wanted to tell you how much I like you.
But Robin was more worried about Summer. As she ran after Summer, she bumped into Anya. Well, what do we have here? A little birdie told me that this dress you're showing off is courtesy of Summer's mom. So I guess you wouldn't mind perhaps taking it off? Saying that, Anya ripped Robin's dress, and in seconds both girls were tangled in a fight. But Summer came and pushed Anya away. Robin, stop. You're better than her. And I'm sorry I told Anya that my mom gave you that dress. I shouldn't have. Want to go home? Yes, I would like that. Summer and Robin sat in the car and talked after such a long time. And for a while, Robin thought everything between them would be all right. But just then, it started raining like crazy, and Robin realized that they were going towards a cliff. That particular cliff had a bad reputation among the townfolk for being haunted by ghosts. Why are we going there? Summer, you're so scared of horror stuff. Why do you want to see it? Just wanted to look at the city from up here. Ever since I learned how to drive, I wanted to go there. I've heard the view is to die for. Once the girls reached the cliff, they both enjoyed the view, but then suddenly, someone kicked Robin out of her car. It was Anya. She had been hiding in the back seat. What are you doing? It's raining. Summer, let me in. I'm scared. This place, it's creepy. Oh no, you witch. You thought you could just steal my guy? Walking back home in this rain will teach you a lesson. Or maybe make some friends with some ghosts. What? No, she can't walk back. It's raining. Let's just drive around for 5 minutes and come back for her. No way. She tried to steal Calix. I say punish her. Saying that, Anya took the steering wheel and they both drove off while Robin kept begging for her to stop. She even ran after the car, but exhausted, she fell to her knees. The next day, when Summer woke up, she was sure that Robin would be sick and tired from walking back home. But to her surprise, she saw Robin's mom all worried. Summer, did you see Robin last night? I've been waiting for her all night, but she didn't come home. What in the world? As her mom and Robin's mom called all their friends and then the cops, Summer felt her world shake. But before going to school, Summer saw a shadow enter Robin's room. Perfect, she's back. Got her mom worried for nothing. But upon entering Robin's room, she saw nothing except wet shoe marks on the floor and all the way up to the ceiling. Whatever you're up to, it won't work on me, Robin. Ugh. Saying that, Summer left for school. But when the announcement of Robin's disappearance was made, she felt confused. What? If Robin was still missing, who was that at home? During break time, Summer told Anya everything, only to be laughed at. So, you're saying Robin turned into a ghost who can climb walls? Or is she now Spider-Man? I don't know. I just think we should tell the police about last night. Police? Don't be crazy. She'll be back in no time. Don't be so dramatic. A few days later, Calix visited her at night, and right then, an officer also came to speak to Robin's mom. But as she opened the door, Summer saw something behind them. A person. Robin. Oh my God. She's here. She's coming here.
What? Who's here? Kid? You all right?
Scared witless, Summer ran into her room and shut herself in there. The next day at school, Anya came to Summer. You're trying to blackmail me? I'll ruin you, Summer. What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. I got this note in my locker. I know you're trying to spook me. Seeing the note, Summer's heart leapt into her throat. It was Robin's handwriting. I am coming. Everyone will pay. I swear it's not me. It's Robin. It's actually Robin's ghost. She wants revenge, I think. OMG, what have I done? All because of you. You left her there and she isn't back. This was all your idea. Shut up. And my idea? You were the one who tricked her. Keep your mouth zipped, or else. Or else what? You're horrible. I wish I could have seen your real face earlier. Robin was the only true friend I had. Yeah, and she's gone. Boo-hoo. This was the point Summer realized what a jerk Anya was, and she hoped and prayed her real friend would return, alive. A week later, in the evening, her mom was out and Summer was alone, when all of a sudden the lights went off. Summer immediately lit a candle and looked out the window. She almost fell on her butt. She couldn't believe her eyes. It was Robin. Robin looked deathly pale, like a ghost. You betrayed me. Summer, you betrayed me. Why did you betray me? No, I didn't. It was a... And then there was a loud bang on the door, and in the split second where Summer looked at the door, Robin was gone from the window. But the banging kept going on, driving Summer mad. No, I won't open the door. Never. Just then the lock turned, and Summer screamed, but her mom entered and seeing her crying on the floor, hugged her. Mom, Robin was outside on the porch. Oh, Mom, he did a terrible thing. Anya suggested, but it was all me. I could have said no, but I was so blind in jealousy.
What? What are you talking about? And then Summer told her mom the entire truth.
Mom, I am so sorry. I miss Robin. I wish she could come back, and none of this had ever happened. I now know that jealousy is a disease, and because of it, look what I did to my best friend. Oh, Mom.
Well, I am glad you learned your lesson. Hearing Robin's voice, Summer's eyes widened and realized Robin was in fact alive. Summer was stunned.
You're all right. Oh, thank God. Robin, please forgive me. I crossed the line, and I shouldn't have done this.
You shouldn't have. But, oh, Summer, I'm just glad all of this could open your eyes. And then Robin explained how Calyx had followed her that night and picked her up. Even though Robin could press charges on Summer and Anya, she chose not to and decided to teach Summer a much-deserved lesson. So she hatched the whole plan with Calyx. Even Calyx's cousin, who was in the police force, was in on the plan, and even both of their moms.
Okay, you really got me there. I was scared out of my mind,
but your absence told me the worth of your presence. Come here.
Hi, I'm Grace, and I'm a liar. But before that, please like and subscribe. When I was little, my mom worked for this rich woman who was the third cousin of the daughter of the king of bleep. Oops, I forgot. Mom and I signed an NDA, so I really can't say which country or what king. Anyway, the rich woman had a fabulous life. She and her daughter Gigi, who was my age, lived in a beautiful mansion. They went to the spa every week and on vacation every weekend. But the only thing was that the paparazzi never left them alone. They camped in front of the house and hid in the trees to get a glimpse of Gigi and her mom. Gigi and I looked alike, so I'd often pose as her decoy. I'd walk out the front door in her fancy clothes and smile for the paparazzi, while Gigi snuck out the back into a tinted SUV and sped off. Life was great until Gigi and her mom moved back to bleep and Mom lost her job. We moved into a tiny house and Mom had to work 2 jobs just to afford the rent. I hated being poor. It made me sick to my stomach. So I decided I had to be rich one day. I worked harder than ever in school so I could get a good job and make a ton of money. Then one day, I was called into the principal's office, and she gave me the best news ever.
Congratulations, Grace! You've been awarded a scholarship to one of the most prestigious private schools in the city.
I was over the moon, but there was one big problem. My new school was filled with rich kids. There was no way I was going to fit in. That night, I had nightmares about them laughing at me and chasing me through the halls. The next morning, I woke up and prayed that I could win $1 million. And then the craziest thing happened.
I talked with your Aunt Maddie. She lives near your new school. You'll be staying with her so I can save some money.
I jumped for joy. I just hit the jackpot. Aunt Maddie was a filthy rich lawyer. She was so generous that she'd recently adopted a daughter my age. That evening, Aunt Maddie's chauffeur picked me up in a limousine and drove me to her mansion. My adopted cousin Victoria greeted me at the door. She looked like a supermodel, aside from these huge glasses that were way too big for her face. Victoria took me to my room, and as I was unpacking, she kept staring at my clothes. Whoa, what happened? I've seen homeless people wear better clothes. I was so embarrassed. I started crying like an idiot. They're all I have. I'm poor. Oh, don't worry about it, Grace. I've got your back. You can borrow some of my clothes. I've got plenty. Victoria led me to her room, where she opened a walk-in closet twice the size of my mom's house, filled with dozens of Gucci and Versace dresses, shoes, and handbags. I was in heaven. When we got to school, I strutted like a superstar down the hallway, and all the kids couldn't stop staring at me. In class, the teacher asked us all to introduce ourselves and share something interesting about our families. All the other kids came from wealthy families that owned huge business empires. Some even had parents who were famous celebrities. When the teacher asked me to introduce myself, I walked to the front of the class. I felt really nervous. I couldn't tell them about my poor single mom who worked as a janitor at a beauty salon and waited tables at at a 2-star restaurant? Then suddenly, something strange came over me, and the most unexpected words just fell out of my mouth. Hi, everyone. I'm Grace, and I'm an heiress to the throne of Bleep.
Due to the privacy of the royal family, we cannot...
Jeez. Can we skip the legal mumbo-jumbo and get back to the story? Now, where was I? Oh yeah, everyone in class stared at me like I was a unicorn. I took out my phone and flashed one of my photos from a magazine, and the kids went wild. Victoria appeared out of nowhere and pulled me to the side. Have you lost your mind? You just told everyone a big fat lie. My mind is right where it's supposed to be, if you must know. Plus, it's not really a lie. You were Gigi's stand-in. My mom told me all about it. You're stealing her identity. I'm just borrowing it. She won't even notice. Victoria walked away. Then a bunch of popular kids ran over to me. My plan was working like a charm. Are you really in line for the throne? Yep. It's a very real possibility. Everyone in line before me is old and sick.
I thought you moved back to Europe.
That's fake news. But aren't you living with Victoria? Yes. My mother wants me to have a more grounded experience among commoners, but it's just temporary. Ta-ta. Sorry, no more questions today. Maybe we can have crumpets and tea later. Then Damien, the most beautiful boy I'd ever seen, patted me on my shoulder and my heart skipped a beat. His sparkly brown eyes and warm smile made my heart flutter.
Your Highness, would you do me the honor of coming to my party tonight?
He took my hand and kissed it. Yes, please. That night, I raided Victoria's closet and found the perfect dress. I pranced around in the mirror, flashed my prettiest smile, and practiced kissing my hand. What's up with you? I told Victoria all about how Damien invited me to his party, and she looked pissed. Don't you mention that jerk to me. He's not a jerk. He's really cool, and he looks like an angel. Listen, you'll live to regret it if you choose to hang out with that idiot. Are you sure we're talking about the same guy? Damien's at the top of our class. He smells like fresh strawberries. He's super cute and the captain of the football team. He's perfect. Never mind. I'm out of here. Victoria stormed off in a huff, but I didn't have time to figure out what put a bee in her bonnet. I had to get to Damien's party. Of course, Damien's party was awesome. We danced together for hours, and at the end of the night, he gave me the most romantic kiss.
You're amazing, Grace.
I know. People tell me that all the time.
I've never met a girl like you before.
Which made sense, because everything I told him was a lie. I must admit, I felt a little guilty for lying, but I wasn't hurting anyone. After that, Damien and I started dating, and we became the hottest couple in school. My popularity was through the roof. Even Victoria stopped shaking her head at me every time we passed each other in the hallway. Life was great until things took a horrible turn. One day, one of the rich kids invited me to an exclusive restaurant. I was busy enjoying my caviar when I looked out the window and saw Victoria and Damien having a heated argument across the street. I was about to go out to snoop on them, but our waiter Brian, this geeky kid from my math class, stepped into my path.
Excuse me, you forgot to pay for your food.
He gave me a bill of over $200. I had less than $20 in my bank account. I was invited to this party.
And we've been told everyone is paying their bill separately.
A couple of popular kids started staring at us, so without thinking, I handed Brian my bank card.
I'm sorry, but your card has been declined.
That's impossible. I'm heir to $1 million fortune.
We also accept cash.
This is no way to treat royalty. I want to speak with your manager now. I dragged Brian to the side, but I was so afraid he was going to call the cops on me that I decided to tell him the truth. Listen, there's no way I can pay all that money. Maybe we can work something out.
You rich kids always try to take advantage of people. Please pay so I can do my job. Aren't you from some royal family anyway?
I'm seriously not a rich kid. That was all a big lie. I just wanted to fit in. Suddenly, tears started streaming down my face.
Oh, geez, please don't cry. Listen, I know what it's like to want to fit in with the rich kids. I'll put it on my tab, but you have to pay me back this month.
I was so relieved. It felt like a huge weight had been lifted. It was good to tell the truth, but then it hit me. If Brian exposed me, my fabulous life would be destroyed. Could you please keep my secret?
Sure, but only if you agree to tutor me. I'm kind of struggling with calculus, and I saw you got 100 on the test.
I happily agreed. By the time I was done with this drama, Victoria and Damien were gone, and neither of them answered their phones. I called my driver to take me home. I waited in my room for hours, but didn't hear a word from either of them. I was confused, worried, and a little jealous. What on earth earth could they have been arguing about? A few minutes after midnight, I woke up to hear a car pulling into the driveway. I looked out the window. It was Damien, and Victoria was in the passenger seat. I saw red. I raced down the stairs and ran straight into Victoria. Why are you sneaking around with Damien? We aren't sneaking around. I saw you two arguing at the party. It's complicated, and I'm really tired. Can we talk about it later? It's not complicated at all. You're a jealous witch and a boyfriend stealer. And don't try to deny it. You hate that I'm more popular than you and that Damien's in love with me. Victoria marched to her room and slammed her door in my face. Something fishy was going on between those two, and I was gonna find out what. The next day, I asked Damien about Victoria.
Don't worry about it, babe. She's my partner for a school project. We were only talking about that. You know I only have eyes for you.
After that, Damien got really busy with football practice, so I focused on school and tutoring Brian. To my surprise, I enjoyed hanging out with Brian. He was smart and funny, and we were both huge fans of classical music. One night, he played one of Mozart's concertos on the piano for me. That was beautiful. I didn't know you were so talented.
I'm kind of a music prodigy. That's how I got a scholarship to our school.
A couple of weeks later, Brian aced his calculus test and invited me to his piano recital.
I'll be playing that piece you like, and a new song I wrote for you.
You wrote a song for me? Brian blushed, and so did I.
It's a thank you for all you've done for me.
I wouldn't miss your concert for the world. That night, just as I was getting ready to go to the concert with Brian, Damien showed up in a tuxedo. What are you doing here?
You're funny. I told you I was picking you up.
Oh God, I'd totally forgotten that Damien had invited me to be his date for his family's annual charity ball.
Come on, we don't want to be late.
Damien took my hand and rushed me to his car. When we arrived at the ball, Damien's parents were excited to meet me. They spent the whole night introducing me to all their fancy friends and bragged about how their son had landed the heiress to a throne. I needed a breath of fresh air, so I went out into the back alley for a bit to find Damien and the school's head cheerleader kissing. When they saw me, they turned as white as bed sheets.
It's not what it looks like.
Actually, it is. Damien and I are in love.
I was gonna tell you after the party. I just wanted to impress my parents by saying you were my girlfriend. You're their favorite royal, and they've been dying to meet you.
I slapped Damien hard in the face and stormed out of there. The next day, Brian marched up to me at school with a huge scowl.
I waited for you for over an hour, and you didn't even call.
I'm sorry. I had another engagement.
Like what? Your fake royal duties? If you didn't want to go, you should have just told me. You didn't have to play with my feelings. I may not be one of the popular kids, but I don't deserve to be treated like trash.
Brian stormed off. I was gutted. And just when I thought the day couldn't get any worse, I got an alert on my phone. A gossip website had done a news report on me and outed me as a fraud. All the kids crowded around me like an angry mob. I ran outside and straight into a bunch of crazy paparazzi. They chased me through the parking lot. I darted down the street and jumped into a cab. Get me out of here, please. The driver hightailed it out of there. When I got home, I raced up the stairs and locked myself in my room. Then suddenly, someone unlocked my bedroom door and turned the knob. Terrified, I hid under the bed. My lies had finally caught up with me. The police would haul me off to jail. My mom would be so embarrassed she'd disown me. The whole thing might even go on my permanent record. I closed my eyes and braced myself for the worst. Please have mercy. I'm just a kid. I made a mistake. I'm sorry. Don't be so dramatic. It's just me. I told you all this would blow up in your face. The lying. And most of all, Damien. Was he dating you too? No, gross. Damien and I lived in the same foster home years ago. That night at the restaurant, I got a text about our foster mother. She'd gotten into a bad accident and had to have a major surgery. She'd just woken up and was begging to see me and Damien. That's it. Damien hates that he was poor and he won't tell anyone he's adopted. Or that he and I know each other from a foster home. And he's always trying so hard to impress his snooty parents. You're not that different. He just wants so bad to fit in. That information hit me like a ton of bricks. At that moment, I decided to make a change. I apologized to Victoria and sent Brian a dozen I'm sorry memes. And I came clean to everyone at school. After my truth was revealed, I wasn't popular anymore, of course. I was even mocked and branded as a liar. But I had Victoria, and I eventually made friends with some nice kids, and it took a while. But Brian and I started talking again after I offered to tutor him for free for a year. In the end, I realized that being a popular fake royal didn't hold a candle to being surrounded by friends that loved me for me. Hi, I'm Kathy from Florida. My mom comes from a family of geniuses. Both her parents are scientists, just like her. So when I was born, she expected me to be some kind of genius too. Only I wasn't. Kathy, how do you make 7 even?
Easy. Take the S out like this.
Ugh, no. Let's give this another shot.
Mom, I'm bored. Can I go outside and play for a bit? Such a pretty day.
No matter how hard Mom tried, I could never give a hoot about books. So Mom got me private tutors. Margot, are you with me? Tell me what I just said.
You said, Margot, are you with me?
No, I mean, what was I teaching?
How am I supposed to know that?
You're the teacher. The tutor got angry and swore to never come back, and Mom was just left disappointed, as always. She didn't talk to me for days until one afternoon, her old friend from school, Lydia, paid us a visit with her daughter, Sophie, who was awfully quiet. They'd recently moved to town and shifted to our neighborhood. I was so excited to see another kid in the area, since our neighborhood was full of old, boring people.
Do you want to see my room? Oh, wait, that's a mess.
We should go outside and play. Sophie won't be going anywhere.
Why don't you guys sit down and I'll get some sodas.
Sophie passed me a dry smile and did exactly that. I went and sat next to her. Are you okay?
What are you doing?
So you talk, huh?
Please, don't talk to me. My mom doesn't like it when I talk too much.
Or at all. I tried talking to Sophie, but she continued to stare at the floor and I gave up. After they left, Mom told me that Sophie was supposed to go to my school and I had to look after her.
Why? She's so weird, and her mom kept staring at me like I'd farted in her face.
Sophie's new here and she needs your help. That's the least you can do for me after that stunt you pulled with the tutor.
Oh, fine.
Just like Mom asked me to, I waited for Sophie so we could walk to school together. She didn't say a word the whole day till the teacher asked us the answer to a tough math question in class.
It's 7,250.
Wow, dude, that was fast. Are you a genius or something?
Well, kinda. I study a lot.
Then maybe you can be my tutor. God knows I need one, and no one sticks around with me for long. Sophie smiled, and we spent the entire day together. We were poles apart, but somehow clicked, and she invited me over that evening for a study session. But just as I got there, Linda walked up to us smirking. I have my eyes on you girls. Do not close this door.
Sure, Mrs. Linda, Sophie's mom.
You know what happens when you close the room? Monsters creep up from behind the shadows and eat you up. Have fun studying. Linda laughed, and I just couldn't stop thinking about how weird she sounded. Also, the entire time I was there, she kept walking by the door, sneaking glances. I wanted to ask Sophie if her mom disliked me or something, but I didn't want to offend her, so I kept quiet. Mom got called for an emergency meeting out of town and asked Linda to help. Oh, of course she can stay here. No problem. Work comes first. Tell me that didn't sound sarcastic. Anyway, I was happy to spend some time with Sophie, but as soon as Mom left, Linda grinned and walked in, locking the door from inside. I continued banging for ages till she opened up. What? I just went to get you my sweater. It's freezing. You just shut the door in my face and walked away. I did not. You're an ungrateful, wild kid, Kathy. Didn't your mom teach you how to speak with elders? Oh, wait. She's too busy working. Before I could respond, Sophie came and practically dragged me away. Your mom's crazy. Who talks like that?
I'm really sorry. Ever since Dad left us, she's been a little weird around people. Just ignore her.
Anyway, are you hungry? I'm starving. Sophie got me sandwiches, and we watched some MSA until we dozed off. But later that night, we woke up to loud noises, and it seemed like they were coming from the kitchen. We went downstairs to check and saw Linda trying to find something.
What are you doing?
Oh, no. Did I wake you guys up? I was so hungry, and I thought I'd make lasagna. Go back to bed.
Who eats lasagna at 3 a.m.?
I do. Sophie and I left, but we couldn't get any sleep and were super exhausted the next day. I didn't know what her deal was, but Linda just kept getting weirder over the years. But Sophie and I continued to remain the best of friends. While I was still figuring out what I wanted to do in life, she had already set her mind on becoming a writer. Look at this poem I wrote. I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain. This is beautiful. You think? It's not complete yet. I think poetry is my calling, Kathy. I don't want to waste my life studying. I think it's amazing. I just wish I knew what I wanted to do too. I'm sure you'll figure it out. Well, I tried to, but finding a passion was more difficult than I thought. I tried auditioning for the drama club, but I had trouble memorizing the lines. Art was boring and cheerleading was too much effort. I'd almost given up hope till one day a football hit me right in the head. Ouch! Watch out, jerks! Pass the ball, shorty. You holding up the game. Oh, really? Come and get it. Just as one of the guys walked forward, I dodged him and ran straight to touchdown. Everyone stared at me wide-eyed as the coach suggested I try out for the running team. I wasn't sure I'd do well, but I ended ended up overtaking everyone on the team, including the boys. By high school, I was good enough to compete in tournaments. After our team had won one of the biggest track events, we wanted to celebrate by going out for a concert, and I invited Sophie too. I don't know. I mean, I've never really stayed up that late, and Mom would never allow it. So we'll sneak out. Come on, it's high school, and you could use the break. What's the worst that could happen? I can murder you and hide your body, or you could be a zombie in disguise. Wouldn't that be something? Sophie and I left with the team, and we're having a blast at the concert till I left to go get some drinks. And when I came back, Sophie wasn't around. I started searching for her frantically and tried calling her, but I couldn't get through. I informed security, and within minutes, we had a whole search team looking everywhere for her. We finally found her near one of the stalls, and she had fainted. We immediately took her to the hospital. I informed Mom and Linda on the way, and was sweating bricks when they showed up. Do you have any idea what you've done? You're such a bad influence on her. She has a scholarship exam in 2 days. If they don't let her sit for that, all her hard work will go down the drain. I can't believe this. Your daughter's in the hospital, and all you care about is some dumb exam? Seriously, what's wrong with you? You should be sorry for sneaking out my daughter, and instead, you're giving me an attitude? This is exactly why I told Sophie to stay away from you. If there's anyone she needs to stay away from, it's you. She probably fainted from all the stress you give her. Enough, Linda. I apologize for Kathy. And you, young lady, let's talk at home. But Mom, just then the doctors walked in and informed us that Sophie had a slight concussion and a minor fracture and would be absolutely fine. I wanted to check on her too, but Mom dragged me back home. A week later, when Sophie came home, I rushed to talk to her. I am so glad you're okay. How are you feeling? I've been better. I'm sorry for leaving you alone like that, Sophie. It's okay. I don't want to think about it. I need to rest now. Let's talk later. With that, Sophie just went to bed and pulled up a blanket. Because of her injury, she couldn't take the scholarship test for college, and even though she didn't blame me for what happened, I wanted to make up for it. I thought about it a lot, and then one day while I was walking by the school notice board, I saw a flyer for a writing competition. The winner would get a chance to apply for a prestigious writing course and win a cash prize. I quickly tore it off and went straight to Sophie's place, but Linda opened the door and refused to let me in. I had to get creative, so I climbed up a tree that led to Sophie's window, and what I saw blew my mind. You have to stop hanging out with that Kathy. I hate her, and I hate her more every day. Stop it, Mom. You don't even know her. I know she'll let you down, just like her mom did. What do you mean? Nothing. They're all the same. You need to be better and smarter, get a better job, college, and more money than Kathy. That will be my revenge. Saying that, Linda turned around and left. She was worse than I thought. And what was she saying about my mom? I had so many questions in my head when suddenly the branch I was on snapped. Luckily, I caught the windowsill just in time. What the heck are you doing, Kathy? Hanging out? Pull me up, will you? Close call. Here, take this. What am I supposed to do with this? You have to apply. It's been your dream since forever, Sophie. No, I don't have to do anything. Besides, Mom, you can't let your mom define your life for you. You have to be strong and give your dreams a shot. Why do you even care? Because you're my best friend, and I want you to be happy, even if that means going against your mom, who is terrifying, by the way. Oh, tell me about it. We shared a laugh, and Sophie promised to think about it. I was glad to have my best friend back, but I still couldn't stop thinking about what Linda said. So the next morning, I asked Mom, and she told me that in high school, Sophie's mom was a bit weird. She always had her head in books and hardly smiled. So we thought maybe she needed to loosen up a bit, and we played a funny prank on her. What did you do? We might have taken a picture of her digging in her nose and pasted it all over the school. How is that funny, Mom? That's horrible. I know that now. We did remove all the pictures, but I think it affected her, and kids kept laughing at her for years. I apologized more than once, but I guess she's never really forgiven me. I wanted to talk to Sophie about it too, so the next day, I waited outside her house to walk to school together, but she didn't show up, and when I came back from school, Mom told me Linda and Sophie had moved. Immediately, I called Sophie, but as luck would have it, Linda answered, "Stay away from Sophie. She's done with you messing up her life." But Linda disconnected, and when I tried calling again, the number wasn't reachable. I searched for Sophie for weeks, but finally gave up when I got no leads. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air. Soon, the school announced the annual track events, and I got busy. The best student would get a sports scholarship to a college of their choice, and even though I wanted to be the best, Sophie always remained in the back of my mind. I missed her, but I set all my feelings aside and gave it 100%. I didn't land the top spot, but I did get into a good college, and Mom was super proud of me. I continued participating in athletics in college, and with time, I even developed a taste for poetry. Maybe
maybe Sophie rubbed off on me a little. A year later, I was attending a poetry show with some friends when suddenly I heard a familiar voice on stage. I could never explain how much you meant to me, for sharing my joys and pain, for being my friend, patient and forgiving, never judging, scolding, or forsaking. It gives me peace that at the end of the day, you're only a phone call away. The audience erupted in applause, and I could feel warm tears down my face. When the show ended, I immediately went backstage to meet her, but it was too crowded. Kathy, is that you? Oh my God, I'm so happy to see you. And that poem? I completed it. It's actually dedicated to you. God, I missed you so much. Me too. And I'm so glad you're following your dreams and finally convinced your mom. Well, not exactly. Sophie told me after they left town, her mom got diagnosed with bipolar disorder and had to get admitted to a mental facility. Since they had no other family, Sophie had to drop out of college and pick up a job to pay the bills. I'm so sorry to hear that. Why didn't you call me? You know I would have helped. I tried calling you. I guess you changed your number. And then I got busy with mom's treatment, and there was never a good time. If it means anything, I'm here now, and I'm sorry for what mom and her friends did to your mom all those years ago. It was a long time back. I knew mom wasn't like other moms, but she tried her best to be there for me in her own twisted way. But after she got diagnosed, I realized how short life is to hold on to grudges and ignore what makes you happy. So now that mom's better, I've finally decided to pursue my dream. I'm so proud of you, Sophie. So what do you say? We start again? This time, let's leave the moms aside. I'd love that. Do I look good, guys? Anything stuck in my teeth? Just let me know in the comments. I really don't trust my assistant. She hates me. See, I was telling a friend one day that my assistant smells like chicken, and I think she overheard. But seriously, I hear bark every time she comes close. Wait, if she sees this, she'll start spitting in my food. Director, please cut this part out, okay? Hi, I'm Cece, and I'm a model and Insta blogger from New York. Now, I know many of you are expecting Ramen to do a part 2. And don't get me wrong, I love her. But let me tell you how I'm better than that noodle-loving rapper. She never even told you her real name or where she's from. But I'm an open book. I have no problem disclosing that my full name is Cecilia and... Wait, I'm getting a phone call from the dragon. I mean, my mother. This can't be good. Be right back. Okay, where was I? Yeah, basically, Ramen's busy and her animator got sick and can't do more parts for now. But MSA can't disappoint you, so I stepped up. Now my story will take this lovely animator, and I chose him because he makes his character shake. Like this, see? See, I have a bit of a history with shaking. I love Rihanna and her song Shine Bright Like a Diamond. But when I was little, I used to hear it as shake your body like a demon. And I wondered, why would somebody shake their body like a demon? Who has even seen a demon shaking? But you know, I'm just an easygoing girl. I didn't question anything and just continued with my life. The reason why I was a relaxed, easygoing kid was because my parents were jerks. You know, like jerks to the point where you just give up and live your life because you have no other option. I was born in a family of French aristocrats who had moved to the US a long time ago. But my parents still acted like they had sticks up their butts. I lived in a large, dull mansion where everything was beige, and you guessed it, beige. Any attempts to add color were frowned upon. And then they had all these rules. Keep your voice low, but don't mumble. Sit straight and no elbows on the table. Don't show your teeth when you laugh. You're not a donkey. That's the soup spoon. That's the dessert spoon. Your ancestors must be rolling in their graves saying you eat meat with a fish fork. Jeez, weirdos. Don't you have anything better to do than watching me all day? And wait, let me show you what someone looks like when they laugh without their teeth. I look like a psychopath, right? Even Mom's cat Vivian was a judgmental snob and probably a spy. Once I was playing in the garden and I picked a booger from my nose and stuck it to a sunflower. Come on, it's normal. Kids do this stuff. I know you've done it too. Don't act so cool. And I turned around to find Vivian looking at me like this. So, yeah, I've always been a misfit in this sophisticated family. And it's not that I'm not girly. Actually, I adore fashion. And I always had a magazine tucked in the middle of the literary masterpieces I was forced to read, but I just hadn't grown up to be the classy lady my parents had hoped for. Once in 9th grade, I was shopping at the supermarket with a friend because she wanted to cook something for her boyfriend. Ugh, barf. Boys were all the craze with the girls in 9th grade. I was the only one cool enough not to lose my mind over some boy. I got bored, so I jumped into my friend's shopping cart and told her to run down the aisle with me. We were both laughing like crazy when suddenly she tripped and let the cart go, and I went whizzing straight into a pile of watermelons. When I opened my
my eyes, I was sure I'd gone to heaven because an angel was looking down at me, halo and all.
Hey, are you okay?
I don't know. Am I dead?
I really hope not. You have to pay for all those watermelons.
And then he smiled. Okay, so I was about to lose my mind over some boy. So sue me. His name was Danny. He was 2 years older, and he worked there part-time as a sales assistant. Our connection was instant, and he asked me out right away. Also, I did pay for the watermelons, but I learned later that the store policy didn't require people to pay for accidents. I think Danny kept the money for himself. And yeah, I didn't question it, because I'm someone who's been shaking her body like a demon for years and never even questioned that. Anyway, a week later, we were officially together. And you know those first days when you're so in love? Sky is bluer, the grass is greener, the air smells like lavender. My stupid 15-year-old brain was telling me that I'd met my soulmate. We liked the same everything, and I could just be myself around him. My parents didn't approve because he wasn't our class, but I couldn't give a hoot. Danny was perfect. So I really can't pinpoint exactly why or when things began going downhill and the lavender started to rot. Maybe because he started going to university and got too busy, or maybe because someone gave me a modeling offer in the city after seeing my blog. It was a great opportunity for me to enter the fashion world, and I was sure we could make long distance work. Yeah, except that even short distance wasn't working for us now. We were just arguing and getting on each other's nerves all the time. See this picture of Danny? Yeah, that's him as a loser kid. But do you see that annoying half smile? He would smirk just like that when he thought he was right, which was like always. Who wouldn't get annoyed? There were so many little things, like why did he tell so many jokes? Why did he touch his ear so often? Why did he sneeze like a raccoon? Sneeze like a man. But things really escalated when we were out for dinner once and he started eating my fries. Why didn't you just order your own fries?
Because I didn't want fries.
Then why are you eating my fries?
I just took a few.
You've eaten half the plate.
You can't share fries with your boyfriend?
This is not about the fries. This is about you. You lied when you said you didn't want any, then you ate mine, and now I'm the bad guy?
Cece, you're acting crazy.
Oh, you want fries? Here, have all of them. The next day, we broke up after 3 years together. And you know the worst part about dating your best friend? When it's all over, you lose your best friend too. But don't worry about me, guys. I took the breakup like a champ. Anyway, I took up the modeling offer and moved to Manhattan right after high school. My parents were very disappointed at my career choices. Surprise, surprise. But I needed to get away from this place, and I just hadn't gone back since. But now, I had just received an invite to a high school reunion. Maybe it was a good excuse to go home. And Danny had moved away, not that it mattered. Yeah, what could go wrong? Oh, Cece, you dumb, silly duck. I didn't realize I'd missed my parents so much till I saw them. Even they seemed kinda happy. Cecilia, what's the matter? Has the dirty city air destroyed your corneas? No, Mom, something just went into my eye.
I asked the chef to make your favorite dessert, a strawberry tart.
That's your favorite, Dad. I'm allergic to strawberries, but I appreciate the thought. And man, oh man, did I appreciate my bed. Why had I left this life again? Hard to recall the moment. I was having a great time at the reunion with my old friends when I spotted a stunning brunette in a red dress. You know, the kind of dress that only a very confident girl can pull off and you instantly feel imperfect in every way just by looking at her. Hey, that girl wasn't in our batch, right? Cece, that's Regina. What? No, I remember Regina. Duh. She had braces, thick glasses, and she was cute but kind of fat, you know, like plump. Yep, same Regina. She got a major glow up. Also, there's something you should know. Just then, a tall guy in a suit walked up to Regina and kissed her. Danny? Oh my God, I'm not ready for this. I gotta go before he sees me. But as I turned, I tripped over my own feet and crashed into a photo booth. Caption for next Insta post: how to be a complete moron in front of your ex and his gorgeous girlfriend.
Why do our meetings always start with you on the floor?
Don't stare at my butt, you pervert.
What? I swear I wasn't. Ugh. Get up, you weirdo.
Gosh, he was even cuter than I remembered. You didn't even go to our high school, man. Why are you here?
I'm here with, Regina.
Cece, you look gorgeous as ever. Mwah.
Always the most popular girl in school? You look great too.
Thanks, babe. Listen, I wouldn't have invited Danny if I knew you were coming, given your history. This must be awkward.
Oh, please. That was 1,000,000 years ago. I've dated like 400 boys since then. It's all cool. We're cool. Except watching them together was setting my insides on fire. Listen, guys, I'm not unreasonable. Of course, I didn't think Danny would stay single forever, even though it would have been great if he did till I got married and had my
my first child. Whatever, I can't control that. But why her? She's prettier than me. He wasn't supposed to upgrade. Animator, show me the ugliest shot you got of her. No, not this one. She still looks too pretty. Not this either. Pretty. Okay, animator, you failed. Can someone else volunteer? Yes, the music guy. Love your music, by the way. Oh yeah, this picture. Look at her face. It's made according to Da Vinci's golden ratio, man. And that dark hair, that swan-like neck, her perfect skin, and those long legs. And no, I'm not gay. I mean, I don't think so. But if I was, she'd totally be my type.
Cecilia, who are you talking to? And I heard gay. Are you gay? Not that we're not open-minded people, but, no grandchildren then?
Not right now, guys. I went down a social media rabbit hole stalking Regina and Danny. I wanted to be happy for him, really, but he didn't seem like himself anymore. He was always dressed in fancy suits and hanging out with fake-looking rich people like he was trying too hard to fit in. But it wasn't any of my business. He'd moved on, and so had I. Till I found out my parents were hosting a Christmas party, and Regina's parents were invited, so she and Danny would be coming too. Ugh, I needed a distraction, so I decided to work on a new blog post. How to get a date over the holidays so you're not the only single loser at Christmas. Okay, lovely followers, and of course everyone watching this video. Here are some of Cece's tried and tested tips. Number 1, walk up to a guy in a grocery store and compliment his ugly sweater that his mom obviously knit for him. Guys love it when you compliment their moms. Number 2, stand behind a cute guy at a coffee shop, eavesdrop on his order, and then say, "Oh, you have such good taste." Ha ha ha. I'll have what he's having. Making a guy feel special over nothing is a sure way to win him over. Number 3, when you're walking outside, take one shoe off and start limping. A gentleman is bound to stop and offer you a ride home. Great conversation starter. As I was testing out number 3, a car pulled up next to me. It was freaking Danny.
Hey, Cece, you okay?
Oh, yeah, I just broke my heel.
Hop in, I'll drive you home.
Couldn't tell him what I was actually doing, obvi. We drove away in awkward silence, and then he turned on the radio.
You wanna hear about a girl who makes jealous witches?
I love Ramen Lee Min-ho.
Happy to hear that. Regina hates my songs.
And after that, we just reconnected like old times. Talking to him felt so right and easy and comfortable. I actually felt disappointed when we arrived at my place. And suddenly, it was crystal clear to me. I wanted Danny back. Look, guys, I can feel some of you judging me already. But Regina's known him for what? A few months? She'd get over him. Danny and I were together for 3 years. And yeah, it didn't end well, but we've grown up now. Plus, whose side are you on anyway? This is my story. Root for me. The Christmas dinner was the perfect opportunity for my first move. I switched around the place cards to make sure I sat next to Regina to talk down Danny. So, you must have heard Danny's embarrassing singing by now. Gosh, I've never met someone so off-key, but it's cute. Okay, but have you heard him sneeze? Like a raccoon? Yeah, I tell him he should just let it out. What about the way he snorts like a pig when he laughs? I sometimes do that too. He has terrible taste in music. Oh yeah, I'm trying to change that by introducing him to classical stuff. Also, the worst taste in food. Why eat Mexican when you could have sushi and caviar? Yeah, Mexican? Yuck. Danny and I love Mexican food. Who doesn't? This girl's a psycho. But you know, that's just small stuff. He's pretty great overall. No one's perfect, right? Right. I'm gonna go sit with my date for a while. Yeah, it was just some random dude Ted at the bus stop I'd bribed to act like my date. The second course of action was trying to make Danny jealous. Regina was all over him, touching his hair and laughing, so I ran my fingers through Ted's hair too. Ow, you're hurting me. Ow. I tried feeding him cheesecake next.
No way, girl. Get your own slice. You can't have mine. I don't share food.
And then he just disappeared after dinner. Luckily, Regina's feet were hurting, so Danny asked me to dance instead. Ugh, why did he have to be so lovely and charming and a gentleman? Why couldn't he be ugly and gross and a jerk? Ugh. And when the music stopped, several people were pointing to something above us. Mistletoe. Everyone cheered us on to kiss, and Danny gave me a gentle peck on the lips. He walked off while my head was spinning like a ballerina. And as I watched him and Regina leave the party, she waved to me with a warm smile. Wait. What? I just kissed your boyfriend and you're smiling at me? This girl was faker than my nails. And for some reason, she wanted to keep me close. 2 days later, she arranged a big picnic for our whole batch and invited me too. Yeah, check out her fancy handwritten note because she's too fancy to send a text. first. Dearest Cece, you are cordially invited to Regina's annual charity picnic gala. All we require is your presence and generous donations. The rest has been taken care of by us. Hope you'll join us for a fun-filled day. XOXOXO, Regina. Well, two can write a note. Dear Regina, yeah, I'll come. I'm busy, but I'll come. Cece. It was a huge event and there were a bunch of games. And somehow for each of them, she partnered me and Danny. I didn't know what she was up to, but I felt like she was watching me. Well, I didn't mind. I was happy for Regina to see how totally in sync Danny and I were. Man, we could finish each other's sentences. We kept meeting for the next few days for some event or the other, but the problem was I was really falling for Danny all over again. Why did I ever let him go? And how could I know if he felt anything for me now? One evening, I was feeling bummed and sitting at my favorite spot when someone joined me.
Didn't think I'd find anyone here. Want me to leave?
You should have asked that before making yourself comfortable.
I have food.
You can stay. As we sat there eating crisps, Danny suddenly spoke.
Why didn't you come home earlier, Cece?
Maybe because I didn't want to return till I'd proved I could make it on my own. It's nice being back, though. Even my parents are a little chilled out now. I got Dad to do a TikTok with me. Can you imagine?
Hardly. You know, I always felt like your parents didn't think I was good enough for you, but this time they were nice. Maybe because I've made something of myself now.
I'm sorry they made you feel that way, but I never cared about that stuff. You know that, right?
Of course. You were always so different.
He brushed away a strand of hair from my face and moved closer. Suddenly, his phone rang and we jumped apart. He mumbled that he had to go and quickly left. Once I was sure he was gone, I broke out into a happy dance. Now I knew he felt something for me. I just had to make him feel enough to break up with stupid Regina. The next day, I was at the mall when I went to a changing room, and I heard two girls talking in the next stall. No, not this dress. We're announcing my engagement at the New Year's party tomorrow. I need something special. What the what? Is Danny excited? Of course he is. Daddy just offered him a position in his firm, and I'm out of his league in every way. He's very lucky. Are you gonna invite Cece too? I don't know why you've been inviting her everywhere. To show her what she's lost. Have you forgotten what Cece was like in high school? She never even noticed me, like I was invisible. Well, she's looking at me now, and no, she's not invited. I'll just let Danny tell her. I never ignored Regina on purpose. She just seemed like one of those shy kids who wanted to be left alone. I had no idea she felt so bitter, and it didn't sound like she loved Danny. Just saw him as someone she could control because she thought she was better than him. I had to tell him, right? But he was getting engaged. He must have thought it through. What was I gonna do anyway? Crash Regina's New Year's party and object to the engagement? That sounds stupid. Okay, now let's just fast forward to the part where I burst into Regina's New Year's party and yelled, I object to this engagement. Regina doesn't really love you, Danny. Danny grabbed my arm and led me out angrily.
Cece, what the heck?
Danny, don't get engaged to Regina. She's all wrong for you.
Who are you to decide that?
I just know that. She thinks she's out of your league and she's doing you some favor by being your girlfriend.
Regina loves me.
Not as you really are. Look in the mirror, man. I've seen you wear nothing but suits these past 10 days. She's changing you so you fit into her pretentious world.
You don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, fine. Then don't get engaged to her because I love you.
What?
Yeah, there. I said it. I love you. Like I'd give up the last slice of cheesecake for you or whatever. So pick me. Choose me. Love me.
Did you just steal Meredith's speech from Grey's Anatomy?
Oh, shoot. I'd forgotten we'd seen that show together. Trust him to remember something like that. For those who don't know about it, here's the speech.
Choose me. Love me.
Okay, so I'm using her words, but I feel the same way.
You're just playing games, Cece. You didn't look back once after leaving, and now you suddenly want me? No, you just hate the thought of me with someone else. We didn't work out before, and we wouldn't now.
This felt worse than our breakup. And for those of you who are on Team Regina, you must be enjoying this. And you suck. I couldn't stay any longer, so I packed my bags the next day and hugged my parents goodbye.
I'll send you TikToks every day.
I'll be looking forward to that, Dad. Don't take so long to visit again, Cece. I won't, Mom. Wait, you didn't call me Cecilia. Oh, must have slipped my tongue. Is there something in your eye again? Yeah, I think so. Anyway, I'll come visit soon. Bye! Next day, as my self-pity continued, the doorbell rang, and I was shocked to find Danny outside. What are you doing here?
I couldn't get engaged to Regina. You were right about everything, and she's not the one for me. I'm choosing you.
Look, man, that speech was just embarrassing. I take it back.
I choose you anyway.
You said we won't work.
We have to at least try and find out, because I love you too, Cece.
And we argued happily ever after. If you like my story and want to hear more of this style, comment Cece, our shaking MCC.
Hi, I'm Kiara, and I'm a hopeless romantic. But before I continue, please like and subscribe. I completely blame Mom for my problem. She's been a soap opera actor since her teens, and I think playing the heroine and all those love stories made her believe they were half real, even though she was often disappointed in reality. But a hopeless romantic doesn't give up easily. Despite some bad experiences, you continue to believe that one day true love really will conquer all. So I grew up watching classic romantic movies and Disney fairy tales, and I believed in soulmates and love at first sight and happily ever afters. That's what the movies told us. It had to happen as long as we believed. Well, Mom was still looking, and I was on this journey with her. And when things went bad, I was waiting with ice cream and her favorite rom-com, When Harry Met Sally.
When you realize you want to spend the rest of your life with somebody, you want the rest of your life to start as soon as possible. Oh, my heart. This gets me every time. God, where are these men hiding?
As Mom threw her bowl away angrily, my BFF Lauren walked in. Did I come at a bad time? Oh, no. We're just watching rom-coms and crying. The usual. Come on, join us. I was mostly a normal teenager, even a successful one. I'd inherited Mom's good looks, had plenty of friends, and I got good grades. My only problem was that I was always looking for love, and I fell for guys way too easily. Like there was Anthony in freshman year, who was the one until he stopped calling and pretended he didn't know me at school. Or Leo, who forgot to tell me that he was moving to California till he had already moved. And most recently, Mark, who suddenly told me he was becoming a priest and couldn't date girls anymore. I don't get it. These guys seem to like me, and it's going great, and then I don't know what happens. They go out with you because you're pretty and cool, and then you lose your mind and drive them away. What am I doing wrong? Oh, I don't know. How about when you told Anthony on the second date that you were in love with him? Or Leo, man, you looked deep into his eyes and said you could see his soul. Or Mark, you sang a song for him at his sister's wedding. You weren't even invited. I just wear my heart on my sleeve. You come on too strong, and you always pick the wrong guys. They look like your dumb idea of Prince Charming, and they're exciting, but they're not right for you. Okay. But look at this guy I bumped into at the coffee shop today. He asked me out. Lauren immediately set a calendar alert for 6 weeks. What's that for? When you guys break up? This time it's different. I'd love to be wrong about this. But she was never wrong. 6 weeks, like clockwork, the end. And I would scream into my pillow and swear off stupid boys forever. Till the next one, of course. Lauren always supported me, but after watching my summer romance crash and burn before senior year, she'd had enough. I can't watch you go through this again. Listen, why don't you let me choose someone for you? I know you inside out, and I'll pick someone right. I'll try anything at this point. Okay, but there are 3 rules. First, you have to go out with my pick. Deal. And you have to get to know him before you decide you're in love. Don't rush into it. Agreed? And you can't reject him until you've had at least 3 dates. Done. We wrote it into a contract and signed it. Lauren was taking her research very seriously, and I couldn't wait. But that Friday, I came home from school to find moving trucks next door. I casually looked out my window, and that's when I saw him. He was carrying boxes, and it was a hot day, so he took his shirt off, and I nearly fell out. The boy was a freaking work of art, and his smile, brighter than the sun. I wished I was the box he was carrying inside his house. Maybe on our wedding day. Snap out of it, idiot. I really tried, but I just couldn't stop thinking about him. So 2 days later, I went over to introduce myself. I rang the doorbell, but suddenly I lost my nerve. I turned around to run, and I tripped, and I landed face flat in mud. Someone helped me up, and I turned to the son of Zeus himself. Hey, you okay? That must have been a bad fall.
Oh, this? No, you've got it all wrong. See, we don't have mud at our place right now, so I just came over to do a mud facial. It's really good for your skin. You should try it. Not that you need it. No, sirree.
I've seen you around, and you don't need it either. You're really pretty and all. I'm Brett, by the way.
He held out his hand, and when we touched, fireworks. I don't remember much from that moment, except that he said he was going to start at my school on Monday. It practically floated back home. I couldn't wait to tell Lauren. Except the next day at school, she told me she'd finally picked someone for me. Lauren was explaining her decisions by the locker, but my eyes were busy scanning the hallways for Brett. Are you hearing any of this? Of course, yeah, sure, thank you. But just then, Brett walked up to me, smiling.
Hey, I was hoping to run into you. Think you can show me around later?
I would love to. As he walked away, Lauren turned towards me angrily. No! What do you mean, no? You have to go with the guy I picked. You signed a contract, remember? I know, it's just that... La, can't hear you. Okay, fine. Lauren had picked out this guy, Steven, and she forced me to talk to him. We'd been going to school together for years. He was perfectly nice and even cute in a skinny, geek kind of way, but I didn't feel that spark. Still, I agreed to go out with Steven on Friday night because of that stupid contract, but I couldn't get Brett off my mind. Every day that week, we met after school in his kitchen, did our homework together, and just got to know each other. I found myself falling for him. Hard. On Thursday, I learned he was falling too.
So, wanna go out with me tomorrow night?
I can't. It's just this stupid thing I agreed to do for my friend. She picked someone for me and I committed to this date this Friday.
What about Saturday then?
Saturday sounds perfect. The next night was my date with Steven, and it was interesting. I always thought he was shy, but once he got talking, it was hard to stop him. He was smart and made super lame jokes that he cracked up over himself, which made me laugh, but I decided to come clean. Look, this was great, but I kinda have my heart set on someone else right now. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't be. That's a relief, actually. I'm coming out of a relationship and I'm not ready for anything serious. So, who's the guy?
It's my new neighbor. It was like love at first sight, like he's my soulmate, you know?
No, I don't actually. I think that whole idea is stupid.
What? Why?
'Cause it's stupid. Like what? We're supposed to believe that Cinderella and her prince found true love after dancing for 2.5 minutes?
There are so many other examples.
Romeo and Juliet, those morons didn't live long enough to discover there were probably better people out there for them.
How can you not believe in love?
You have to know someone with all their flaws and then decide if you still like them enough to want to be with them. I believe in love, just not your dumb fairy tale version of it. How old are you, 10?
Gosh, you're so rude. I flung a glass of water in his face before I stormed out. Who was this jerk to judge me? I had to break the contract. No way was I going on 2 more dates with this guy. Lauren wanted to know all about my date, but I decided to tell her the details later. I had my date with Brett the next night, and that was amazing. We grabbed a quick bite from this burger joint and then went to a party with other seniors. I couldn't believe how quickly he had made friends with everyone. People just gravitated towards him, and I loved that. We danced all night, and standing next to him, I felt important. We kissed for the first time on my porch. I walked inside feeling excited and dizzy, and then I found Lauren sitting on my bed. Yeah, she knew. I'm so sorry. I was gonna tell you, it's just this time, it's really real. Lauren pulled out her phone and started flicking through it. He's incredible. He's confident and fun, and we went to this party. Lauren, can you please look at me? What are you doing? 6 weeks. Just setting my alert. Come on, don't be that way. Why did you go out with Steven in the first place? Why did you ask me to do any of this? You put so much more faith in random guys than you do in people who actually love you. Steven turned out to be a jerk, okay? He and I have nothing in common, but with Brett, it's something I've never felt before. I have to give this a chance. Okay, 6 weeks. And you know what? Just turn that alert off. You jinx my relationships. Oh, it's my fault now? I'm not turning it off. Yes, you are. Give me that. We both ended up wrestling like crazy over the phone, but as I pulled at it, it suddenly went flying and smashed into the wall. I tried to apologize, but Lauren just stormed off. I'd never really had a falling out with her, and it didn't feel good. But if she couldn't support me being with Brett, then I wasn't talking to her. Brett and I were inseparable, and every weekend we went to some new exciting place or party. I'd never felt so happy. Maybe I was finally done with all the dates and all the boys, but after a perfect month, things slowly started changing. Brett seemed a bit distant. He didn't want to go out on dates or parties so often now. When I asked him about it, he said he missed hanging out with his friends and wanted to spend more time with them. But I had this nagging feeling, and I'm not proud of this, but I followed him from his house to the other end of town, watched him walk into a house party, then watched him kiss another girl. I stormed up to him and grabbed him by his shirt. What do you think you're doing?
Kiara, you followed me?
You're cheating on me.
Look, can we please not do this here?
OMG, is this your crazy ex you were just telling me about? The one who has a whole journal for your future wedding? Girl, I saw the pictures, and you're pathetic. My what? You went through my things and took pictures?
I just found it under your pillow one day. What were you thinking, planning our wedding? You even had pictures of what our kids would look like. Who does that?
What I do in private is none of your business, and I never said anything to you.
But it was about me, and it's just creepy, okay? And I guess it made me realize that you're way more into me than I am into you.
And you weren't even man enough to break up with me? You just started seeing someone else? You know who does that? A stupid jerk. I pushed him so hard that he fell on his new girlfriend, and I ran out of the party in angry tears. As I waited for an Uber outside, someone gently took my hand. It was Steven. Oh, perfect. You were here to see everything. Go ahead, gloat, laugh at me.
I don't want to do that, Kiara. He's a jerk. This is not your fault.
No, but it is, because I'm so in love with the idea of being in love that I ignore the signs. I've seen him flirting with other girls, and I know he's full of himself, but I just felt so lucky that he chose me. That is pathetic, isn't it?
What can I do to make you feel better? Can I take you home?
Could you take me to Lauren's? I found Lauren in her room, and I just burst into tears. She immediately put her arms around me like she'd done every time in the past. You have to see how valuable you really are. You give too much of yourself to people who don't deserve it. What I don't deserve is a friend like you. But you're stuck with me anyway. Lauren stuck with me in the weeks that followed, and she wouldn't let Brett come near me in school when he tried to apologize. But Brett was persistent. Finally, I agreed to meet him on my porch, and for the first time, he didn't seem so confident.
I made a terrible mistake, Kiara. I just got freaked out over nothing. And not being with you made me realize how I really feel about you. Please, give me another chance.
It would have been so easy to just fall into his arms. No, I'm too valuable to give you any more of my time. It's over. We're over. A couple of weeks later, I was sitting on the bleachers when Steven joined me.
I need to apologize for our date. I had no right to judge you.
Yeah, you didn't, but you weren't wrong. And for the record, I was enjoying our date till I got mad at you.
I was enjoying our date too, till you told me you liked someone else. I lied about my breakup, just so I sounded like I wasn't interested either. But actually, I've kinda had a crush on you for years. I was really excited when Lauren set us up.
Oh, I had no idea. Yeah, Lauren thought we'd be perfect together. I was actually supposed to go on 3 dates with you.
3 dates, huh? So you owe me 2 more?
I guess I do. Lauren was just coming up as he walked away. What was that about? I'm completing the contract. She smiled and pulled out her phone. 6 weeks? Not this time. Not anymore. I sat in the audience for the 1000th time watching my annoying sister Mara's talk show. I was just about to fall asleep when suddenly a spotlight shone on me. There she is, my twin sister Brooke. Come help us play the game, sis. Wait, what? Before I could say a word, the audience started chanting my name and my parents nodded at me encouragingly. Mara was waiting on stage with her guest star, who was some famous model. So, Brookie, you and Iris are going to play the card game War, and whoever wins breaks an egg on the other's head. Can I jump off a building first? Always such a little party pooper. I played the dumb card game until I won. So I cracked an egg on Iris's head before turning to go off stage. Ow! You just hit me in the head with an egg. That was the goal of the game, genius. Well, you did it way too hard. Ow! The next day, my accidental egg assault was all over YouTube and social media. Sister of talk show host Mara gets violent with popular model Iris. So melodramatic. My life wasn't always like this. I'd never asked to live in the public eye. All of this started when my bimbo sister got her own show a year ago and became a child millionaire. Then here I was, just trying to get through high school without punching or kicking walls. Hi, I'm Brooke from Manhattan, and this is my story. But before I rant about my drama, please like and subscribe. Everyone at school brought up the stupid talk show incident. Look, it's Mara's extra crazy sister Brooke. Should we refer to her as the egg beater? I can beat an egg over your head, but don't worry. I'll avoid smashing your new nose. You're always such a witch. This is why nobody at school likes you. She was so cute for thinking that I cared. Anyway, around lunchtime, I headed to the bathroom when suddenly I jumped. One of the most popular guys in school, Lance, was right behind me, smirking. He was a part of a clique of 4 other heartthrobs who all looked like Wattpad princes.
You are looking lovely today, princess.
You just followed me into the girls' bathroom.
I wanted to ask you out on a date.
You've never even made eye contact with me before.
I used to think you were just Mara's mean loser sister, but when I saw what you did on TV, I practically fell in love with you, babe. I've always wanted a girl with that kind of fire. So I'll pick you up tonight at 8.
I didn't answer. I just pushed Lance away from my face and towards the toilet bowl. He landed head first, and I couldn't help laughing. Except later that day, I noticed the rest of Lance's dreamy friends kept staring at me with that same smirk on their faces. In fact, all 5 of them slipped envelopes into my locker asking me on a date. This had to be some kind of joke. I decided to ask Mara about it, since she was the school queen bee and full of gossip. But surprisingly, Mara didn't know anything. Then later that night, she gave me some crazy news. She'd invited all 5 of those guys to come onto her talk show, where she'd set up a competition over who could win a date with me, without even asking me. So what if they're just hitting on you for a joke or a bet? It'll be so much fun. You've never been on any kind of date, and you're in the 12th grade. Please. I finally gave in, but I knew those boys were up to something, and if they were gonna mess with me, I was gonna mess with them too. On the night of the show, I sat center stage behind a table while the 5 idiot heartthrobs lined up behind a rope. Each of them had 30 seconds to impress me.
After you pushed me into the toilet, I went and bought you flowers. I also have chapstick to put on before kissing you for our date.
Too bad your breath smells like a sewage drain. Next.
If you were my girlfriend, I'd take you to a restaurant right on the ocean and buy a giant ice cream sundae with
ice cream makes me puke.
So I used to be an underwear model, but then
I'm embarrassed for you.
I had this flown over from Japan.
No! By the time the 5th guy, Zeke, came over, I was already exhausted. Then I noticed he was holding a guitar. Oh my God.
Brookie, oh Brookie, honey, my heart is yours. Yeah, Brookie, oh Brookie, Brookie, my sassy princess I adore.
The audience went wild, and I wanted to cringe. But for some reason, I found myself smiling. So when it was time to choose the guy I'd go on a date with, I chose Guitar Boy Zeke. I just had to remember that he probably didn't really like me, and if he was planning on humiliating me, I had to beat him at his own game. So when I met Zeke for our picnic date, I came wearing my mom's wedding dress.
What's that you're wearing?
A wedding dress. That way, we can imagine what it'll be like when we get married one day. Ever since the talk show, I've fallen head over heels for you, and after that song you sang for me, I know now that you feel the same way. I'd hoped the guy would run scared and crying, but instead, he laughed.
I must have really won you over with that song I played you.
I'm not done with you yet, Prince Charming. During our picnic, I sat on his lap and made him feed me every bite of food and hold the water cup up to my lips. And when he turned to get a napkin, I started fake crying hysterically. We were staring into each other's eyes, but you looked away. Is it because my eyes are ugly? Or are you breaking up with me? I have nothing else to live for now.
You are so extra. I know what'll cheer you up. Let's have a romantic dance.
Wait, what? Before I could say a word, Zeke turned on classical music and pulled me up to dance. He started spinning and twirling me around and even threw me in the air. God, he was crazy. Later on, Zeke drove me home, but he said he needed to stop at his house first for something. I decided then I'd confront him. Look, I know you're either dating me because you bet your friends money or you guys want to humiliate me as a joke. Either way, I'm just telling you, I didn't fall for it.
I told those guys you'd be too smart to trick. It was Lance's idea to bet money on which one of us can win you over. I never wanted to do it, but I couldn't tell Lance that, because whatever Lance wants, Lance gets.
Zeke then told me his dad and Lance's dad were friends, and because Lance's family was rich, his dad was going to pay for a music college Zeke got into. Therefore, he could never afford to ever piss off Lance.
And don't tell Lance I said any of this. Please, just let me tell him you fell for me and you asked me to be your boyfriend. I really want to go to music school. Come on, you don't care what anyone thinks, and you're already unpopular and barely have any friends, and no offense.
How little self-respect did this guy think I had? I wanted to give him a good slap in the face, but just then, Zeke stopped by this really run-down trailer next to a pile of garbage.
Okay, we're here. My dad's sick, so I have to check on him every few hours.
Holy crud, this is where he lived? This place was a single room, and Zeke's dad was in a bed with an oxygen tank. I guessed with his dad's medical bills, he'd never have enough money to even think about music school. So I decided to let Zeke tell Lance he was gonna keep dating me for a bet. The next day at school, I saw Lance and the other 3 heartthrobs looking at me and snickering to themselves. Even other kids seemed to be onto the bet, but I could live through it. I was doing a good deed by humiliating myself. Plus, Zeke was fun to be around, and I didn't mind having him as my fake boyfriend. One night, I decided to invite him to a celebrity party Mara and I were attending. I even bought him a suit and tie, and secretly, I thought he looked super handsome. At one point, I was walking by the entrance when suddenly I saw Zeke standing with Lance and his friends, and Zeke was saying he had to go. What do you mean? This is a huge exclusive party that I invited you to.
Listen, cranky face. I came to pick up your boyfriend for some last-minute plans. Surely you two can reschedule.
With that, Zeke took off with the boys, and for some reason, I felt really angry about it. Just then, Mara came over to ask if I was okay, and I ended up telling her everything. Look, I know you feel bad for Zeke because of his home situation, but you don't have to sell your dignity for charity. If you think he doesn't genuinely care about you, just dump his sorry butt in front of everyone tomorrow. Or I can talk tomorrow in school, like an actual mature person. But I know maturity is kind of a foreign concept to you and the other kids at school. Okay, listen, sis. You've never had any real friend or boyfriend before, and I'm at the top of our school's social ladder. I know how to deal with these things. I can handle this myself, thanks. Just because I don't date a different guy each week doesn't mean I need boy advice from you. So on Monday at school, I headed to the bleachers at lunch where I knew Zeke practiced guitar, except he spotted me first and immediately came over to hug me.
I am so sorry about what happened at the party. Lance decided at the last minute that he wanted to have a betting party. Kids at school are betting on how I'm gonna break your heart and everything. I realize this may be going too far.
It's going way too far. I tried to do a nice thing for you, but you're totally taking advantage of me. Also, how long are you going to be Lance's slave for? Can't you get a scholarship to the school or something?
No, I'm not talented enough. It's cool. I'll tell Lance the truth and stand up to him. I'll just find something other than music that makes me happy.
Zeke turned to walk away, but I just couldn't let him give up his friends, his reputation, and his dreams. So I told Zeke I'd help him apply for a scholarship because even though he didn't believe in himself, I knew he was talented enough to get one. And 2 weeks later, he got accepted.
You just made my dreams come true. Brooke, no one has ever believed in me like that before. You're amazing.
Zeke suddenly picked me up and spun me around, which made me feel butterflies. After that, Zeke and I became really close and started hanging out all the time. I helped him take care of his dad, and he helped me make some friends at school. Except there were a couple of issues. One, I started to develop real romantic feelings for Zeke. And two, was Zeke still hadn't told Lance the truth, even though it was part of our agreement. So finally, Zeke decided to confront Lance one day after school as I hid behind a tree to listen in.
Look, man, I told Brooke about the bet. It's not right the way we're manipulating her. Plus, I've been hanging out with her, and I think I want to date her for real. You know, she helped me get a scholarship to the music school you were going to pay for. Now, you don't have to. Are you kidding me? What am I going to tell all the kids who've been giving us money, betting the different ways you can dump her? You're one of us, Zeke, and she's an unpopular loser. It'll make the whole squad look bad. If you date her, then you're dead to us. Well, fine then. You guys are jerks anyway. I'm gonna get myself an awesome girlfriend.
I held my breath as I watched Zeke ditch his friends for me. And just like that, Zeke and I became an item. He held my hand, kissed me in public at school, and didn't even seem to care that he'd lost all his friends and popularity. Everything seemed to be going well, at least for a couple of weeks. Then one weekend, I went away with my family for a camping trip with no Wi-Fi or cell reception. But when I arrived back at school on Monday, something horrible happened. I was sitting in the cafeteria when suddenly Zeke stood up on one of the tables with a microphone and speakers.
Can I have everyone's attention? I have something to say to my girlfriend, Brooke. I'm sorry, babe, but I just can't date you anymore. I've realized that I don't want to be with a stuck-up sourpuss who's way below my league. It's also really lame that she's never dated anyone before. So for all of you out there who bet money how I dump Brooke, the ones who selected public humiliation win.
I stood with shock as I watched a bunch of kids run over to Zeke, Lance, and the other guys with cash. None of this made any sense. Had it just all been a setup? I ran out of the room and into the hallway to collect myself when I saw Zeke behind me.
Brooke, I am so sorry I had to do that, but I had a good reason.
What good reason could you possibly have for humiliating me like that?
Please, just listen to me. My dad had to have an emergency medical procedure over the weekend that I couldn't pay for, and since there was no way to reach you, I had to ask Lance for help. He said he'd only pay for it on the condition that I publicly dump you. I'm so sorry. I still want to be with you, though. It just might have to be in secret.
You know what? No, I don't care what your reasons are. I am so freaking sick of all of your excuses to manipulate and humiliate me. We're done, Zeke. That night, I refused to let myself cry. Zeke didn't deserve my tears. I didn't need any cowardly idiots in my life anyway. The next afternoon, I was studying in the library when I decided to take a break for some coffee and MSA videos. But while I was relaxing, Lance suddenly suddenly sat down next to me.
Ooh, MSA. I watch them on TikTok all the time. Let me help you pick an episode.
If you come anywhere near me or my computer, I'll squeeze your head until your brain pops out. Oh wait, I forgot. You don't have a brain. Probably why you watch MSA on TikTok instead of YouTube. You know, YouTube, the site for smart people.
Wow, Zeke must really regret dumping you.
Yeah, about that. I know it was you who forced Zeke to break up with me. Why do you have to go around messing with his life and mine? The way you and your friends bet on me and tried to break my heart for fun? How sick do you have to be to want to do something like that?
Maybe some people just enjoy messing with other people's lives. You should ask your sister. After all, the whole betting game was her idea.
Lance got up and left, leaving me very confused. What did he mean by that? He was probably just messing with me, but I still asked Mara about it, and she got really quiet. Okay, it's true that it was my idea, but let me explain. I just felt bad because our whole lives, you've lived in my shadow. I have everything. Fame, popularity, friends, and you didn't get any of that. So I wanted to find you a cute boyfriend to make you happy. Except none of the guys at school wanted to date you. The only ones who were willing to were Lance and his friends, if they could make money off of it. But I had hoped one of them would fall for you for real. I was stunned and silent as Mara apologized over and over. I knew her heart had been in the right place, but she'd gotten me into such a giant mess. God, I just needed space from everyone. The next morning, I was going through the mail when I saw an envelope from Zeke's music school. To my surprise, they'd returned a check I'd paid as a deposit to confirm his place in the program. Apparently, Zeke had called the college and declined the offer to attend. I thought right away of his sick dad. Suddenly, I got a bad feeling. I drove immediately to Zeke's house, but when I reached there, he was sitting outside and playing guitar, looking perfectly happy. Zeke, is everything okay? Did you call your college and decline the offer?
Yeah, I just didn't feel right taking your money to attend there, not after the way I treated you. So I'm just gonna save up and reapply next year. In the meantime, I got a job and my dad's doing better. Thank you for believing in me, Brooke. You have no idea how much it means to me.
Zeke came over to hug me, and I felt those stupid, happy butterflies again. Hey, listen, are you still friends with Lance?
God, no. I'm done being his slave. I took a loan and paid him back everything I owed him for Dad.
So, if I give you a second chance, that means you can't be an idiot this time.
I swear on my life I won't be. I want you back, and I won't have it any other way.
So, I guess my sister did achieve her goal of finding me a guy, even though it was in the craziest way possible. Still, maybe one of these days I could thank her for it.
Okay, listen. Onion, honey, or pineapple. Any of those can tenderize meat. Pick whichever one's available.
Okay, got it. Noted.
I didn't come to this school for academics. I came for the food.
The texture. Oh, the crunch. The glaze. The magic. Ah!
There she freaking goes again. Her freaking scream makes me want to freaking lose my freaking appetite. Freaking...
And that's exactly why you don't have friends. You treat food like it's your boyfriend.
So what? I've got you.
They're reopening the Culinary Society for freshmen, and they're choosing 10 new members. The announcement's tomorrow at the auditorium.
I'm joining that club.
You in a cooking club? Babe, you're way too lazy for that.
But I have a golden tongue. What was he doing here? Don't tell me. He also cooks? Broody boy has kitchen skills?
The world doesn't revolve around you and your stupid food cravings, you annoying brat.
We only passed because of you. We almost failed because of me.
You wasted all of this? For what? For your stupid little practice?
Goodbye, Wi-Fi. Goodbye, sanity.
Welcome to the life at MSU, where the story's changing and the lead is you. So carve your name in the wind, let the legacy breathe. There's a world in the pages that we're starting to weave. Not just a school, but the soul of the story. Turning our scars into stars and our grit into glow.
Salty. Sweet. Cheesy. Ooh. Spicy. You're clearly riding a flavor high. Did you fall in love?
Little Natalie's tummy couldn't stop growling. She had been hungry the whole afternoon, but it was evening now and her mom wasn't home yet. Those rich people should stop making my mom work so much. I wish we'd never moved from France. Mom didn't have to work so hard there like she does here. As she walked outside, she heard loud music coming from the biggest mansion in the whole countryside from afar. Her tummy told her to go there, and she found out there was a large party happening in the garden. Natalie started drooling when she saw the huge feast. She tried to sneak in, but a group of women blocked her. Where do you think you're going, little girl? I'm hungry. Can I have some meat, please? And a glass of juice, too? Just look at her dirty clothes and hands. Disgusting. You're not welcome here, child. Be off with you. Natalie was so mad at their meanness. Just as she turned to leave, she noticed a young boy around her age hiding in the bushes, and he looked furious. He was staring at a maid who was being scolded by the lady of the mansion, Mrs. Harrison. How can you serve these fruits in a stupid basket? We have an expensive tray for this. Another mistake, and you're fired. Mr. Harrison was trying to calm his wife down when their daughter Harper, who was the same age as Natalie, was making things worse. I don't have the mood to eat those fruits anymore, Mom. That woman ruined my night. Natalie felt so bad for the humiliated maid. She joined the boy in the bushes. I hate these people. Me too. And that's my mom they're yelling at. They don't deserve all this delicious food. I have to teach them a lesson. Wait, are you going to do something bad? Mom said you shouldn't do bad things no matter what. But he just ignored her and dragged a bag of manure lying close by. Then he started climbing a tree that overlooked the garden. But moments later, the branch under him cracked, and he went tumbling down straight onto the food table, spreading cow poop everywhere. Everyone screamed, and Mrs. Harrison looked ready to explode. She yelled for security, and Natalie thought she had to do something to save her friend. And with that, she ran towards the nearest barn, rode on a young horse, and made it run around the garden, completely ruining the party. You little rascals! Natalie grabbed the boy's hand, and they fled the scene. I can't believe you just did that! You're so cool! Natalie's tummy suddenly let out another growl. He chuckled and took out an apple from his pocket. For you! Make it 2, 'cause I saved your butt. I'll get you another one soon, promise. What's your name? Natalie. And you? Caleb. Nice to meet you, Natalie. Can we be friends? Okay. And since then, Caleb and Natalie became best friends. Growing up, they shared their love for food and their hate for rich and mean people, especially for people like the Harrisons. Caleb was 11 years old when his mom met a guy, Mr. Cross, a gardener for the Harrisons. His mom said that from now on, Mr. Cross would be taking care of them. Hello, Caleb. Your mom told me you like apples. And reading? Not long after, Mr. Cross and Caleb's mom got married, and he became the hero in Caleb's eyes. He was so amazed by his stepdad, how smart and strong he was, and how good he was to both him and his mom. When I grow up, I want to be just like you, Dad. I'm sure you'll be better than me, and every wealthy man in this land, my child. He would help Caleb understand his math homework, give him tips on how to build a dove house, and he also gave him really good life lessons. My dad told me something. I want to share it with you too, 'cause you're my best friend. Really? Tell me. He said, sometimes we need to stand up for ourselves and fight back, whatever it takes. Yes, we fight back the right way. Mom said we shouldn't do bad things no matter what. I know, you told me. But is it bad to defend ourselves? Do we just let other people do bad things to us and say nothing? You always speak about how unfair the system is in this town for poor people. Yeah, I do think that. Like, if someone hurts you, I'll hurt them too. Natalie was surprised by how firmly Caleb said it. Suddenly, as she changed her position, she lost her balance and fell. Caleb laughed and helped her up. Now, I don't know how to hurt the fence or the ground, but Caleb then kicked the fence and stomped his foot on the ground. Natalie found it funny. She liked the thought of Caleb as her protector and felt really lucky to have a best friend like him. And over the years, she grew to like him as much more, but she was too scared to admit it, too scared to ruin their friendship. One day in high school, she decided to cook his favorite food and surprise him at lunch, but her heart ached with jealousy when she saw him laughing with some girls in the canteen. She was leaving when Caleb called her name and walked up to her. Is that for me? Before she could reply, the girls jumped in and glared at Natalie.
Why are you friends with that dumbhead, Caleb? Same question. Handsome boys like you should hang out with pretty girls like us.
Suddenly, Caleb wrapped his arm around Natalie's shoulder. My girlfriend is not a dumbhead. She's the smartest, coolest, and most beautiful girl I've ever known. So please, stop talking rubbish about her. Girlfriend? As the humiliated girls left, Natalie turned to him. Why did you tell them that nonsense? Those girls are going to hate me forever. Are you mad? Yes, I'm mad because you lied. We're not dating. We're just friends. Fine, I'm sorry. But what if I wanted to be more than that? What do you mean? Can I hold your hand? No. I love you, Natalie. I've loved you since we were kids. Do you love me too? Caleb's sincere gaze made her melt. Yes, I think I feel the same way. Caleb started to lean in closer, and when their lips finally touched, she felt like she was on cloud 9. After that, the best friends became lovers, and Natalie was really happy with Caleb as his girlfriend. But over time, things started to get complicated. His mom fell really sick, and his stepdad's earnings weren't enough for her medicines. So Caleb was forced to take more part-time jobs around the farm. He hardly had any time to spend with Natalie anymore. Meanwhile, that night at the Harrisons, the family was having their usual dinner. Mr. Harrison was talking about the progress of their business, while Mrs. Harrison was being pushy towards their son to date someone. I don't understand the rush. I'm so young, I'll have plenty of time later on. You have plenty of time now. I don't, Mom. I'd rather focus on school than date. Love is nothing but a stupid distraction. All work and no play makes people really dull, darling. Remember Sheila? Benjamin's daughter. I think she's a nice girl. Mom, I don't like her. She's weirdly obsessed with me. Duke, she cares about you. Let him be for now. Don't push him so hard. He'll eventually find someone. But Sheila might not be around till he decides he's ready. And I think she would be so good for him. She's a smart young woman. They're perfect for each other. I have no interest in wasting my time on girls right now.
Oh, brother, how about boys? Do you want to share something?
Shut up, Harper. Well, Sheila and her parents are visiting us soon, and you will spend time with her so you can get to know each other. Who knows? Maybe it will end in a wedding. Hearing that, Duke suddenly felt the urge to lie. I'm sorry, Mom, but I already have a girlfriend. What? I said, I'm not dating Sheila because I already have a girlfriend.
Since when do you have a girlfriend?
Since 6 months ago, but we kept it a secret. I don't want people in my business. Duke left the table and decided to take a walk in the gardens to cool off. Suddenly, he heard someone behind him and turned around to see it was just Mr. Cross. Oh, sorry, Master Duke. I didn't mean to disturb your walk. You look a little upset. I'm not. It's really nothing. Just sometimes parents can be too much. Do you have kids, Mr. Cross? A son, the same age as you. Maybe I'll introduce you sometime. Duke was feeling too preoccupied, so he just smiled at their gardener and walked off. That weekend, Natalie's mom caught a serious flu, so later that day she went to town with Caleb to buy some medicine. While they were in the pharmacy, his stepdad called him. I need to stop by a dad's friend's place to pick up a package. Wait for me in the town square. I'll be right back. Natalie bought the medicines and sat on a bench in the town square. Her favorite thing in that old place was the old horse statue in the center. They're such gorgeous and magical creatures. Just then, she noticed that its red eye patch was lying on the ground. She picked it up, and as she placed it back on, the statue suddenly wobbled. She tried to make it steady, but it just suddenly toppled to one side and broke into pieces. Holy mighty horsey! Natalie stared at the sight in complete shock. The townspeople quickly gathered around, and they went berserk. How could you be so reckless and ruin the pride of our town? Isn't it bad enough that we have to live with a foreigner who badmouths our town and its systems? And now you've ruined our cultural legacy! Some of them even started crying, and Natalie felt panic. She tried to contact Caleb, but her phone's battery was actually dead. I swear, I didn't do anything. It was already unsteady. Please, forgive me. But the townspeople were blazing mad. Soon the police came, and as they were questioning her, everyone suddenly became silent as they made the way for someone. Natalie lifted her head and met someone's eyes. Duke, the oldest child of the Harrisons. What's going on here? This girl just caused serious damage to a public property, and we need her to come with us to the station. Duke just nodded at them, and soon, Natalie found herself sitting in a police station. Please, officer, just let me go home first. My mom is sick, and she must be really worried. But the officer just ignored her. A few minutes later, Duke came out of the main office.
You're free to go. I've taken care of everything.
Huh? What do you mean?
I paid $50,000 for the fine and damages, so you won't go to prison.
What? Why are you doing this? You don't even know me.
Because I need you.
What? What do you mean? Duke then dragged her outside the station to talk.
Listen, I need you to work for me as my fake girlfriend for a month, and I'm going to pay you for it.
I'm sorry, but can you repeat what you just said? I'm not sure if I heard it right.
I think you did. You don't look like you have any hearing problems.
Is that how you joke? Because it's super lame. Even hyenas won't laugh at it.
Do I look like a clown to you?
How can you offer me a ridiculous job when you don't even know if I have a boyfriend or not?
Look, I don't care whether you're single or whatever. I'm not interested. I just need you to pretend to be my girlfriend and convince everyone that we're in love, especially my family.
But why would you need a fake girlfriend anyway? You can just have a real one. Just choose any girl but me. You rich people are used to getting whatever you want anyway.
I asked you to be my fake girlfriend, not to become an interviewer. In private, we'll be practically strangers minding each other's business. I can prepare a contract tomorrow.
What makes you think I'll accept your offer? I don't want this weird job. Don't worry, I'll think about another way of repaying you.
There is no other way. Accept my job, or return my money immediately. It should be the exact amount that I spent to save your sorry little butt.
Natalie wanted to yell at him for blackmailing her, but she knew she couldn't pay him back. Let me think about it.
I don't have much time. I'll give you a day. Let's meet at the cafe tomorrow, same time as this.
Before Natalie could say anything more, he turned around and left. When she got home, she found Caleb's messages saying that he'd be staying at his stepdad's friend's house for the night. Natalie really needed to talk to him, but she was also worried about how he would react. She also didn't want to tell her mom about this yet and stress her out. So later that night, she went to her favorite spot on the farm to think it over alone. Suddenly, Caleb appeared beside her.
Hey, what are you doing here?
Wait,
Nat, are you crying? Tell me what's wrong.
She didn't have a choice but to tell him everything.
Are you serious? You shouldn't have let him help you.
He took care of it himself, and I could never pay $50,000 on my own.
But of all the girls, why does he want you? This is stupid. I thought Harper was evil. I didn't expect that her brother would be worse.
Look, if he didn't help me, I'd be cold and miserable in jail right now.
But he obviously helped you just to force you into this stupid job.
What am I gonna do? He left me with no choice.
Seeing my girlfriend dating another guy is torture, Nat. It doesn't matter if it's fake or not.
Caleb got up and furiously kicked some rocks. Okay, fine. I won't do it. I'll have to think of another solution then. As Natalie's tears poured, Caleb sighed and sat down.
Okay, I'm sorry. Don't cry, please. Let's talk this over. You'll just be acting, and it's only for a month, right? And are you sure he's paying you a huge amount for it?
Yes, I'll just be a fake girlfriend. I'll never fall in love with that jerk, ever.
Okay, I'll agree to it, but on one condition.
What is it?
Hi, I'm Leah from Indiana. Before I continue, please hit like and subscribe. Since I was a baby, I was meant to be a dancer. I could dance before I could even walk. I would do the cha-cha while cleaning my room, and bust a move while brushing my teeth, and of course, I was shaking it all the way to and from school. People smiled and laughed when they saw me, but I never cared. When I was 10, I would watch my friends head off to dance class after school. It would tear me up inside to see them living my dream. I came home one day as my mom was finishing her makeup. Mom, can I please go to dance class? All my friends are going.
You're not going. You have no idea how much that class costs.
There was no other parent to ask at that time. Just me and Mom and whoever she was dating that week. But Mommy, please. I swear, I'll do your laundry and chores, and when I make money from ballet, you'll get makeup from Sephora. I'll take you shopping, whatever you want. Pretty please. This means everything in the world to me.
We'll see if that ever happens. Right now, I don't have time for this. I'm going to be late.
The answer is no, and that's final. She left me alone in the cold house while she sped off in Ted or Fred's Ferrari to some fancy dinner. For me, another night of instant noodles. I felt devastated with how my life was going, just dreaming about my dream of dancing. But then I turned 12. I was alone, like always, and before I could blow out my candle on my plain cupcake, it flickered out. Oh no, there's still so much to wish for. I was about to leave for school when Mom barged in. Hold on, Leah. You have mail. My mom handed me a card with my name and address on it. Who's it from, Mommy? To Leah from Aunt Lucy. Who's Aunt Lucy? I haven't spoken to her in years. I don't talk to that side of the family. She gave me a ticket. Mom snatched it immediately from my hand. That's not a ticket. It's a check for $10 million. My mom went crazy. It was like she stepped into a Louis Vuitton fever dream. I didn't even know she was that loaded. I could do so much with this. I could buy a Gucci dress, an MK bag, and a diamond set. And I can't wait to see the look on Mary's face. She'll be fuming. And oh, that Tony who dumped me, he'll come crawling back like a puppy, begging me to take him back. I didn't remember the last time my mom looked so happy. She showered me with hugs and kisses, even making me twirl around like a ballerina. I had so much to ask Aunt Lucy, but Mom said she didn't have her number or anything. And when I turned 14, Mom decided to move. So we packed up everything and headed to New York City. That's right, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. We were ready to start a new life. I finally signed up for dance lessons at an art school. Me, the girl who used to have holes in her shoes, had ballet slippers. I practiced every day until my legs cramped, but I was ecstatic. My mom also had new friends, like Tiffany, Chanel, and Fendi. I had always wanted to be close to Mom, so I joined her shopping sprees, and it worked out great. I guess that's what I was always missing. We would spend our time stalking the malls for the best clothes, handbags, and of course, shoes. Oh, Leah, we have to get these too. I was covered with shopping bags and balancing shoe boxes while scooting through the aisles. I could barely see in front of me through Mom's haul. Hurry up! We don't want to miss the first drop of Balenciaga's new collection. I'm right behind you. But honestly, when we were in these very posh stores, I felt like a princess. I was offered fancy drinks, tried on expensive dresses, and best of all, I felt so close to my mom. I walked out of the dressing room in a sparkling dress. Now spin around. Oh, beautiful, so beautiful. We'll take it. I looked at myself in the mirror. I could barely recognize myself, but maybe this is who I was supposed to be. I carefully teetered in the heels my mom had picked out for me, but crashed into the mirror. Do you think we could look at some flats? While I spent so much time with my mom, I might have been distracted from my dancing. My dance teacher seemed to be losing patience with me. Okay, Leah, you're up next. Saute. I smiled nervously at my dance teacher, attempting to jump, but fumbled the landing. The other students giggled at me. Have you been practicing? Yes, of course. I lied. What time did I have to practice? School was out at 3. I told my mom I would be at Bloomingdale's by 4. I mean, it was so unreasonable. Besides, I never looked more like a ballerina. The clothes, the hair, the shoes, the makeup. I was the definition of what a ballerina looked like. It wasn't my problem if my teachers couldn't see it. By the time I was 16, me and my mom had our routine down. Shopping, dining, and dining. Mom had friends she'd visit while I was in school, and we'd chat about them over dinner. And you wouldn't believe her hair. It's turned this terrible orange color. And her roots, her roots could be seen from outer space. Honestly, Leah, I'm beginning to think you're my only real friend. She loved me. My mom loved me. Just then, 2 men walked into the restaurant and surrounded us with serious faces.
Jeannie Roberts?
Yes? What is your problem? They flashed their badges at us. It was the police.
You have to come with us.
Excuse me? I am not done with my dinner. I want to speak to your manager.
Jeannie Roberts, we need to talk to you about your tax evasion.
This is ridiculous. You don't have the right person. You're gonna ruin my blouse. Mom, what's going on? Leah, I will call you as soon as I can. Can you let up a little? This is silk. The police dragged my mom out of the restaurant. I didn't know what else to do, so I ran back to our apartment. I paced and cried, staring at my phone. My mom was arrested. What on earth could I do? Finally, at midnight, the doorbell rang, and it was Mom. Mom, what's going on? Listen, I have to be quick. You need to get help. Otherwise, they'll put me away for good. would. They said tax evasion, but you haven't done anything. We have the money. Tell the police we have millions of dollars.
We don't, Leah. It's gone. My stomach dropped. I need you to get me out of this trouble. I need you to go see Aunt Lucy and ask for the money. They have people watching me. They'll pounce on me if I try to leave the city.
But you said you didn't know anything about her.
Yeah, I just remembered her address. Go to her and get the money so I can get out of here.
I had no other choice. It was just me alone, and I had to save my mom. I hopped on the first train I could find. There were 1 million people on the subway, and I squeezed my way through the crowd. The train car jerked, and the guy's soda splashed all over my face. He glared at me.
Hey, watch it.
But he splashed me. Finally, I arrived at my aunt's house and knocked on the door. Her house towered over me with dozens of closed shutters and fading awnings. I'm not interested in buying anything. I'm not selling anything. I'm Leah. Are you Lucy? I'm looking for my great Aunt Lucy.
Leah? I ran to her and opened my arms for a much-needed hug,
but I was taken aback when Aunt Lucy sidestepped me like she was avoiding a bug. Do you know you look very sticky? I know. I took the subway here. My mom asked for your help. You helped us before, and we appreciate it, so I didn't help you. Well, with the money you graciously gave us, you helped us a ton. That was your father's last investment. I was instructed to cash it out and send it to his next of kin. That's you. My dad? I can only recall bits and pieces of him. I know. You're not missing out. So, Jeannie's in trouble. You want something from me? Why should I bother? We're family, aren't we? I always disliked your mother. Spoiled, selfish, and vain. Does the apple fall far from the tree? You look just like her. But I didn't look like myself. She wanted me to leave, but I couldn't. She was my only hope. I kept pestering and pleading with her for days, buzzing around her like a pesky fly. Finally, after what felt like forever, she talked to me. This used to be a hotel, you know. I took care of everything, and I was great at it. But it's hard for a person my age to manage everything around here. There's too much space and too many stairs. I have a few guests coming over, but I don't have much staff. I would like to see how useful you can be. Whatever you need, I can do it. I needed to win her over to save my mom, so I got to work by cleaning out the fireplace. Large chunks of ash rained down on me, covering the floor in a thick blanket of gray. Ugh, oh my God, what a mess. Leave this and go wash your face. And when I scrubbed the windows, one of the panes cracked and a large piece of glass fell. I caught the glass right before it hit the floor. Oh no. I heard some guests coming, so I quickly shoved the glass under the bedspread. A large older man entered the room and plopped down on the bed. The glass made a large crunching noise and the man screamed. New sheets. You must need new bed sheets. I scampered out of the room and caught Aunt Lucy giving me the death stare. On the way to get new bed sheets, I bumped into a flower vase and knocked water everywhere. I sprinted off into the hall and grabbed the mop to clean, and then thud, the rest of the guests slipped and fell. Oops, I think I forgot the wet floor sign. Ugh, it's gonna be one of those days. I totally screwed up, and I knew there was no way she'd forgive me. So I hid from her, and when she finally found me, I started bawling like a baby. She couldn't be mad at a sobbing girl, right? I could see her face soften, and I figured I had a chance to get on her good side. I tried to make up for all the mistakes I had made. I gave my aunt a foot massage, made her fresh juices and warm soup, and in my final efforts, I polished her dresser and found a music box. Don't break it. Oh, I wouldn't. I love it. I'm a ballerina too. Well, maybe. I used to be. You're a little young for used to be anything. For me, this ballet feels like Aunt Lucy and I were finally talking, and it felt like the ice was melting. She told me how she used to be a dancer. When I was a baby, my dad would tell her all about how much I loved dancing. I finally got through to my aunt, but I still needed her help. I brought up how desperate I was to save my mom. I was wrong. You're not like your mother at all. Okay, enough of all this. Let's go. We took a car downtown and met my mom. What on earth happened, Jeannie? You are still as disappointing as ever. Ugh, here we go. Why did you even bother to come here? You could have sent the money with Leah, but I guess belittling an innocent woman is more your speed. Aunt Lucy asked Mom for her tax forms, but all she got was silence. Mom, just give her the paperwork. She'll help us. What's wrong with you? Okay, fine. I'll just leave. And then Mom spilled the beans. She had conned us. The cops were fake. The tax problem was fake. All a scheme to get money from Aunt Lucy. I can't believe this, Mom. How could you do this? I had to. The bank was going to take the apartment, so I had no choice. I was in debt, and knew only you could convince your aunt. I'm sorry. I know I spent a little, but I spent on you too, and it was for us, right, Leah? It made you happy, right? You were happy, and that's what made me happy. But I'm behind on all of my classes. We're out of money, and we don't even have the apartment. And now you're definitely not happy anymore, so I'm not happy. And I don't see how I could ever become a dancer. Enough. Leah, you need to go to school and work on your studies. You want to be a ballerina? Yes, of course. Then you are coming with me. And Jeannie, you need to pay all of this off. You'll need a source of income to dig your way out of this. This is an impossible situation. I know I made a mistake, but I want to change. And I can't live without you, Leah. I had doubts, and I was furious too. I even stepped outside with my aunt to leave. But then I realized I couldn't abandon my mom, not even after all the things she did. Okay, Mom, I think we should try to be a family, all of us together. I believed that this time it was going to work out. The three of us went back to the hotel and were ready to start our new lives together. But the next morning, Mom, I ran around the hotel but couldn't find my mom. Her clothes and purse were gone. I searched up and down until I got to the front desk. The cashier's box was completely empty. She left and took my Aunt Lucy's money. I was devastated. I brought her here, and it all happened because of me. What should I do? I had brought on enough trouble, and I had to earn and return every penny back to my aunt. Leah, are you leaving too? I'm so sorry, Aunt Lucy. I just wanted us to be a family. I don't want to cause you any more trouble. I thought it would be better if I just left. I'm so sorry about my mom. I wanted to believe that she would be different, but she wasn't. Just the same horrible, selfish woman. Leah, you don't have to go. It's not your fault. We're family. Sometimes the family you're given isn't the family you end up with, and that is okay. Really? Really, I love you. And I do have some good news. I made a few phone calls, and you have an audition next week. Oh, thank you. I love you too, Aunt Lucy. At the audition, I danced my heart out, and for the first time ever, I was supported and loved by my Aunt Lucy, and that sounds like the perfect kind of family to me. Some superheroes strut around in capes, while others rock pixie boots and a trendy poncho. Because, yes, you are looking at a real superhero. Hi, I'm Annie, and I'm from New Jersey. Don't be fooled by my cute pink locks and dazzling big blue eyes, because as it turns out, I'm also a bit of a crazy, jealous maniac. You know, every superhero has a weakness. Mine was my dad. My dad was the center of my world. Mom left when I was 3, so it was always me and him. We'd hang out all day, and he'd do whatever I wanted.
Let's jump on your bed and then go fishing for sharks in the park.
I've just made the bed and it's raining outside, but whatever makes you happy, my angel.
My dad was the best. He was my superhero. We did everything together and made a big effort to share each other's interests. For example, he learned the names of all the dogs from Paw Patrol.
You're such a Sky.
In return, I learned to play chess, which was Dad's favorite game.
Kapow! That's a chick and a mate.
One time, when I had a high fever, I asked him not to leave my side for 1 minute.
I promise, Annie, I never will.
And I totally believed him. He even made a pulley system to get the Uber food delivery to my bedroom window without leaving my room. But then, the worst thing happened. A couple of days later, instead of making me breakfast, he grabbed his car keys and let a babysitter in.
I must go to work today, Angel Annie. Teresa will look after you.
No, Daddy, I'll go with you.
I'm sorry, sweetie. I have to go alone. It's for the best.
Why?
Because we need the money to live.
Fine. If you want to leave, you'll have to step over me, and everyone knows that's bad luck.
And to my surprise, he actually stepped over me to leave. I hated babysitters and caused as many problems as I could to get my dad to come back. He used to be late for work pretty much every day and had to sneak out during lunch and leave early to take care of me. So you can imagine what happened next.
I got fired.
Yay! Daddy's at home forever! Yeah!
I was ecstatic, thinking things would go back to normal when I got the biggest shock of my life, kindergarten. I cried all the way and threw a total hissy fit at the front gates.
Why?
To learn and get a good job when you're older.
Jobs suck!
You'll make lots of friends.
Friends suck!
I hated it and let everybody know that I did.
I hate it! Stop!
Dad got more calls from the kindergarten than the principal's secretary. I know what you're thinking. I was a little monster. And yes, I was. I just couldn't help it. I wanted to be with my dad so bad. Soon, kindergarten turned to school, but things didn't improve. I felt so alone and sad without my dad, and I was always getting into trouble. But then one day, I got the best news ever.
I know how unhappy you are at school, so I talked with the principal and I'll take a job at your school as a janitor. This way, we can spend all the time you want together, and I can have a job. God knows we need the money. I know it's not glamorous, but would it be too embarrassing for you?
What? Just you and me again? This is the best job ever!
But there is one condition. You must behave, because if not, I'll get fired. You promise?
Oh, I promise. Pinky promise!
And for some years, things were amazing. We drove to school and worked together, sat together at lunch, and whenever he'd go past my classroom mopping the floor, he'd give me a goofy wave. For the first time, I focused on my schoolwork because I didn't want to mess up our arrangement. Other kids were even inviting me to parties.
You should go. Make some friends.
Maybe you could come with me?
Annie, you must learn to do things without me. Rely on other people.
Really? Maybe you're right. I guess I can go for like half an hour. Nah, let's just hang out here and watch TV. But then it all changed. I was supposed to be meeting some peeps at the movies, but then remembered Dad's favorite TV show was on. So I decided to go back home and watch it with him. But when I opened the door, I found that Dad was having dinner with a woman with candles and flowers on the table.
Annie, Angel, I wasn't expecting you. This is Fern, my new friend.
Hello, Annie. I've heard so much about you. It's great to meet you at last.
Funny, I've heard absolutely nothing about you.
I was hoping we'd spend some time with Fern, Annie.
Three's a crowd. Suddenly, I felt so jealous. Why would he want to spend time with her and not me? Soon, Fern became a permanent fixture at our place. Despite my grumpy face when she was around, she was always super nice to me. Wanna hit the shops? I have the biggest discount card. Maybe you can use it to buy another book on winning over skeptical teenagers. And at school, Dad was always calling her. She even joined us for lunch some days. I tried to do everything to get his attention when they were together. Like the time in the canteen, she'd made us all sandwiches, and I pretended to choke.
Poison!
But they were too busy staring into each other's eyes to notice. Soon, Fern moved into the house. And even though I kept moving her things around, she was always calm and supportive.
You can always talk to me about anything, you know.
I'm fine.
You and your dad have such a special relationship. I wouldn't want to come between you two.
Well, cheers for that.
You can rely on me too. I'll always have your best interests at heart.
Yikes, is that the time? Gotta run. It felt like Dad was slipping away from me. But at the same time, I was also starting to become independent. During that time, I joined the chess club and quickly showed talent. No doubt thanks to all those games with my dad. I even won the school tournament and got invited to represent the school in an international tournament in Belgium. I knew it was a life-changing trip, but I also knew that my dad's job as a janitor didn't pay much. He would not be able to afford the expenses of such a trip, so I had to decline the offer. I was pretty sad about it, and soon things got even worse. That same afternoon, I got to class, and one of the more popular girls was sitting in my seat, slurping on a milkshake and making fun of me.
Look at me. I'm Annie, and I'm so lame because my dad's my BFF.
Great, that's really mature. Now move your butt from my seat.
Oh, no. You better call your personal janitor to clean up this mess.
What mess? I shouldn't have asked, as she threw her milkshake on the floor on purpose.
This mess. What are you waiting for? You better call Daddy.
I jumped on her and tipped the rest of the milkshake over her, and that's when the teacher intervened. I got after-school detention. I was really scared that Dad would find out, but thankfully, he went home after finishing his shift. I was super relieved. But then, on my way out from detention, I heard a weird rustling noise from one of the classrooms. That's odd. Everybody went home already. I thought it was best to get out of there, but suddenly, a man in a ski mask rushed out of a classroom, holding a bag full of the school laptops. Oh no, a thief! I froze in my spot as he spotted me and stopped for a few seconds, then started running down the hallway. As he ran past me, he accidentally hit me with the bag of laptops, and I yelled in pain as I stumbled to the floor.
Oh my God, are you okay?
I looked up in shock as I recognized that voice. Dad? Suddenly, he dropped the bag and ran down the hallway and out of the school. school. I tried to follow him, but he was too fast. So I sprinted home, and there he was, Dad, completely out of breath and with the ski mask in his hand. The first thing he told me was to keep my voice down so Fern wouldn't hear. Dad, seriously? Stealing from the school? Are you crazy?
Annie, you've got it all wrong.
Oh, really? Ski mask? Swag bag? Come on!
Keep it down, will you? We can't let Fern hear this.
Start talking.
I did it for you, Annie. Professor Parker told me about the chess tournament and the trip to Belgium. He told me that you turned him down without even telling me. I want the best for you. I don't want you to lose out on something like this because of me. But the moment I saw you, I knew I couldn't go through with it. Now, we can't let the police know. They'll lock me up. If you think about it, no harm was done. Nothing was stolen, so everything's great.
Of course, everything wasn't great. While his intentions were sweet, he made a huge mess in school. The principal had reported the attempted robbery to the authorities, and I had to testify in front of the police as the only witness. I couldn't turn in Dad, so I had to lie. I told them that the thief was super short and had green hair. I hoped to keep a low profile about the whole thing, but the next day at school, I was treated like a hero. The girl who saved the school. My hair would have just frizzed out in fear. You're like a real superhero now. Yep, I guess that's me. Want to hang out with us and tell us all about it? And oh, let's snap a selfie. I need to boost my feed with some genuine hero vibes. But the worst thing was, since I caught Dad red-handed, he'd become increasingly clingy and hardly left my side. I guess he was scared I'd confess the truth, but it was really annoying. Like when this really cute boy Warren, who I liked but I didn't think had ever noticed me, talked to me.
Hey, Annie. I'd love to take you out for a burger. Sorry, she's busy.
Dad?
Come on, hun. It's lunchtime. The first one to our seat wins the pudding.
Sorry, Warren. I'll just have to go now. A burger soon, though.
Sure.
But soon, I started hanging out with Warren and his new friends all the time, while Dad's excuses to drop by became increasingly awkward and downright embarrassing.
I came by to check if you seen my lost, mop. Thought it might have wandered into your classroom.
And he'd always pick the worst times to barge in.
I think I'm falling for you in a big way. I think we need to clear the air here.
Dad! I'd had enough, and on the way home, I thought of ways to let him down gently. But I ended up screaming the truth at him in the driveway. Dad, it's time for a reality check. You can't shadow me forever. How about picking up a hobby that doesn't involve stalking me? You're suffocating me. Then he looked down and rolled his puppy dog eyes. I began to feel very guilty. But then big news popped up on my phone. A very short man with green hair had been arrested for the school robbery. And it was all because of me.
Annie, we must go on the run.
No, Dad. You need to confess. Confess to what? And suddenly, we both turned around, and Fern was standing there with the groceries.
To not cleaning the bathroom properly.
You have never cleaned it properly, Annie. Oh, I think my sock drawer needs some reorganizing. Annie, you can tell me anything. I'll always take your side. You can trust me. I didn't tell Fern. I thought she wouldn't understand. I tried to forget the whole thing, but I felt so guilty. That innocent guy was in jail because of me and my dad, and we needed to set the record straight. But I just couldn't turn my father over to the police. That night, I didn't sleep at all. I was so angry at my dad that the next morning, I skipped breakfast and took the bus to school. But when I got there, I saw him getting into a cop car. Dad! Loads of people were standing around, watching and filming, and I was mortified. I tried to make my way through, but when I reached the police car, it drove away from the school. Then the principal came over and pointed at me. Warren and my friends were shocked.
It seems Annie isn't a superhero after all. She was an accomplice to her dad.
I've never felt such deep shame. If I had superpowers, I'd have vanished right there or zapped myself to the North Pole. I covered my face, crying, and was ready to run away from there, but a cop caught my arm. Time to face the music and confess. But when I finally told the truth, I felt like a weight had been lifted from my shoulders. They let me off with just a warning since I was a minor, and my dad took full responsibility. Fern came to pick me up, and I was enraged with her. I knew she couldn't be trusted. How could you betray us like that? I must confess that I heard you guys whispering around. I quickly understood what was happening, and I knew I had to step in. You didn't deserve to live with that huge secret and with the guilt. I knew it was the right thing to call the police, and I was about to do it, but then I just couldn't. Not to save your dad, but because I know how close you guys are and how devastating it would be for you. I just didn't want to hurt you. I started crying. Thank you, Fern, for everything, and I'm sorry for being a brat with you. Fern hugged me firmly, and I hugged her back. During those hard times, we became really close. She took me home and stood firm firmly by my side through it all. But if you didn't turn him in, then who did? Some weeks later, they allowed me to visit Dad.
I confess everything myself. It was unfair that someone else was arrested, and it felt even worse that you lied for me. I was afraid you'd start hating me for dragging you into my mess, so I gave myself up. I'm so sorry for being such a terrible dad.
Dad started crying, and I soon joined in. No, Dad, you've been the best. I'm sorry I've been so difficult, and you don't need to feel like I'm missing out on anything. Promise, you won't ever do anything like this again.
Pinky promise.
And now, a few months later, Dad has been released, and we're moving with Fern to a new city for a fresh start, and I'm looking forward to making new friends.